call-in show. Come get involved.
Whoop whoop. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And Beardo's joining me today, YouTube's premier paranormal. I have always thought you were a paranormal debunker, but I just verified it and you're a paranormal investigator. So have you ever backed up anything you've investigated by investigating it?
I've disproved a lot by investigating.
Right, which is more what I was expecting, to be honest.
Yeah, you probably didn't know, but I've had experiences when I was younger, and we think there is something in the house.
Yeah.
I got into paranormal like everyone else did. You watched a couple of episodes of Most Haunted, and then me and my mates down at Neath Abbey pissed up and like, let's go hunting ghosts. And then we're why are we getting the same noises? And why are we getting the knocks and bangs? And then over time, it became into like hiring locations. And then I did abandoned stuff and the rise of YouTube. And I was just like, that's not my experience at all. It's nothing like that. I found a handful of channels then that had my experiences, but obviously they don't get the views because they haven't got the screaming, the shouting, the dude broing.
Yeah, it's always really interested me, but the one thing I'm very skeptical of the whole thing. Yeah, because it's like whenever I come across, because every so often somebody will send me like a ghost video, you know, and they say, oh, have a look at this, and every time I have a look at it, it's always like, I don't know, like a 20-minute video of pretty much people going, huh, did you hear that? I'm like, I didn't, but I'm sure I will. And then like they creeping around with their torch. Oh, what was that? You? What was something just brushed past? Mate, you're in a dark abandoned building in the night. It was probably like, it could have been like, I don't know, a bit of wire hanging from the ceiling, a cobweb. It could have been anything. But I've never seen anyone sort of. That's why I asked you, were you trying? So you're trying to prove that the paranormal is real, but so far I don't want to use the word failed, but you haven't been able to so far in the time you've been doing it. Is that kind of where you are? Or?
In the time I've been doing it, I mean, I've been doing this a lot longer than I've had YouTube, but in the time I've been going out investigating, debunking is taking the falseness out of a claim. And I personally think that the paranormal as a field can't move on until we get the taste of ghost adventures and all of that shite out of our heads. So you look for legitimacy in it. For example, 30s Drive is reportedly one of the most violent poltergeists in the UK. The story was a phenomena. You can rent the place out, you can go there. It's just an old house. Yeah. But that's one of the few places I've stayed there for 7 nights, 9 days. And I've experienced things twice there that I don't know how to explain them or what was going on.
Yeah.
Does that mean it's a ghost? No, it's just something I can't explain. And the other part of it is none of it was violent poltergeist activity.
Yeah.
For that house is, you know, people have been dragged up the stairs in that house.
Yeah.
Well, I laid on the stairs for 20 minutes and threw myself down them to see if the ghost would drag me back up.
Yeah. So it sounds like it's so when it comes to paranormal stuff, it sort of sounds like you're in a similar place to me, where it's, you know, you've looked at all these different things and nothing so far. Not that I think anybody's ever going to be able to prove the flat earth or prove the earth is only 6,000 years old. That's not what I'm getting at. But when something's hard to understand or I can't explain it, it just means it's hard to understand and I can't explain it. It doesn't mean it's real. It doesn't mean it's fake. But then the people I make videos about, they come across something which is difficult to understand or something they can't really kind of wrap their mind around. So it's Earth is flat, it's fake, space is fake, it's a conspiracy, they and them are out to get me. But none of them can ever answer the question, like, why? Why are they out? Why would anyone care what, I will say CC because he's my favourite flat earther. Why why would anybody like in the American government or any government or NASA or any space organization care what some random middle-aged man on the internet is screaming about? It's, you know, you've got people like Daniel Pratt, then another, well, he was quite a prevalent flat earther, but, you know, demanding that NASA do experiments which are so ridiculous. It's like me now trying to debunk the fact that you were wearing a red bandana. I'd have to be really stupid, because there you are right next to me with a red bandana on, but it doesn't stop flat earthers.
No, and the mental gymnastics they try to do around you. The weirdest one I saw, it was when there was like 3 of them, the Christian guys.
Yeah.
And they were clearly really intelligent men. Really intelligent. So how could they be arguing something so stupid and then taking bits? And it's the same thing I have to deal with paranormal. It's like, oh, you can't prove that that's masking in that video. Well, I can, because I can tell you where the markers are for the mask, or where the mask has bled through, and I can see the opacity changes, and I can see how that hasn't interacted with the background with the same green. There's one I did today where a cup goes floating down this guy's garden and gets thrown at him.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, debunk that. It's like, well, easy. The cup is completely in focus. The rest of the image has got a green to it. The cup is so clean that it's clearly just somebody walking in front of a green screen, and then they chromed it out.
So do you find then that the people you make videos about are sort of like, every video you react to or every debunk you try to do investigation, they all seem to be using the same photography shop as flat earthers and the people who think Bigfoot is real? You know, the old 1960s camera shop where they only sell grainy black and white cameras.
For the most part, there are some people like Sam and Colby, Mindseed. Those guys have got fantastic 8K cameras and they film in good quality footage, but then you never see anything in there. It's always something just off camera, or because the cameras are so clean, you see one of them kick the back of their leg up and kick a door shut behind them. And
exactly. It's I don't know, it just baffles me. Right, let me just quickly address a couple of things, because this one, hello Creaky, I just finished watching every video of yours on YouTube, also became a member so I can see your content early. Keep up the work, love you. That blows my mind, that does. I've got like 1,000 and I don't know, maybe 1,020 odd videos now as a card, something like that. And do you know one thing I do every so often? So, you know, if I'm feeling shit about the way YouTube's going, I generally have a look at my overall watch hours for the history of my channel. You should do it one day, because that figure is absolutely mind-blowing. And it's something like, if you sat down by yourself now and tried to accumulate the same watch time that's on my channel overall now, it would take you like, I don't know, like 32 years.
Yeah.
It's bonkers, it is. Absolutely bonkers.
I had an email this morning from like vidIQ, your channel, and I'm like, I don't subscribe to vidIQ. Why am I getting this? And I looked, and it was like, you've had 14 million views or whatever.
Yeah.
And considering I purged a lot of content from my channel, you know, problematic videos and old live streams of gaming and stuff, I think that's absolutely 14 million. That's insane.
I know. I think I'm on.
I just saw your one now. Your channel has 36,690,000
views overall.
Views overall on the channel, that is.
Which is a mind-blowing number, but then you're quickly brought back down to earth when you realise, so the views on one Mr. Beast video, man.
Not like that.
My whole channel in 7 years has done less views than one Mr. Beast video. Yay me.
If Mr. Beast only got 36 million views on a video, he'd probably cry himself to sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, my career's over.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
Ooh, 37 million views. I'm going to end up in Mackey's.
Yeah, I know. Glasgow Ghost Hunter Scotland. I've had an experience in my previous job as a prison officer. I want to say that's Pablo. Do you know this person, Beardo?
I know this person, yeah.
I think it's
what? No, it's Pedro.
Pedro, not Pablo. Pedro.
Yeah, Pedro.
It is Pedro, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pedro loves his paranormal stuff.
As in Pedro.
Pedro. The flat earther who was only a flat earther for 2 videos. Then I made a response and he suddenly wasn't a flat earther anymore.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he made a video yesterday on his channel. He's a really nice guy. He's a really nice guy.
Pedro, I think you need to just pivot and become a comedian. Yeah, clearly you're funnier than you are stupid.
Sachuran, maybe I don't know. Became a channel member. Thank you very much indeed. Prepare for crippling disappointment. Oh, good morning, Jay. Why? Not why, because that sounds like you're not. Why are you up?
Hey, why are you awake?
Isn't it like the middle? Have you peed the bed or something? Have you woken up for an emergency nighttime poo? I can't think of any other reason. Right, so who've we got? Patrol Nation, good day to you as well. Wendy J, Scotty Orange, Lindsay Bow. How are you, Lindsay? What helped your views? Oh, the
beef. Flat earthness.
The flat earth beef.
Yeah.
I bet it did. Because I wonder that sometimes how many people I react to are really flat earthers. I think the ones who are making money don't give a crap if the earth is flat or not. They're just making money and they'll say whatever they need to say to continue making money. And I know they could say that about us, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But anyway, this is a call-in show, so if anybody wants to call in, you need to go to callme.road.com. Please make sure you turn on echo cancellation before you enter the code, because if you don't, it doesn't work, and then it's a bad time, and the call is horrible, and nobody wants a horrible call.
A few people have said, sorry, just to interrupt, a few people have said I sound like I'm really far off in the distance and stuff.
Right, okay. But so yellow key above your mic slider, turn it up to 70, the same as mine. And hopefully that should be better. I wondered if there would be...
I'll do 65, so I'm just lower than you.
Yeah, you do sound better there now.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Anyway, right, so where was it? Yeah, so if you want to call in, that's what you need to do, but please remember to turn on echo cancellation before you enter the code, otherwise it causes chaos.
Welcome to the Blinder Gang, Mush.
Larson, 4774 has become a channel member. Thank you, pal. Very much appreciated. Say something, Carl. I want this chat.
No, a few people have said it's better already.
It is better.
Yeah.
Yes, so. I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Awesome. Right. So if anybody wants to call in, you can start now. And if anybody, we can use Discord as well, but it's done via my server, and you would already need to be a member because I've got some weirdness going on in my server that I don't understand, where you can't, if you join now, there's like a cooling off period before you can start messaging, and I don't know what it's all about. I don't get involved in that because I don't understand how it works. Are people starting to panic in your Discord server, Beardo?
No.
About this ID thing, and everyone's freaking out about
what
it.
ID thing?
That you've got to record a video of yourself and provide your government ID, your passport. For Discord. Yeah, they've paused it at the minute because they were losing users in like the millions, but
I haven't really had it in my Discord. There's been a few people question it. I'm like,
yeah, but with me, maybe this is just me being naive, but why do you care about that?
You always say stuff like this to me. I understand it. I will. I like to use the phrase, which is weird because I'm talking about your mother. I like to use the phrase, I would rather bath my nan than. And I think I would rather bath my nan than provide a private company with all my personal details just to log in. If I got to buy stuff, I'm going to put my card details in. It's just a principle.
Yeah.
I don't want everyone having access to all my data all the time because all they're doing is selling it.
But then I might argue, why have you got a Gmail account then? Why have you got a YouTube account? Why have you got a...
because,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But like, I didn't have to upload my ID for my YouTube account, but that's technically not true because I did when I monetized.
Yeah, it's it's a weird thing, isn't it? But
we've got to age verify for so much stuff. It's going to become the norm. Like everyone's kicking back against it. It's going to become the norm. If you think
I know people get all
your face, they can.
Yeah, people get all bent out of shape about it, but you know, at the end of the day, I don't know what your server's like. You know, I generally don't join anyone's server because I don't like my own. I don't understand how it works properly. As far as I'm concerned, all Discord is for me, because I've only got I think I've got like 2,500 members in there, but there's about 15 people who talk all the time. The rest of them, I'm convinced, are just there because the way the server's set up is it sends out a notification every time I publish a video or go live. So I'm convinced half the people, well, more than half the people who are there are only there for the notifications.
Probably, I was used kind of like an off-stream hangout because I'm constantly live, really. And it's just like an off-stream hang. I don't spend that much time. I say good morning to everyone and I'll drop links and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's more of a sort of off-stream hangout, and people take the piss out of me making AI-generated images of me with like Rapunzel beard and stuff.
Right then. Do you stream to what's the other one we stream? Twitch?
I used to. That's where I started, was Twitch, but
yeah, I'm this is going to Twitch now, but I just get comments like this all the time.
Yeah,
the person who did say that he just watched all your videos was on Twitch.
Yeah.
I've seen a few people last week were on Twitch as well. It's probably like a collective of 3 people watching, but
yeah.
Twitch not to brag, we have 1 viewer on Twitch right now.
Well, there we go then.
Let's go.
There we go then. So, if anybody wants to call in, it can be a ghost story or it can be anything else that you can't explain that sort of freaked you out or was weird. So, you know, it's like last week we had people calling in about all sorts last week. It just sort of went its own route. It didn't it definitely didn't stay on topic, but this week I'm hoping we can stay on topic, because I think even if somebody isn't into the paranormal, you know, we've all experienced things that we can't explain, and it's just an interesting conversation. So who's going to be brave enough to be the first caller? Who's going to come on and tell Beardo and I what happened to you?
I also, just to, not to be a party pooper for a minute, but just to let everyone know, Aliens doesn't count this week. We are going to be doing an episode next week about aliens, and if you've got an unexplained experience with what you think might be alien life. But yeah, if you've got a story on that, save that one for next week. We're trying to get Casper on the line today.
Yeah. Dobvu says she quit Discord due to prior issues with the app. I would have mixed my YouTube account in 2011 if I did it. Not 200 movies on my account. I didn't understand any of that. It's very early in the morning. But yeah, Dobbs was I think she was one of the first people to abandon ship as far as my Discord server goes anyway. But I don't understand what all the fuss is about, but maybe I'm just the weird one who doesn't care. You know, it's like I won't do it now, obviously, but I've basically got my PIN number tattooed on my belly. And, you know, for a laugh sometimes, that's what it is. And I'll just punch it in then. You know, it's...
one of the comedian did that. He was on stage and he was like, "You're on my PIN number." Then he just told the entire audience his PIN number. He was like, "If you want the last 3 numbers off the back of my card, you can..." Oh,
yeah. Oh dear.
That's me. I do it now and again. Well, not so much anymore because you never really have to put your card in anymore. But it's something you used to do in Tesco when I was growing up. You put your card in and then just say 4 random numbers as your point, and watch the person behind the counter kind of go like,
trying to not listen.
Yeah.
It's old people are the best when they do it because they like that.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I have been in Tesco's like years ago, and you know when you can feel somebody, it's like almost like they're on your shoulder. You can hear them. And like, did you see all my PIN number, or would you like me to put it in again for you? It's like personal space. I thought today's topic was going to be Snoop Dogg down the Liberty. Yeah, Snoop Dogg is all over Swansea at the minute.
Was so cool.
He still hasn't learned how to see it properly.
Yeah,
he's part owner of the Swans now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He's in Swansea. Figure this one out. So you know what Fire in the Booth is, yeah, with Charlie Sloth.
Yeah,
if you're aware of it. So Snoop Dogg filmed a Fire in the Booth in Llansamlet.
I bet that was
what a mind-bending concept. Snoop Dogg in Llansamlet.
I know Welsh people that don't know where Llansamlet is.
Sorry, Beardo. Stu Farrell didn't like me saying PIN number. I know it stands for personal identification number, so saying number is redundant. It's the same as, I got to go to the ATM machine. No, you've got to go to the ATM. But
or I always like naan bread is the good one. Naan means bread.
Yeah. I've got to ask, though, I wonder, is Stu American? Because if he is... These are just glasses. They're not eyeglasses. Nobody's accidentally putting them on their nose, on around their mouth or on their eye.
I've been on a month-long campaign to stop Americans saying tuna fish. It's tuna.
The other example.
I can have a tuna fish sandwich. What, are you going to have a chicken poultry baguette to go with it?
Yeah, exactly. Tuna fish as opposed to tuna. What else? I wasn't aware there were other animals that were called tuna. But yeah, I'd be very interested to know if Stu is American.
Horseback riding.
He's not,
He's
is he?
American. No.
Oh, I got it. Because I want to shut up. Oh, dear me. So look, it's the other Pedro now.
He's a shapeshifter.
I know, and he's gone all Scottish now. I don't even know what that means.
Apparently, the calling is just saying busy when people are trying to call.
Oh, this was happening.
Oh,
I'm gonna configure a new code then.
Yeah,
just
do a new
to get
code
us started,
and I'll maybe Discord will be better.
The rare animal, the tuna piano.
It's right, though, isn't it? The glasses, it's a tuna baguette. The tuna fish is redundant. Got it, Carl?
Yeah. So I'll just type it in, and then you can also. So FVWX9G.
All uppercase?
All uppercase. I've just put it in the chat, and I will pin it to the top.
There we are. And I will do that.
FVWX9G. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I am keeping an eye out on this to make sure I'm not missing anyone calling in. But yeah, clearly there has been.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to try again now using the new code, we will get the first caller on. You've pinned that, Carl,
Yeah, it's pinned to the top of the chat. Oh,
yeah, awesome sauce. I can go back there anyway. I don't know why I changed it. Banners. Boom. Yeah. Yeah, the right code is in there. There we are. So all we need now is a caller. Otherwise, this is going to be a really short call-in show. I don't think the line has got that much to worry about yet.
No.
I'm sure I'm overdosing on the line as well. And I've gone now from, since last week's stream, to thinking Matt Dillahunty is really scary, to thinking he's very funny because he has got zero patience. I have never heard the host of a show tell probably 100% of the people who called in to shut the hell up and listen. It's brilliant. It is absolutely brilliant.
I will say I've been getting more line clips on my TikTok the last week since we started talking about it. And yeah, well, this is going to sound like I didn't like him. That's not what I mean. He's growing on me as well in that sense. Like, I thought he was just quite scary.
Yeah.
But he seems to be
he's got
a regular person. Who would have thought?
He's got zero chill.
Yeah.
As I think that's what the cool kids say, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's got zero chill. I don't know.
Chill dog.
There we are. Yeah, Lindsay Bow is right. That's the it's in. Can we share that as a link? Carl? If you copy and paste that, will it be a clickable link in the chat then? Because I think
Lindsay's already a host, a moderator, so it's already a clickable link.
It is already a clickable link.
It doesn't show as clickable in StreamYard. You got to look at the actual. I always get bamboozled by that as well.
Right.
Is there anyone trying to call in right now? Because nothing is coming up, but obviously we are aware that people have been trying.
Or if there's anybody watching this now who's already already a member of my Discord server, you can use Discord. JL Warren is asking, is Beardo a ghost hunter? Do you know who JL is, Beardo?
No.
JL, he was on during that 12-hour live stream, and I think he was on with you. Wasn't he? No, sorry, I'm wrong. JL was later in the day.
JL was on with World of Mr. Grey.
Yeah.
And MC Team.
I did see him then, yeah.
Yeah, he's massively into horror. He's got like a horror podcast, and he's extremely knowledgeable about well, it seems like he's one of those people who's knowledgeable about whatever he chooses to talk about, unlike me. Yeah, he's JL's going to be a guest host as well, because I want to try. I know it's not going to work out every week, especially because of the time I'm doing the stream. You can do it because you do this for a living as well, the same as me. Yeah. But a lot of the people who I'd like to come on as guests are either, you know, it's like 3 a.m. for them now and they don't want to do it for that. Or, Did Murphy 666, excuse me, earlier. We actually we're late starting this week. We started at 8 last week by way of an experiment. I was hoping that by going live for like, what did we end up doing?
9 hours. And I just want to point out that after the 9-hour stream, we were like, oh yeah, that was easy. The next day, you were like, I could have cried afterwards.
It wrecked me. It wrecked me. Because the thing is as well, right, is I've got 2 chairs in this room. One of them is like a cheapy Amazon special that was like 89 quid. And one of them is like a £400, what's the brand, Carl? I've forgotten the brand of the desk and the chair.
Oh, Flexi
Spot. But Callum guessed the really comfy Flexi Spot chair because it doesn't fit behind this desk.
Yeah, I've got the two of my desks are Flexi Spot from sponsorships, and I've just had this chair from Boolies because I bought that one about a year ago. And I get loads, you probably get them as well, loads and loads of sponsorship stuff. And I look at it and I'm like, I can't promote healthy eating. Look at me. Or I'm not into your makeup tutorials and all that sort of stuff. But Bullies were like, oh yeah, we've watched your videos, really like what you do. And then they actually described what I do quite well. And then we're like, we've noticed that you use one of our chairs. Would you like another one for your second setup? And I'm like, if you've gone to that effort, I'll go a little bit further with it, and instead of just putting up a video, I'll put your logo in the corner of my live streams for a month.
I'm the same. Both my desks are from brand deals, Flexi Spot. I've actually got 3 Flexi Spot chairs, but one of them's in Callum's office in the house, and one of them's, I think Jordan's got the other one, isn't he? Yeah. And I get the cheap shit Amazon chair with all the padding is falling out.
But does it make you a better gamer?
I'm a terrible gamer. I tried it once and I just didn't have the head for it. And I used to love it when I was younger, but now I get fed up and throw a tantrum and launch the buttons after about 5 minutes. Apparently, when people are trying to call in, it's still saying busy.
I know. That's what I was trying to do now, is I was going to try it on my phone to see.
Yeah.
We always have tech issues.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we will end up having to use that software that...
maybe, because...
But I don't really want to pay a monthly fee until I know it's worth paying.
Yeah.
Right, anyway, so somebody... Oh, it's still on the screen. Did I miss them discussing that troll who contacted Creaky? I think they may be talking about... Is he...
Was it the video?
He who shall not be named, or... Is he like a known troll on your channel? Because I'm assuming about
the last time we banned him was his 9th account.
Yeah, that's the one that commented on the video saying that you were horrible because you make fun of his eyes.
What was it? Oh, he said right. Too far apart.
Yeah, they're on the side of his head. He looks like a goldfish.
This is the thing. I looked at the photo. I was like, he's got a point.
He can cross the road without looking left and right. And he's
I try not to get personal about people's looks for the most part, but when he's made comments about my wife, and then when he's like insulting the community, I was like, oh, do you know what? I'm just going to rip him apart. Because he came into a live stream and it was his name and then version 9.
Yeah.
I was like, have you got nothing better to do? And I was like, at least you can watch 2 monitors at the same time without turning your head. And then he went everywhere complaining. But the thing is, he came into my live stream on his 9th account and was like, oh, have you forgiven me? Can I come back in? And I was like, no, you can't. And he was like, I hate you. You're a piece of shit. And I'm like, he's in other communities like Beardo's bullying me. I'm not making multiple accounts.
Is Dick Wayne bugging Creaky? Is that something else he goes by, or because it seems like people know who he is?
So yeah, it comes up as busy as soon as you type in the.
Oh, well, that's
the hell's
really
going on
stupid. Now? Mr. 42, how are you, pal? Right. Well, this is highly inconvenient, isn't it?
Keep talking. I'm going to do some research.
Should we? Yeah, you do some research, or we could just try another code, I suppose. But
yeah, I mean we can, but
Beardo looks like a former member of Iron Regan or Anvil. What?
I listened to Anvil.
That is a thing, is it? I'm so down with the kids, Beardo. This is going to be like streaming with your grandfather, mind you. I need a lot of things explained to me.
To be fair, my dad listens to Anvil.
I don't even know what I'm guessing. I'm guessing you're a heavy metal guy.
Yeah.
It's never. I think the closest I've ever come to listening to heavy metal is when Ozzy Osbourne died. I did listen to some of his stuff, the stuff I knew. But good morning from Portugal. Keep Twitch stream alive. Well, I stream to Twitch every time I stream. I don't know if that's the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. So if anybody who's in the chat now wants to call in and you are a member of my Discord server, we can do it via Discord. Or I could just, I suppose, open Discord and share a link to it. Once I figure out how to do it. Right. Invite the server. Copy.
No, great. The Oasis fans are kicking off.
Ah, right then. Beardo. Oasis, overrated or underrated?
The most famous shit pub band ever to come out of the UK. I hate everything about them. I don't like their attitudes. I don't like the monotone voice.
Yeah.
I haven't played my guitar properly in 7 or 8 years, and I can pick it up now and probably play the entire Oasis back catalogue because they're talentless wankers.
Yeah, it's always baffled me. Neither of them can sing. And I know I'm no Pavarotti, as people know, see when I do these stupid music videos I enjoy doing. But, they can't sing.
No, he's monotone. Just
yeah.
Said maybe.
Yeah, it's just I don't get it. I don't get it. Do you know another thing as well? Monty Python. It's not funny. I'm sorry. It's not to me. And I know it's probably me that's wrong, but
I could give you a history lesson as to why you're wrong. No, another problem. New code. Same issue. As soon as I type it in, it just says busy.
Well, apparently there's somebody waiting in the Discord server, Carl.
Okay.
Yes, wife, I feel much better. You know me. I'd love to dump on Oasis.
My wife just messaged me and said, I do that as well, but we've talked about so much, I don't know what she does now. I don't know whether she secretly goes out ghost hunting, whether she's into heavy metal. JL Warren's got a question for Beardo. You can jump on and ask if you want to, JL. I know you're in my Discord server. So is there somebody in there, Carl?
Not in the green room, no.
No?
No.
All right. If you do go to my Discord server, you need to go to the green room which is the menu on the left-hand side.
Yeah, here we go.
Who we got?
Sasha Run. It's the person who was saying the line was busy on the broadcast.
Right,
so,
okie dokie.
Into live caller 1, yeah?
Yeah, go on then.
Boom.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello. No, this. What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Shall I come round and look? Or actually, I got Discord open. But yeah,
Hello.
Hello?
There's a voice.
Oh,
It's gone.
Okay, well, that didn't work.
right.
Oh, this is going fantastic.
Hang on. Right, Sash, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
And I can hear you. Yeah, I'll just control it from over here, Carl.
Okay.
Save mess about. How are you, pal?
I'm good, thanks. Second time I got in first time.
Awesome. So have you got a question for Beardo, or have you got a story to share, or what's the reason for the call?
I just want to say I'm a bit disappointed that I've never really had that paranormal event in my life to have a good story. I mean, I've looked for it for a while, but it's never happened for me.
See, now, in my opinion, and again, this is only opinion, my response to that would be, yeah, that's pretty standard. There's no experience to be had, or at least none that I've seen. You know, Beardo and I were talking briefly before the stream, and the one thing I always notice, you know how flat earthers have got like a method they use to make their stupid claims? Well, a lot of these paranormal channels, or at least as far as I can tell, they're just uploading grainy footage with the odd thud or knock here or there, but nobody ever actually sees anything. So I would say the fact that you've got no experience is more in line with reality. But I'm sure Beardo would have a different opinion.
It kind of makes me feel like I'm missing out on something, you know?
FOMO. I suffer terribly from FOMO.
Yeah, I've seen really weird things. Otherwise, I wouldn't do what I do. I just make debunking videos. Well, no, because I wouldn't then care enough to debunk it.
That's why I was asking you, see, do you consider, because I'm essentially a flat earth debunker. I know I always have said, I'm more of a point and laugh channel, but essentially I'm a flat earth debunker, and that's why I asked you. So are you trying to debunk it or prove it, or debunking it by sort of showing that there was nothing there to be debunked?
It's a mixture. I'm looking to get to the truth, no matter what that truth is, whether I like that truth or not. Obviously, I would love for there to be something else, for there to be this magical thing where the dead can come back, or your loved ones go on to something else, and it's not just this. I'd absolutely love that. It gives me peace of mind that my deceased relatives have gone to a better place or something. And I don't believe in. I'm not religious by any stretch.
Yeah,
it's just I had experiences when I was younger. And to me, those experiences are very real. I'm never trying to convince other people that they were real.
Yeah.
But the only way I can try to prove that they were real to me is to experience it again. And the closest I ever come to seeing something, I saw somebody stood over my bed, but I had the flu and I ended up in hospital like 8 hours later because I was so dehydrated. I was basically boiling myself alive with a temperature. So I've chalked that down to hallucinating.
Yeah, and that's what I mean when I say there's always an explanation for something. So on the face of it, you had, can we say a paranormal experience? But then afterwards, it turns out that you were unwell, you had a fever. So to me, then I would say, well, that's why you had that experience then. Yeah. Or is it? I don't know. I'm not saying definitively the ghosts aren't real. I just don't think they are, because I've never seen anything that shows me. You know, it's it can be applied to so many different things. You know, and how do I say your name? Is it Sash or?
run, but let's call me Tom.
Tom, right? Oh, well, that's a lot easier. My grandpa's name, I'll never forget that. But yeah, so have you ever? I know you said you haven't had sort of a supernatural experience, but has anything ever happened?
I've kind of have. I've like taken a photo with like a face in it, but when I went and investigated it, I took a photo from the same position and I found it was just like a reflection from the flash or something like that.
Yeah,
I kind of debunked myself.
So did you just say pareidolia as well, Beardo?
Yeah.
And I know that sounds dismissive, and I'm not trying to be dismissive. It's just, it's an explanation that clears it all up. You know, it's like we've all seen the image of Jesus's face in a piece of toast. I tried to put a heart on a piece of toast for my wife on Valentine's Day, and I couldn't. It just looked, I don't know, it looked like a deformed ass. But you know, I think there's always an explanation for it. And I would, you know, being specific to flat earthers, I would rather look for the actual explanation and avoid making myself look stupid.
Yeah, I'm kind of the weird one of the debunkers. I mean, there's more debunkers now than there's ever been in the paranormal space, but there's more of them that actually go out and investigate.
Yeah.
And there's more channels now that are ghost hunters or paranormal investigators that now lean really heavy into what they learn from the debunkers.
Yeah.
Like there was loads of channels that I've gone and worked with all over the UK, and they had all of the flashy gizmos and gadgets and the apps and everything. And I'm like, you know, they're crap, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, why? I said, right, radio interference. So explain why they all work. And they just like, all right, I've just wasted 200 quid on that. Have I?
Yeah.
And they look to alternative
documentaries about ghost hunters called Ghostbusters. I think you've heard of it.
All the guys that saved New York, yeah.
Yeah, saved New York.
I've stood outside the Ghostbusters headquarters.
I'd love to.
I just felt like I should add something to the story. It was very cool and very underwhelming as well. It's just like an old building. I don't know if I was expecting Slimer to be there or what it was, but yeah, I saw that. So Tom, what is your story then? Let us shut up and you can tell us, you know, what your story is, because yeah, we're both Welsh and Welsh people like to talk. Just it is what it is.
Oh, no, it's all good. As I said, I haven't had that defining experience, but like when I was a teenager, I tried playing around with the paranormal or supernatural, as it were, as we all do. I got right into the Wiccan side and did chants and rituals and all this sort of stuff, but nothing really happened. And so just got all disappointed by it. And
yeah, because I wonder as well, but perhaps Beardo can give an opinion on this. So it's like, if you have an experience that really scares you when you're a kid, isn't it possible then that you haven't sort of planted a seed in your own mind that tells you there's something, you know, something that could scare you or hurt you, and it must be a ghost because I can't think of what else it may be, and then that sticks with you then and makes you more prone to, you know, because we've all died. I've done it myself, you know. I think I said on last week's show, you know, come downstairs at 3 o'clock in the morning because I can't sleep to, you know, make a glass of juice or eat a piece of cheese, which maybe that's just me, but and I'm sure cheese does nothing for nightmares.
The Ouija boards have a lot to answer for too.
Yeah. Well, what's your experience with Ouija boards, Beardo? Have you done one? You must have, given what you do.
I had a horrific experience with the Ouija board when I was 16. Absolutely terrified me, to the point where until 2 years ago, I refused to touch one. As skeptical and as scientific as I tried to be, it scared the shit out of me and I wouldn't touch them.
Yeah.
And now I've got one under there, there's one out there in a cabinet. I take them on every investigation I go on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, everyone keeps saying about this ideomotor effect, and that's why the planchette moves. So how come everywhere I go with other skeptics, We don't even get the ideomotor effect. The planchette has not moved since. And I'm like, but with what you were saying about having an experience when you're really young, I believe I saw my great-grandfather when I was like 5 or 6, and it scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
So when I did that Ouija board at 16, and we'd all been on the devil's lettuce, we were all drinking. It was a house party in my mother's house. Did that experience as a kid scare me so bad that when I'm on this evil board of doom it wasn't even made by Hasbro, because we drew it on the back of a Monopoly board and we used a Nutella glass. But was that fear playing into what happened?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what do you think, Tom? Do you think a childhood experience could shape how you view or believe this stuff as you get older?
I'm sure it would be it, like all those formative experiences when you're young. Like, I guess mine was the opposite with the Ouija board. When I tried it out, it worked, and I was with my friends and all that. I kind of made a misconception when I was reading it and using it. I can't remember the exact thing. I think I misinterpreted a astrological sign that was on the Ouija board. And then afterwards, it's like, no, it doesn't mean that. It means that. It was my interpretation, so it was obviously me moving the thing.
Yeah, because that's the thing with Ouija boards. You know, I've never done one. I don't think I've even seen a Ouija board in a because it basically is in a box, in it, be it like a board game almost. Yeah. So I've never even seen one, but I've seen people using them, and every time, and I know I'm ultra skeptical, but every time I'm like, one of you's moving it. One of you's moving it.
Yeah, and I think that's partly what that experience I had was it was a bunch of teenage lads pissed and high. And we were scaring each other, but then it just went horribly wrong. And even the explanation that I've been given by a born skeptic, a very well-known skeptic, Dr. Kieran O'Keefe, his explanation was that we were all so energetic and all so scared that we caused a whiskey tumbler or a Nutella glass that my dad used as a whiskey tumbler to flip up the right way, shoot off the table and break in midair because we were so scared. And I'm like, but doesn't that go into the fact that we were so scared we telekinetically moved this glass? He's like, oh no, you may be misremembering. I was like, well, the only way I can prove or disprove is to speak to the guys that were there. And you know, I don't speak to a lot of them. So I got hold of the guys that I do still remember.
Yeah.
I remembered it being on Halloween, and we just watched Friday the 13th. My mate Vince remembers it as February the 14th. It was Valentine's Day, and we'd watched The Candyman. And I was like,
well,
one of us is lying. But it's not. It's false memory. So between the 4 guys I could get hold of, it was February the 14th.
Yeah.
But what we'd actually watched was Pet Sematary.
That's a good film, man.
And we're all sat there, and one of the guys was like, "Oh, do you remember Sam being there?" And I was like, "Sam's never been in my mum's house."
Yeah.
And everyone else remembers this person that I can't stand being in my mum's house. I was like,
yeah.
And so false memory obviously plays a role in what happened with that glass and how I remember it.
Yeah, because it's like, you know, I've said on stream plenty of times before, because everybody gets a good laugh out of it, but I'm absolutely, like, cripplingly terrified of fish when they're out of the water. But I know exactly why I'm afraid of fish. It's because when I was very young, both my parents worked, and when I wasn't even in full-time school, so that shows you how young I was, my grandmother, my dad's mother, used to babysit me and my younger brother. Now my brother's 13 months younger than me. And it just became a thing. On this particular day of the week during the school holidays, we would go to my grand's house, and she used to walk to Tesco's, and there was a fish fan outside. And my gran would buy, I don't know, a bloody trout or whatever it was, and my brother would poke his head out of the back and chase me home. I was fit as anything. I could have run a marathon with the man can. But it's ingrained a fear in me that I've never got over, and it is literally crippling. I can't walk down the fish. You know the aisle in Tesco's where the fish counter is?
Yeah, the fresh fish.
I have to miss that aisle out. You should see me trying to get into Cardiff Market.
As I say, you've got to go in and out the same exit, have you?
It's like I'm special forces on a mission. It is. I gotta get to the door. I gotta stand there and wait until there's a clear run through. Then I hold my breath, sort of put my head down and walk like a nut job, just to pass the fish.
They're okay when they're in the water.
They're fine when they're. That's the thing, see. But I love watching David Attenborough. Deep Blue Sea. I would have a tropical fish tank in this room with me now, and I would enjoy it. But the second, if there's any possible way that a fish can leave the water, I'm staying as far away from that as I possibly can. But it was built into me as a child, and now, as a 53-year-old man, I'm still afraid of it. And I wonder how many people who see ghosts or experience supernatural things have had a similar thing happen to them, which involved ghosts or scary stories rather than being chased with a trout.
It's got to be such a cultural thing too. I mean, in olden days, they didn't have such sort of ghost stories. I think you had like the Scrooge visited by 3 spirits, but not too sure of any like old world ghost stories.
No, I'm sure there must be some, but I wonder.
Didn't Shakespeare see a ghost?
Possibly.
Oh, yeah, Horatio. Yeah.
I wonder how many of the fantastical stories that are found in the Bible could just be some sort of
ghost.
Yeah, they thought they saw a ghost, or they thought, something happened which didn't happen. Because, if it happens now, it was happening 10 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. Humans have always kind of been human beings. So we've always had the same kind of susceptibility to being afraid of things. I don't know. I could be totally wrong, but ghosts is one of those things. So flat Earth, there's no way I'm ever going to believe that, because I'm just not. I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. So flat Earth is. I'm never going to believe that the Earth is flat, mainly because it isn't, right?
Yeah.
But with ghosts, I'm not saying I'd never believe in ghosts. I'd believe in them if somebody presented something which was, if you come across something and you just can't debunk it, does that then deserve more kind of investigation to kind of establish its validity and, whether it is or isn't?
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite ghost stories isn't like a famous one. It's one of my mates, and it happened to him in Swansea. He was out in Iraq, not Iraq, Afghan. He came home, said to his mum, "Oh, I saw so and so outside Primark, just standing there giving me the death stare." And his mum was like, "You couldn't have." And he was like, "No, he was stood outside Primark. I waved at him, and he just didn't react. Then he's just giving me this death stare." And she was like, "Oh, well, he died 7 months ago."
Yeah.
And this was a highly trained soldier, fully aware of his environment. He wasn't, because the first thing I said was, how much caffeine had you had? Because tiredness and caffeine and all of these things that you've got to take into account. Was it sort of corner of the eye phenomena? And he was like, "No, I had a good night's sleep. It was a bright lit day." And it was like, it wasn't like I looked at him and thought that looked like him. I thought that is him.
Yeah.
And I've acknowledged him, and he hasn't acknowledged me back. And it's not somebody I ever thought would lie to me, wind me up or anything. I was like, to me, that was incredible. And he flat out thought I was a lunatic.
Yeah.
Going down to Neath Abbey with the boys and ghost hunting. He just never ever believed in any of it. He refused to believe it.
Yeah.
And so many people that are sensible later in life will say, "Yeah, I didn't believe in ghosts until," or "I don't believe in ghosts, but." And there's, I think it's something like, there was a survey done 4 years ago where 75% of people in the UK believe they've had some form of paranormal experience.
Yeah.
Which is so much higher than I thought it'd be.
Yeah, that's surprised me. That is very high. But then the skeptic.
My FOMO.
Sorry, Tom, say again.
That's why I'm getting my FOMO, my missing out of it. 75% of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
What's wrong with me? Why don't ghosts like me?
There must be something about you that they're more afraid of you than you are of them, Tom.
I mean, maybe you're too skeptical, because that's a massive argument from people that flat out believe that everything is paranormal. They're like, you're skeptical, therefore you can't see ghosts.
Yeah,
I'm like, well,
yeah.
if they exist,
shouldn't we? Sorry, Beardo, go on.
If they exist, then surely we should everybody should experience it. And from the people that I have spoken to that didn't believe they experienced it, I'm like, well, maybe there is something to it, because they were flat out, you're stupid for believing in the paranormal. You're stupid looking for it. Yeah. My dad's the same. My dad's just like, how can you make a living off something that ain't fucking real?
Yeah, yeah. See, now, like, with flat Earth, the Earth isn't flat. It's end of conversation. There's no discussion to be had. It just isn't. But with ghosts and the paranormal, I'm open to the possibility then. Yeah. And I know there's, this whole thing, it's like, the Randy Foundation, nobody ever claimed $1 million prize, all this, that, and the other. But, technology moves on, maybe the way things get investigated improves, and maybe ghosts will turn out to be real. But right now, I would far rather err on the side of caution and say, for now, I don't think they are, because I haven't seen anything to make me think they are.
Yeah.
So I'm open to the idea.
Yeah, I mean, even Dandalf, you know Dandalf quite well, don't you, Wilderness Degree?
Yeah.
He's a complete and utter skeptic, and people are like, oh, you hate the paranormal, that's why you debunk it. And he's like, no, I'd love to experience it. I want it to be real, but I don't want to believe all of this nonsense is out there on top 5 channels. And the likes of Ghost Adventures, Most Haunted, and all of these shows on Discovery Plus that for some reason I paid for just to try and work my way through them, to rank them.
Yeah.
It's irreparably damaged any scientific investigation into it, because what proof can you take to scientists from somebody going, oh, dude, bro, and running because a draft has pushed the door?
Yeah.
What the scientist is not going to look into your claims and you say, oh, my REM pod went off, and it's like, is the aerial screwed in properly? Is your mate keying his car keys? Because that sets them off. Taxi radios set them off. Bus emergency services set them off.
Yeah. So it sounds to me then that, people who are kind of into the paranormal are a bit like flat. And I don't mean people like you that are into it. I mean, these people where, like you just said, everything is a ghost and, that kind of thing.
So a gradient to it. There are those that are flat out, ghosts are real. You can't convince me any different. And no matter what I prove to them, they won't accept it. And then it goes down. But then you've got this other side of the spectrum, which you probably encounter with the flat earthers, that they probably don't believe it, but there's money in it.
Yeah,
I don't believe for a single second that Zach Bagans really believes in ghosts. I think it's a money farm for him.
Yeah,
Sam and Colby, I don't think they believe in it. They're also disrespectful to it, because if it is real, that's somebody's grandmother you're calling a bitch. And on a fucking car and stuff. It's like, well,
So it sounds like you
got
say
all the great people that talk to all the ghosts, the mediums, making their money.
Oh, so that psychic mediums could be a whole show in itself. Because,
they grab my shit.
Yeah, every so often I've made a couple of videos about psychic mediums. My wife used to enjoy psychic mediums.
Mine does.
She was really into it. But the issue I always had with it, so when I was brought up, there were 2 psychic mediums, right? One lived 5 doors away from me, and her name was Xena. Very exotic. And then there was another guy, and he was we all just called him Cat Weasel, because he looked a bit like a weasel. He always used to wear a beret, and he was a lovely bloke, right? Now, Catweasel was a fortune teller, and if you asked him, he would tell you your fortune, and that was it. Xena, on the other hand, she would do the same, but she would charge you for the privilege. Now, my wife visited Xena, who lived 5 doors away from me, about 18 months before we both went to college, which is where we met. So if psychic ability was real, you can't honestly expect me to believe that Xena wouldn't have known that my wife was going to meet the guy who lives 5 doors up. And also, we were, I was brought up in a small cul-de-sac. Everybody knew everyone, right? So one of the women who lived up, I can remember the names, but I don't want to say names, obviously, but one of the women who lived up the road, Xena predicted, she lived down the road. Xena predicted that there was going to be a flood, right? Now, if I told anybody the name of the street I was brought up on, they could Google it and find out that that street in the late 70s, early 80s had a real bad issue with flooding. It used to happen periodically, right? We all used to keep sandbags in the driveway and everything. But what she did, all the houses on the street I lived in, there was one sewerage pipeline that ran down the entire cul-de-sac in the back gardens. We all had manhole covers there. So anyway, we had this it was pissing down with rain. It was almost biblical weather, right? It was raining up, down, left. It was coming from all directions. And she had lifted the manhole cover up and put a small pane of glass over the pipe. So everybody before her got flooded out. So she predicted a flood, but to make sure her prediction came true, she put and she was fined. She got arrested for it and everything. But to me, if she really had psychic abilities, one, she wouldn't have needed to sabotage the storage system, and she would have been able to tell my wife that she was going to meet the love of her life in just, in less than 2 years, and he's close by.
Yeah, the psychic medium thing gets so dark the further you look into it. Like that pop-off guy,
Did he pop off?
Yeah. The stuff he was doing, and then Randy and a couple of his friends basically busted him for using an earpiece. People were throwing their medication at the guy. Like, you can heal me, I don't need this insulin. It's like, holy... Yeah, you're going to die. You were going to die because of faith. And I did a video well out of my comfort zone on Monday about a woman, you've probably seen her in the news, a woman in America, in Wisconsin, who basically stopped her grandmother's diabetic medication.
Yeah.
And the grandmother died.
Right.
And she was lying to the emergency services, tried to rush this thing, all for her to promote this magical powder that she was promoting for an MLM company. And my mind has been absolutely blown by it.
I know.
Obviously, America's nuts with this. Really.
We just super chat quickly. When Grandma passed, she said bye to me in a dream. I woke up at 5:11 a.m. and knew she was gone. I sat and waited for the phone call until Dad called at 8 or 2 a.m. I packed up and went home. It's I suppose another part of it could be that when you lose, I don't know, a parent, a grandparent, an aunt, an uncle, a sibling, somebody who's really close to you, how much of your desire for them to not be gone contributes to these examples, like the one Dobbs has just given, of it being more about what you want rather than what's actually happened?
Yeah, as things like as a debunker, they're the things I don't touch. Like I won't do home investigations. I've been asked loads. I think my house is haunted. Can you come out to it? And I'll be like, no. There's companies out, not companies, but there's organisations out there, ASA and things like that. The Centre for Inquiry. Go to those guys because you're not going to get a ghost hunt. You're going to get a scientific investigation into it. Because before I'd even entertain the idea, there's got to be mental health checks, there's got to be wellness checks, and there's so much can go wrong. Like if I go into somebody's house and they say my house is haunted, can you prove it? Yeah. And I disprove it because I did it last year. a guy rang me, emailed me, and he was like, I'm scared of my house. I'm getting this. The dog won't go into this room. My daughter's scared and she's got this pressure on her chest. And I was like, don't call a ghost hunter. Go and buy a carbon monoxide detector.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, why? Is it the pressure on her chest and the seeing things and hallucinating to me sounds like carbon monoxide poisoning.
Yeah.
2 days later, I got an email back that basically his family had nearly died because it was a carbon monoxide. He's like, you saved my family's life.
Yeah.
But he had ghost hunters go there investigating, and they didn't. I take a carbon monoxide detector with me everywhere I go because, and I don't do home cases. There was a channel in America. They're awful. They're all good old Christian boys. They go into houses and tell people there's demons. Every house they go in has got a demon because the equipment flashes and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And I had this guy reach out to me, and he was like, I've had them in my house. They've scared the crap out of me. They've scared the crap out of my wife. We've divorced over it because we've got this dark entity in our house that's causing us to hate each other and all this. And I was like, doesn't sound. I was like, do you live near a railway track and all this? And the more I questioned him, the more I was like, I can debunk that. I can debunk the poltergeist activity because at less than a mile away, you've got a railway station. Vibrations and infrasound do a lot of damage. And I sort of worked out what I could for him. And then he was like, right, do you know any ghost hunters that could come to my house? And I was like, no, but I know a guy called Jeff who runs a ghost hunting or podcast. I said, but he won't ghost hunt your house. He'll come up with spirit levels. And it turned out everything was easily explainable. But he asked this, these good godly guys to come to his house because it was happening again. And they blanked him because they couldn't get an episode out of it.
Yeah. I
in the chat. Hey, love your videos, man.
Who's in there, Tom?
Culture Cats. He does the awesome paranormal videos of all those light speaking and language.
Yeah, I think Cats approaches it in the same way as I do. Right, Tom, I know you haven't had too much to say, but we got a couple of people waiting to jump on a call now, so we're going to move on to the next one. But please feel free to call in again whenever you want, pal, right? Take care.
Try again next week and try and be the first caller again that week too. Make it a thing.
Speak to you next week then. Thank you, Tom. Cats, I think, would approach the paranormal in exactly the same way as I do, because Cats is... Cats was quite instrumental in me getting any momentum on YouTube, and his mindset with conspiracy theories and stuff is very similar to mine. Until you can prove any of it, it's just not true. End of conversation. I had
a comment this morning, and it's one of my favorite comments I've had in ages. And he was like, Beardo and Creaky at the same time. He's like, I've always put you pair in the same box. These guys that refuse to grow old gracefully from Wales that just don't give a shit. And I was like, that's a massive badge of honor for me, that.
It's funny. You must get this as well, because you don't look normal the same as me, right? But it's I get people making videos. So there we are, Eddie Banjo, right? Flat Earther. I'm going to tell this story. It's completely off topic, but I don't care. It's my show. So Eddie Banjo is a flat earther, right? And basically all he does, he goes on TikTok. He goes on TikTok and he basically downloads other flat earthers' video, edits them together, then uploads them to his YouTube channel, right? And I just made a video response. He gets all butthurt, makes a video about me. So he tagged me in it. So I see the video and I'm childish and I'm very, very petty. I am. I just am. It's a flaw, but we've all got them. He's reported my video that I uploaded on Monday for and it's been demonetized.
Is this the guy that was going on about your tattoos? Because you got tattoos, you're Satanist or something.
Yeah. So it's been limited ads. So the yellow icon of doom and as another creator, you know what that does to a video. That's the end of that video. The feedback. Hateful and derogatory content. Now, I've never had a video demonetized for that before. Now, the title of the video was "This Flat Earther is a Whiny Little Bitch," so maybe that contributed to it. But it's like, I would never do that. I want people making videos about me because I enjoy responding to them, and I find it easier and more enjoyable to respond to videos that have been made about me.
Yeah, you do the same thing I do. You take it line by line and you deconstruct every single thing that they've said.
Yeah.
They have nine times out of 10, they're my best performing videos.
Yeah, they can quite often do that with me as well. It's bonkers, it is. Should we take another call?
Yeah.
Right then. So I think we should be on with Cassie Mack. Are you there, Cassie?
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. Beardo knows me as Cass McSass. Fellow Kel for the win kind of thing. How are you both doing this morning?
Very good, very good.
Very good.
So what have you called in for, Cass?
Well, you said, did any of us have any paranormal stories? And I know some people in our community that I'm in with Beardo, because I'm very new to Creaky Blinder, know this one, but I don't think Beardo does. Now, to set the scene, the house I grew up in, bit of a posh house, but it was like in a long row of terraces, but ours was the only house that had an extra floor on top from a loft conversion that had been done like years before.
Right.
And because my parents had, we had like one floor was unusable. So when my parents had their fourth and fifth children in about 7 years, the oldest three of us were sent to sleep in the 2 bedrooms on the top floor. And there was just a bunch of weird things that kind of happened. The cupboard doors in my bedroom used to open and close. And the thing about these were, it wasn't the one where you had a knob that turned them. They kind of like had those little, you know, they had like a bit on the door and a bit on the frame. And once it was pushed in, it was like really hard to kind of like pull it open and push it closed. And there was also, it would drag on a carpet. So they would kind of like open and close every now and then. But there was this one night, and I must have been about 7 or 8. And one of my parents used to come up at night, they'd turn off the hall light, they'd leave the stair light on until they went to bed. You know, it was just kind of like they'd do a check on us. And I've been a raging insomniac since I was a kid. So I knew that was my sign to kind of like put my light off, put the book away, go to sleep. So I heard the sound of feet coming up the stairs. And this is the only wooden staircase in the house. And it was quite a distinctive sound. It was, you know, similar, you know, there was like, you know, if you went down, it was a different sound. And I thought, oh, that's one of my mum or my dad. And I always would get up. I'd go to the top of the stair to say goodnight, usually be told off, back to bed, blah, blah, blah. So I go out, I'm walking to the top of the stairs, and the noise just stops. You know, there's no sound, you know, and I had a look, there's nobody there.
Right.
And I was like, well, this is weird. Because, you know, we used to get the wind. It was like a wooden attic. We used to get the wind all the time. I knew what that sound was like. It was not the time of year for the heating, and the pipes would bang really loudly because it was wood. Wasn't that sound. It wasn't the cat running down the stairs because, yeah, that made a noise. Totally different noise. And my dad found me there, kind of like, I just like sat down. I'm like, what did I hear? And my dad found me there at the top of the stairs, like about an hour later. What are you doing out of bed? And I said, who is coming up the stairs? And there was no one there. And my dad kind of like looked at me funny, and he goes, it was the wind, go to bed. And I went, Dad, that was not the wind. It was totally different. And it wasn't time for my mum's bath, so it wouldn't have been the plumbing from the bath either, because that also made a weird noise. Wasn't that noise too early for it? But he gave me a funny look, and he said to me later, he said, "Don't tell your siblings." So I didn't say anything to my siblings. And a couple of years later, I had been moved to a different bedroom. It's the middle of the afternoon, and the four of us and our childminder were in our living room, and one of my siblings, we were the only people in the house. My sister had gone upstairs to her bedroom to get something. And then the next thing we all heard was this absolute clatter of her racing down the stairs. And she comes literally charging into our living room going, "Who was that? Who was that? Who played a joke on me?" And we're like, "What are you talking about? We've literally all been here the entire time." We had been. None of us had left the room. And she went, "Somebody came up behind me and said my name into my ear." And we were like, "Oh, you know, you're." I mean, I was like cold. Everybody else like, "You're pulling everyone's leg." She went, "No," and they did it twice. And she said, "That's when I ran down the stairs." And I was like, "Okay, that's a bit strange." But again, you know, it's just like, you know, you'd get the odd things that happen. I mean, we had cats as well, and our cats love to like get on the piano in the middle of the night. So I mean, we were really used to kind of like debunking stuff. You know, they'd tread on the remote control to turn on the TV. They would like to walk up and down the piano, you know, making noise at night. And that obviously, until we figured out what that was kind of scary. But yeah, I mean, it was just one of those things. I mean, I wasn't really scared of it, but it was, and I mean, I suppose, you know, being a kid, I wouldn't understand things. I mean, I know sound travels because our dad used to like talk into like spaces between floors and it would travel. And we're kind of like a very rational, logic debating kind of family. I mean, I know my mum was into the paranormal because I later found a bunch of her books, but she never spoke to us about it. But I mean, when we'd all kind of like grown up and left that house and stuff, I remember my dad, he said there was one thing, we were just talking about all this stuff, kind of like the odd weird stuff that happened. And he said, "We never talked about this." He said, "But I have got something to tell you." And he said, "It's just the weirdest ever coincidence. The front part of that top floor was like a loft, which nobody had access to except through a cupboard. And he'd been up there and he'd found a bunch of paperwork, and it kind of like related to like a previous owner of the house. And they'd kind of like, the houses stayed within families for a long time. So we brought them downstairs, and he said it was something like, I think he said it was like a Saturday afternoon or something. And he was thought, "This is really interesting. I'll put it aside. Got kids and a brother who are interested in history. I'll save that for them." 24 hours later, front doorbell goes. And he goes to the front door, and these two elderly women are there. And they said, "Oh, we're very sorry to bother you." He said, "But our family used to own this house, and we just got this weird urge yesterday to travel up from London to come and see the house."
Right.
And my dad's kind of like, "What time?" And they told him, and it was around the time he'd been up in the attic and he'd found this stuff.
Yeah.
And you know, they came in and they had a cup of tea, and you know, Dad, you know, they obviously talked about the, you know, how long their family had been there, all this thing. And he gave them the papers and he went away, and he said, "I always put that down to coincidence." He said, "But that was just weird." And he said it stuck with him. But yeah, my dad was not a believer in the slightest, but he said that kind of like shook him a little bit. So I mean, I'm sure there are rational explanations. I mean, I'd call myself a skeptical believer.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that there is stuff out there. I'm not well enough to go on investigations. I'd like to think there's stuff out there. I've certainly had experiences that I am not 100% sure that I can explain, but I would put down to tricks of the eye, pareidolia, that kind of thing. But I just don't believe that science can explain it yet.
So
I just don't.
So in a way, then, so what you just said right there, right? So let me ask you the first thing. So do you think then that your interest in the paranormal, we'll use the word paranormal. I'm going to stop saying guess, because as somebody quite rightly pointed out in the side chat, there's a lot more to the supernatural or the paranormal than just ghosts. But do you think that experience that you had as a child has shaped how you feel about the paranormal or the supernatural as an adult?
I think so. It got me wondering, what if?
Yeah.
But again, I'm a pretty, you know, I may have an imagination, but I'm a pretty rational person, and I like to see the evidence. I like to see the data.
Yeah.
And that's not there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And until that's there, I'm just kind of like, well, that was interesting, but would I like to say that the house? I mean, to some people I say, you know, it's like, yeah, I mean, what happened in our house? You could say our house was haunted,
Right.
but I never felt scared of the house ever. Other people didn't like our house. They said it felt really weird, but I'm kind of like, well, okay. I mean, yeah, to some people I say, well, you know, the house was haunted. And I've talked about a few more experiences to other people that we had. And, you know, I didn't like our basement and that kind of thing. I got a really weird feeling about being down there. You know, there were other things that I had heard in the house, which I'm not entirely sure that I have ever been able to explain properly. Like our front doorbell ringing, definitely ringing, being told to go and answer the front door. And we had those old-fashioned ones with the bell pull.
Yeah.
So even if the noise had stopped, the bell would still be moving. And yet I'd go out and the bell was not moving.
Yeah.
And more than one person had heard it. And then, you know, he's like, well, is it the other, you know, because we had like a living room and a hall. The next house, they were all the same along the street. You had living room, hall. So theoretically, could we have heard the bell in the hall to the other side of us? Possibly, but they had a different sound to their bell, and we all heard it coming from our hall. I mean, it couldn't have been the house on the other side because they had a living room between us. I just, you know, just stuff like that. And you just think, or is that just pareidolia? You know?
Yeah. Because
you know, but you do. I mean, because now when I look at it, I'm like, when I was younger, yeah, I probably would have said, I want more data, but yeah, the house might have been haunted. Yeah. And now I'm kind of like, is that pareidolia? Yes. Are there other explanations? So you're very aware that wood travels. We used to have minor earthquakes because everywhere in the UK does. Right. You felt them before, you know, things like that.
Yeah. So the way you finished your when you were at the end of your story, what you said reminded me of something that flat earthers say, and I'm not saying you're like a flat earther, right? I'm just it's the example I give, right? And specifically it's religious flat earthers. So it's the God of the gaps argument. So you said something definitely went on and you experienced that thing, but science can't explain it. So, and I know you didn't exactly say this, so does that mean that because science couldn't explain it, to you, it's ghosts until proven otherwise?
No,
that's not what you were saying, no?
To try and say it, it's like, I'm very aware that the mind, because I've looked at psychology a lot, and I also know that my mental health since my teens has not been brilliant. Yeah. And I am very aware of the brain's capacity to, if it doesn't understand something or it's trying to fill in the gaps, it will. Yeah. You know, it has great capacity to like lose time over trauma and things like that. So there's a huge rational part of me that is like, well, you had this feeling, but feelings are not fact. Feelings, it's difficult to prove feelings. Yeah. So I'm kind of like, I'm in that skeptical believer thing. I'm kind of like, maybe, but I'm not sure. I'm kind of like in that gray area. It's like maybe, but I'm not sure. Yeah. I mean, you know, as they say though, it's like, you know, it's what is it? There's Occam's razor, but there's also, you know, like Spock. You know, when you've ruled out everything else that you possibly can, what's left is maybe the truth. But I'm kind of like, well, I just don't think we know enough, and I'm not willing to, you know, like I said, it depends on the people I'm talking to, but rationally, especially after becoming involved with the debunking community, I'm much more inclined now to say there's almost certainly a rational explanation for that, but it was very, very weird. Yeah. And there were very strange coincidences. So, I mean, I've definitely been influenced positively by debunkers, 100%. It's made me really engage my rational thinking. So So the comment I just put on the screen, I'll pass it over to Beardo next. So BB1 UK says, do you think the stories from your childhood tend to get enhanced as you get older? So the story you just told, is that
the version of it that it's become as you've, you know, lived your life and become an adult, or do you know what I mean? It's that sort of lost in transit, you know, the stories in the Bible, you know, they've been rewritten and retranslated so many times. Are they even the same story anymore? And that's kind of, I think, what BB1 is getting at.
I get what BB1 is getting at, because having studied literature at one point, you know, every time you know, like with the oral storytelling tradition, every time you or somebody else tells a story, you're potentially adding something to it. But oddly enough, since I've got older, since I took nursing, since, you know, engaged my rational my rational brain a bit more, I've kind of like, right, no, strip it back.
Yeah.
Strip it back.
Yeah.
What did you hear? What kind of time of day was it?
Yeah.
You know, I have literally, I mean, and I know I'm a pretty good storyteller, and even if I'm just like explaining that, but I do try and kind of like, I've stripped that back. I really have stripped that back to, that's what happened, and that's what my dad told me, you know. So, like I said, maybe weird coincidences. The, you know, wind and wood and moisture, and especially living in Scotland, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, yeah. But it's all interesting. So, Peter, what are your thoughts?
I mean, obviously, to me, it could be obviously the strange feeling that you get in that room anyway. So when you do hear a sound, are you then more on edge and more likely to assign it to something scary because you already get a creepy feeling?
Yeah,
like
you're
going
into
you're told that this house is haunted, and you go in there, and the first thing you do is go, "Whoa, it feels off in here." An hour later, that feeling is completely dissipated because the boogeyman hasn't come out or whatever. And then also, like my Ouija board story, where we all got together. It was digitally, but we're all putting what we remember in, and it was like so much stuff was so different to how I remember, and it wasn't that anyone was lying. It's your memory degrades, and then your brain tries to fill in the blanks for you. But the core of the story was still the same for all of us, but so many details changed that I'm like, I mean, you can't trust your memory. There was a test done with Danny Robbins where somebody ran into a lecture he was taking and stole his laptop, but it was all set up. And then they asked these students, I think there was like 20 of them, to describe who it was that did it. So they only got a quick look. And one of them even invented a completely separate second person that was never there. They got his race wrong, and because they put him in some people in a room together, some were all separate, and nothing was right, or next to nothing was right. And the people that were in the group, their story elaborated far more than the people that were sort of separated off. And it wasn't that anyone was lying. It wasn't that any of them were wrong. But when somebody said, "Oh, I think he was wearing glasses," everyone or a portion were all like, "Oh, yeah, he was wearing glasses," and he wasn't.
Yeah. So, yeah, like it's collective misremembering sometimes, because there's, so I think I mentioned this last week. My dad worked in the Ford factory on Fabian Way, all right? Worked there for 40 years. And the Ford factory had the legend of Jersey Lil. Apparently this woman got murdered by the construction workers that built the Ford plant, and they buried the body in the foundations, and lots of men swore blind they'd seen it. And like I say, so my dad, when my dad was, he's a little bit younger than I am now, he had what we all thought was a heart attack, and he was off work for a month. You know, but you know, when my dad went back, it was like my dad was the ghost, because my dad having a funny turn and ending up in hospital, I told Beardo that, then Beardo told Cass, and then Cass told Callum, and then Callum told Mrs. Blinder. And by the time Mrs. Blinder told that story, yeah, my dad was buried in Morrison Cemetery in plot 343, and it's all very sad. It's like, no, I just had a funny turn. It wasn't even a heart attack, but the story got embellished to the point where the story you were being told wasn't even the actual story anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that ties into what Disgruntled saying here, I remember reading somewhere every time you recall something, the base memory is overwritten with you remembering it.
Yeah.
You know, I remember being the child of lawyers that, you know, you're always raised. It's like, if something ever happens, write it down straight away. As soon as it's happened, write down what you remember, what you witnessed. And being neurodivergent, you know, when I do that, that's literally what I'm like when I'm writing down a statement like that. Storytelling to me is something different.
Yeah.
But weirdly enough, when Beardo was saying what he was saying, reminded me so much of my first year. We had like nursing lectures and stuff because they were talking about incident reporting and traumatic incidents, all this kind of thing. But they funnily enough, they brought up that kind of scenario like Danny Robbins set up, and they said they guaranteed that of the 90 odd people in our cohort, if something happened, like somebody collapsed, there would be 91 or even 92 different versions of what happened, because it's just how people's brains work.
Yeah.
And it's just how their memories work and how they tell stories. And obviously, every time you repeat a story, somebody adds something to the story, because that's how the oral narrative tradition works. It's like Chinese whispers on steroids.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Especially when you add a spooky element to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was never scared. I was never scared of that house or anything that happened in it. I would just literally go, oh, weird. That's the house. That's whatever, the weather or whatever. And none of us, I mean, my sister didn't like being up there. And one of my brothers had terrible night terrors, but, you know, kids have night terrors. You know, I was never scared of that house. I mean, I was scared of my parents for a long time, but I was never scared of the house. You know, I wasn't bothered by sleeping up there at all. You know, I was freaked out a little bit when I heard that noise, and then there was nothing there. But it didn't stop me from wanting to go and, you know, sleep up there. I quite liked it, to be honest. It was that, you know, you didn't hear noise coming from either side. There was a great view out the window. It was really peaceful up there. I really liked it, you know. But yeah, I'd admit that some nights I went down the stairs and I kind of like slept on the sofa. Don't know why, couldn't tell you. Probably had nightmares.
Yeah.
All kids have nightmares, you know.
Yeah, and you know, and everything always seems a bigger version of what it is at 2 o'clock in the morning. Do you know what I mean? If you go to bed at 9:30 and you're still laying awake at 11, it's like, well, you know, the TV's still on. I just can't nod off yet. But when you're awake, when you're still awake at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., you know, is it 3 a.m. they call the witching hour? The
witching hour, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, this wasn't that story. The story with my sister, that was the afternoon.
Yeah.
And with me, it couldn't have been more. My dad would usually go to bed about 10 o'clock at night, and our hall light was on. And because the way we had it, there was like just with the circuits, there was a light in our hall on our floor, and there was like the set of stairs that went down. There was a separate light for that. So what they would do is they would come up, check we were all right, i.e. asleep, turn off our hall light, because none of us had night lights, and then they would leave the bottom light on just in case, you know, so that we could see if we woke up, we needed, you know, we were scared or whatever. But then that would go off you know, when they went to bed. So it wasn't that late. It was before, you know, my mum would have had her bath and they would have gone to bed, and the lights were on. So it wasn't particular, you know, and I had my light on in my bedroom. So it was a totally normal evening. It wasn't the middle of the night where everybody's asleep and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
It was just you know, nothing spooky's ever happened to me when it's been dark and I've been on my own, aside from like freaking myself out one Halloween when walking home in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. And I scared myself with my own imagination. Just I was thinking about writing a short story, and then I got caught up into that and I scared myself. But yeah, nothing like, and none of the odd stuff that happened has ever happened in the dark at all. It's always been in daylight or in the evening. The lights have been on. It's not like the power's suddenly gone out and I've heard nothing like that, you know.
So is there a part of you even now that has created an explanation that you can sort of reference to convince yourself that I was a child, it was just something happened, I don't know what it was, but it wasn't a ghost, it wasn't anything supernatural? Have you created this sort of default explanation for it to avoid kind of, I don't know, freaking yourself out, for want of a better term?
I mean, whatever it was, whether it was just moisture in the wood, or, although, a bit weird when it's coming up a flight of stairs, it's just, I don't know, whatever it was, it doesn't scare me, because that kind of stuff, being on my own in a dangerous place or an unknown place, that scares me. Where there's potential threats, that scares me. But I'm also the kind of person, I used to walk down isolated roads in the middle of the night when there was no houses or anything, living in the middle of the country with no streetlights and walking down the main road at night. Some things scare me. It's more like people scare me, and I might get a shock, but I calm down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I mean, it's something that I've never been able to properly explain. And my dad's explanation did not fit, because I knew what the wind sounded like. I knew what the pipes sounded like. So my brain is still in that, I used to say, oh, I think my house was haunted. Once I engaged the rational side of my brain, I'm like, well, okay, just because you can discount the number of normal explanations doesn't mean there still isn't one. But at the same time, your attitude is that science is making new discoveries all the time. It could just be that science still can't explain what happened if it's paranormal.
Yeah.
And there are things that are paranormal. They are things that are not normal. You could argue that neurodivergent people are essentially paranormal because they're not what other people would call normal.
Yeah, but then what is normal? Beardo and I were speaking earlier on, and we get similar sort of comments which are entirely based on the way we look. The tattoos, the mustache, the big beard, the banter. People form opinions based on what they see rather than
based on the exact same video.
Yeah, exactly.
I have an undercut. I definitely don't act my age. I've never acted my age. People are very confused, I think, by me and my appearance. So I totally get it. But then again, I am definitely not normal, and nor do I want to be.
No,
I like being different.
And I would have, if somebody had asked me, "Do you want to be normal?" I was like, well, no. What is normal? There's no such thing as a normal person.
No, it's only 4 years ago I stopped wearing nail varnish. I used to wear black nail varnish daily, and people used to look at me and be like, "Oh, are you a musician?" I was like, "No, I'm a security manager for Ford."
Yeah.
Well, you can imagine the confusion for a Scot. When everybody's going, "Oh, men shouldn't wear women's clothing. They shouldn't wear skirts and all this kind of thing," and I'm like, I live in Scotland. Men wear kilts.
Yeah, just
very confusing.
Yeah, it's like with me. Some days, and I know this is something that Callum has said to me and Jordan has said before. It's like I'm 53. Sometimes I'm dressed, and if somebody saw me, they think, "You going skateboarding, mate?" I got Vans on, and and then the next day you may see me out and about, and I've got my cowboy boots on and a shirt. I dress for the day, that's how I feel today, so that's how I'm going to dress. So yeah, normal is not a real concept, I don't think, when it comes to human beings.
Normal is a social norm, and it's a social construct. It's not a reality.
Yeah, exactly, and it's boring anyway. Who wants to be normal? Because I certainly don't. Cass, it was awesome to speak to you. We're going to jump onto another call now, because I know the next caller and I know where he is and what time it is, so I'm intrigued as to why he's called in. Cass, we'll speak to you soon again, right? Take care.
Thanks, Cass.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Yeah, so what's going on in the side chat? Somebody blames Beardo. Don't know for what, but I like it.
There was a whole merch line, that was.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, basically somebody blamed me for them having a heart attack after I debunked their videos, and another guy went line on. There was like 3 months of just constant drama, and I was getting the blame for everything. So I put a just simple red text on a T-shirt, #blame Beardo, and there were videos made about it and parodies made, and it got completely out of hand. It was great, and it still does the rounds now.
Merch is terrible for me. I sell the odd T-shirt here and there, and it is what it is. But the best one I ever had, I was making a video about Kent Ovind, and every time he makes a video to me, he's always challenging me to a debate. Just ring blah 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 Big Dino and we'll schedule a debate. Blah. Kent, I'd rather tighten a vice around my helmet than jump on a phone call with you. But
see, I get that. I get a lot of people like, why don't you debate these people? And I'm like, I can't, because I'll be the one that comes off bad from it. Because at some point, I'm just going to hang up on them after saying you're an idiot. Click.
Yeah.
And I'll be the aggressive one then.
I did a live show a good few years back with Conspiracy Cats. We started a channel together, and it was kind of it was when, what was the big modern day not modern day debates, the non sequitur show was starting to go downhill, and we thought, this might be an opportunity here. After about 3 episodes, it was like, I definitely cannot be a moderator when somebody's debating in the flat earth. I kept losing my temper all the time. I was shouting and bloody spraying everything in the room. I just haven't got the head for it. Right, we're going to jump onto another call. Hopefully. How you doing, bub?
Well.
How the hell are you?
If it isn't my favorite Welshman that doesn't have an accent at all.
Of course I don't. Are you home now, or are you still where you were?
No, I got home 2 days ago. I'm feeling much better. I'm on an insane amount of drugs from pharmacy, but it's wonderful to not be in hospital anymore.
Yeah, I bet it is. So what happened? Can you share it, or would you rather not?
No, it's fine. I'm an idiot. I haven't really taken care of myself properly, and basically AFib and congestive heart failure. If you don't pay attention to your body, it'll knock your dick in the dirt.
Yeah. So you were getting symptoms, were you? And then you just what?
Did you keel over, breathe. I couldn't breathe at all. It was crazy. The AFib, I didn't even feel my heart because I just could not breathe. I spent 2 days in AFib because I'm stubborn. I'm like, I'll feel better later. Yeah. And after 2 days of it got to the point where I was literally just sitting in the chair going, I can't catch my breath. So I had to call 911.
That's not good.
Almost nuts, man.
That's definitely not good. It's nice to speak to you, pal. Anyway, I feel like it's a long time since we've had a chat.
It's been forever. I know. I've been off doing stupid shit and
who you? I find that hard to believe, pal.
I laugh at it all.
I do want to say I'm probably one of the only Yanks that's listening. If anybody in side chats from North America, sound off. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, with these streams, this is what's hard about them is what time do I do them? So we just thought if we go, more or less all day on a Thursday, we're at least giving people some opportunity to join if they want to.
I remember when we were doing twat, it was always, okay, we've got this golden time to get on so we can get the people from the UK and from the US. Yeah. Oh, we got Ohio, Michigan. What's up? Yep. I'm in Metro Detroit, California. Cool. I'm not the only Yank. I don't feel alone.
You're never alone when you're here with me, pal. So what's the story then?
Okay, so you know me. I'm a miserable prick. I'm a skeptic. I don't believe in anything. But my mom, and I love her and I respect her, and she's a very intelligent woman, and she raised me. Well, she raised me okay. Like I said, I'm a jerk. She was raised Irish Catholic. I never met my maternal grandfather because he passed away before my mom got married, and he was a truck driver, a lorry driver. Let me be clear. He drove over the road truck, a big semi truck. My mom was telling me a story. She was in her early 20s, and she had come home from work, and my grandfather was on the road. He was here local in Michigan, And she got home from work and she was trying to go to bed, and she goes, and I just like had just fallen asleep, and boom, my eyes popped open, and I looked at my, up at my door, and there was this ambiguously dark visage that I couldn't figure out. There was some kind of presence in my room by my door, looking at me without eyes or whatever.
Yeah.
And it terrified me, and I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, they were gone. It was gone.
Yeah.
And then they found out the next morning that my grandfather had a massive heart attack. Ironic. And his truck had gone off the road, and he had passed away that night. So she's always told me that story, and like I said, she was raised Irish Catholic, so she's like, I just believe I saw the angel of death. And like I said, I love my mom. She's a smart woman. I've always respected her. But that story, even as a little kid, I was just like, it was just, it felt weird to me. But she's absolutely 100% convinced, even in her 70s now, that's what she saw. And yeah, me, I've always said pareidolia is a bitch.
Yeah.
But, now another story and this is ironic because it's my maternal grandmother who got remarried after my maternal grandfather passed away. They had a house up in Flint, Michigan, and the house was built in the early 1800s, which is really, really old for a house here in the United States.
Yeah.
I know that you guys over in the UK have houses that are way the fuck older than that, but
yeah,
this house had a national historic plate on it, and it was this big farmhouse, and even had the cupola way up on top where the overseer could watch the people working in the fields and making sure they weren't fucking off or whatever. But it was an old house, and I remember there was one spot in the attic, because we would go up to the cupola and look out. It was always really cool, me and my sister and my cousins. But there was one spot in the attic, even in the heat of August, it was just freezing cold, and my grandma, who was Irish Catholic, would tell us, "Oh yeah, no, that's a ghost. He's in that corner, all the time."
Yeah, because Callum's you've got a similar experience, Callum. Paul, have you've met Callum? No, I don't know.
I don't think we have met. No,
I'm not sure if you have.
No, I've seen him. Yeah, I've watched his content before.
Yeah,
but I don't think we've ever actually personally. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, so Callum's got an experience from one of our own homes from when he was a young child. Do you want to share that, Callum?
Which one?
The scary room that you used to go insane.
Yeah. So funny enough, I just went inside and checked this story because I had a feeling it was going to come up.
Yeah.
So when I was very, very young, how old? I would have been like 5,
6, maybe 7.
Yeah,
you were
very young. Apparently, I used to talk of a man a lot. And when my parents would apparently put me to bed and shut the door, what I would say was it would get too much, apparently, that he was in there with me and I didn't want them to shut the door. Now, it's weird to me because I haven't really attached myself to that story. I wasn't even aware of that story until a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So I've never used that as like an experience. Like, it's weird when you said experience and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about because I don't class it as that. It's not an experience I remember.
Yeah.
But it clearly was happening, and it is very interesting that I don't remember it because.
See, but do you know what else makes that interesting as well? It's the fact that, so if you tell that, let's say now you go out with Joe and you tell Joe, you aren't telling him, you aren't sharing a memory with him then. You were sharing a story that I've told you.
Yeah, I because this is the thing. I think I brought it up. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but my mother put like a stack of Bibles on my top shelf in that bedroom
for protection,
and I had like dream catchers everywhere, and I remember those being there, but I don't really remember why they were there.
Yeah.
And I think I brought it up randomly a couple of years back, and you two explained to me why she put them there.
Yeah.
And I was like, I have no memory of that whatsoever.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't know.
Yeah, but
I've got a similar story, a little similar to that. My I've got the 3 kids. Creaky, you know everything. And I had gotten divorced from my now ex-wife back in 2007, and in 2000 and I want to say 9, my ex-wife's father had passed away, and my kids called him GP, Grandpa. He didn't want to be called Grandpa, so they called him GP.
Yeah.
And my ex-wife got the house. It was fully paid off. And my youngest would, for like a year after GP had passed away and they had moved into that house, which they had spent tons of time in, and he built the house back in the 70s. Like this house has massive sentimental value. She would like just randomly go sit by the fireside, by the hearth for the fireplace. It wouldn't even be on. She would just be sitting there and and very young, like 5, 6 years old, just be sitting quietly at the fireplace.
Yeah.
And my ex-wife had asked her, like, what are you doing? She's like, oh, I'm just sitting here looking at the fire with GP. Now, I never experienced that. That was told to me by my ex-wife.
Yeah.
And that's why I had commented when you guys were talking about that with the last caller. It's like the telephone game. You know how you tell a story and it goes on. But yeah, that's similar to Callum's experience.
Yeah.
Where she was just sitting there and just with a presence or or whatever it was,
Does she remember it? Does your daughter remember?
I'm going to ask her today because I haven't asked her about that. And when you had mentioned that, Callum, that just sparked that in my memory. And I'm going to ask her about that today because I don't know if she does or she does not, because I haven't thought about that. She's 20 now. So it's been over 10 years since I've even thought about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
it's interesting though to me as well that I know there's a lot of people here watching the stream now from Beardo's community, so they're used to talking about the paranormal and what it is and what it isn't. But it's interesting, you specifically, but it's like I know that you are as skeptical as I am, but it seems that we've all got these stories that we just regardless of how skeptical we think we are, we all seem to have these stories that we just can't explain.
Well, I actually do have one that I can recall.
Right.
So,
let me just quickly do this because it's stressing me out. You know what I'm like if somebody super chats. I thought I saw a ghost in the middle of the road one misty morning. Very scary reading's hard. Very scary. At the time, next morning, same time, saw a white gatepost ahead, no ghost. So again, it's how much of this as well is like a trick of the mind.
Well, it's like I said, variability is a bitch.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's well, we've got Planner Walk in the side chat. Side chat. How are you, Planner Walk?
Planner Walking forever.
So if anybody wants to call in today, it seems like Discord is going to be the way to go because it's just, for whatever reason, this roadcaster thing just isn't working today. So
we're having technical difficulties. Who would have thought it?
Go figure. Yeah,
it almost never happens when I go live. I'm sure I'm cursed. So maybe there is something to this paranormal stuff. Somebody doesn't want me to have a successful live stream.
That's what it is.
No, I tell you what, Pal, it was lovely to speak to you. Right, we're going to have a proper catch up when we're not live.
I love it. You got somebody else in the green room waiting. I'm gonna bounce.
Okay,
I love everybody. You guys are amazing. Take care of your health. Take care of your hearts, and be good. And I'll talk to everybody later.
Take care, man. Speak soon, right?
Ta-ra, man.
Ta-ra, Paul.
Nice to meet you.
See you.
Bye. Yeah, Paul used to be my call screener when we used to do
Oh, that was him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Big giant guy, looks absolutely terrifying, massive beard.
Oh, Detroit?
Detroit.
Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah. Right, let me address this one as it's come in.
Ooh, super chat.
Tell me why Beardo likes the BSBs. I don't even know what that is, Beardo. What are the BSBs and why do you like them?
It's the Backstreet Boys. I can't fucking stand them. But because I did say that I hate something, I've got a PO box set up, and then things like this turn up. There's a apron back there with Backstreet Boys. I've got about 12 t-shirts, 3 hoodies, action figures up on there.
So are you actually paying for a Royal Mail PO box?
Yeah.
How much is it? Can I ask?
It's about £44 a month.
Ooh. Yeah,
it's expensive, but the amount that I get sent is... I can't give my address out. I piss so many people off.
Yeah, same as me. And I'm not sure what I would want to, even if I didn't upset so many people. But yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying. Right then, let's take another call, shall we?
Just give me 2 secs. I could refill my drink.
Right, okay. I'll avoid jumping into that call now. So you go and do what you got to do. BB1 UK says you should auction the stuff off for charity. Well, but yeah, there's always things we could or couldn't do. Right then. Plan of what my phone died, so not so great. Oh dear me. But yeah, that's who Paul is the big scary Detroit guy.
Yeah, I can't find a good location for myself, you know.
Take the I'll do it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine because it's just going to complicate things when Beardo gets back.
Yeah,
I can just stand. I'll be down here for a sec.
Yeah, but no, everybody seems to have a story.
Yeah, it's weird.
Everybody does.
Everyone has something, and obviously you know this, but I've been watching some Darren Brown in preparation for this, and he talks a lot of about it's the stories we tell ourselves. So like this is relevant to what you were talking about just now, but so imagine this. Imagine you're sitting in the kitchen at about this time, right? Maybe you've gone in to make a cup of tea.
Yeah.
And someone tries the back door. You might go, oh, who's that? Nanny?
Yeah.
Who's that? It could be, whatever.
Yeah.
Jordan's back for lunch, maybe. But if that happened at 2 o'clock in the morning, you would absolutely shit your pants.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I was saying,
because the story you would tell yourself immediately would be way darker than at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, of course it would. That's why I said earlier, if you're in the kitchen on your own at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's a lot scarier at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I am often in the kitchen at 3 o'clock in the morning.
That's what I mean.
And if I hear a thud, it makes me jump and it makes me go, oh, I don't like that. Even though I know there's nothing there, I still get like a moment of fear, like a rational fear, I guess.
Yeah. Being from Metro Detroit, I love others' perceptions of people from Metro Detroit.
The reason I said Detroit was because there is one story I'm referencing, and I know it took place there.
Yeah,
that's why I said Detroit.
I thought he was on about because I said Paul is big scary Detroit guy. Right. It's just based on my assessment of him, as I've got to know him over the years.
I always just think of Eminem when I think it's Detroit. I'll be honest.
Oh dear me, Detroit stamping.
Or previously, I would have also thought about Kid Rock, but that's a bit of a
exactly.
One at the minute.
Yeah, no, nobody wants to admit they think of Kid Rock anymore.
No, I know.
Ooh,
Oh, do you want to play the BSB video? So Beardo, do you want to play some Backstreet Boy videos? He's back. He is back. I'm speaking to him. I didn't even have him on screen. Oh dear me. Right then, we got another call, and it is.
The suspense is killing me.
Astrola. Can you mute the stream, please? Hello. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Yeah, cool. Can you mute the stream? I can hear it in the background. Sorry. I feel so bossy when I ask people to mute the stream. It creates a feedback loop otherwise.
It's okay.
There we are. Awesome sauce. So what's your story, and welcome?
Well, I have a couple of kind of weird stories, but one probably one of the most redneck things you're ever going to hear.
Right.
When I was much younger, my cousins and I, my cousin Jeannie Sue, she made a Ouija board out of notebook paper, and we used a pack of my granny's Pall Malls that she she just finished the pack, but we used the packaging as the planchette, and we did a seance in Granny's bedroom, and well, things did not go to plan, and we were all pretty sure we summoned something. Anyways, my cousin Eric, in all his brilliance, thought the best way to get rid of whatever we summoned was to burn the Ouija board. And that's not how you do it.
No.
So after that, Granny's bedroom was always cold. You could not get that. You could never get that room of the trailer to heat up.
Right.
And so we just all kind of joked that whatever got summoned, its name was Frank. And even after that trailer got moved and a new trailer got put in, whatever room was sitting on the spot where Granny's bedroom was, that room of whatever trailer got put in was always cold. The current trailer that is sitting there, that room is now my nephew's bedroom, and that room is always cold. Now, I know what to do technically to get rid of Frank, but I'm really pissed off at my brother-in-law, and I refuse to do it. I will wait until that man dies before I get rid of Frank.
Why did you call him Frank? Was that the name that came off the Ouija board?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, says Frank the Trailer Geist. Oh dear, I'm not laughing at you, I promise. I'm just easily amused.
Oh, wait. But now, granted, of me and the cousins that did the seance, I'm the only one left alive or not in jail. So I'm willing to laugh. I'm willing to laugh at the situation.
I'm almost too scared, but I've got to ask, but why?
Why did we do the seance, or why am I the only one
Why
left
are you
alive?
the only one left alive?
Well, let's see. My sister Sandra had a heart attack at age 36.
Oh, Jesus.
And I blame my brother-in-law for that, which is why I don't like him. My cousin Jeannie Sue, she lived and partied hard, and it caught up to her.
Right.
My cousin Eric, 46 counts of felony. He's in jail.
Oh.
46.
And my cousin Jaybird died of a heart attack. Yeah, so
have you ever asked the question, Beardo, and wished you hadn't? Because I feel now like I've delved so far into your personal life that I probably shouldn't have asked in the first place. I suppose I was kind of hoping that it would in some way be linked. You know, one of them got so freaked out he ran away and was never to be seen again. But no, but thank you for sharing all the same.
Well, not
That's
a problem.
one of those moments, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm and you know, like you, grew up Catholic, and honestly, you know, I'm not really that that religious at this point. My mom calls it me being on spiritual walkabout. My dad calls it me being a CEO Catholic, in other words, Christmas and Easter only. I call it I am just so over religion, it's not funny.
Yeah. I basically just grew out of it. People ask me all the time, why I'm an atheist. And until I was on YouTube, I'd never even used the word atheist to describe myself. I just grew out of it over time. I remember being in school, and I went to Catholic school. Most of my teachers were nuns. And I remember being taught things, and even, in, how old are you? 11, I think, in the UK, when you start comprehensive school beer, don't you? When you go to the big school. And I can remember being in lessons, and they'd be telling us things, like in religious studies. And I would just be sitting there saying, "What? A talking bush? Really?" And we're going with that, are we? And there's just so many claims in the Bible that are so insane. I literally don't believe in God for the same reasons I no longer believe in Easter Bunny or the Tooth Fairy, or I hope there's no kids watching, Santa Claus. I grew out of it all.
Do you know what? I grew out of religion before I grew out of Santa Claus. My mum was Christian, practicing Christian. My dad's side of the family were all Catholic.
I feel sorry for you every time you have to do a response to Kent Hovind, because it's like, bless his heart, he seems to think that, that atheist believes in, creator ex nihilo, but the Bible is literally, God going abracadabra, boom, everything's here.
Yeah. Can I ask you something which is probably going to stereotype you and make me look like a terrible person, right? But first of all, I say I could listen to you talk all day long, right? I've got a soft spot for a Southern accent.
Yeah, I'm having a great time.
Doesn't matter whether it's...
My accent is extremely mild.
Yeah, I was going to say, but yours isn't that strong. But while you were telling a story, I did keep thinking about Mima from Young Sheldon. So, but anyway... Would it be fair for me to say that a lot of people, and I don't want you to say specifically where you're from and kind of, reveal your location, but you're Southern. So why does it seem to me as if so many of the people that I encounter doing what I do, especially creationists, are Southern?
That's because most of the South is what we call the Bible Belt.
Right. Yeah, because I remember
I'm from the Appalachian Mountains in the southwest corner of Virginia, so it's right in the buckle of the freaking Bible Belt. I can throw a rock and hit 5 churches.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, but I tried not to interrupt you and failed, obviously, as I always do. But when I went to America the first time, just on the trip from the airport to where I was staying in New Jersey, I must have passed 50 churches. So I said to my friend when I said, well, what's going on with the churches out here? He said, you open the front door, throw a rock, it's going to hit the church. He said they're everywhere out here. But I think it's nowhere near as bad in the sort of New Jersey, New York area. Well, I shouldn't use the word bad, but it seems as if one of the prerequisites for being a young earth creationist is that you have to be Southern. There we are. I've upset them. Oh, there we are.
No, you've not upset me. I'm just thinking you're not wrong.
This is what I mean. A lot of the people I come and see my subtle but very childish joke is as soon as I come across a flat earther who sounds similar to you, the first thing I want to do is use the Dueling Banjos music as my background music, just to illustrate their southernness. But I'm always worried, does that come across as me thinking that every person from, your part of the world is a crazy god freak or a flat earther, but I'm glad that you've in part backed up what I thought, but it's because of your location then, purely.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're not all young Earth creationists, even though a few fell out of my apple tree. Sadly, and
Great.
and unfortunately, I've got to try to steer the youngins away from it. But got to do what you got to do.
Can you do me one favor before I let you carry on? Can you say, "Can I pet that dog"?
Can I pet that dog?
Okay, that'll pass. But it wasn't. The dog wasn't
You wanted
quite
the dog.
what I thought it was going to be.
You
Can I
wanted
pet
me to
that
put some sugar
dog?
on it.
Yeah. Oh dear me. Right then. So, I saw something in the chat then which was relevant to what we're talking about, and I guarantee I won't be able to find it. Beardo, I'll pass it over to you for a minute while I'm trying to.
Lindsay, I don't have any dogs, but the last one I had, he bit quite a bit.
My dog bites as well. It's fine.
She's got no teeth.
I have cats, and they're a bunch of little bitches.
Oh, I don't like cats. I'm not a cat guy. I'm not a cat guy. Yeah,
I'm allergic to them, and
yeah,
they're just nasty.
Like with me, they just look as if they're out to get me. I feel like every cat in the UK is looking for me.
But they're absolute dicks to their owners as well.
If you have cats, you know that you're always being judged.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like they're plotting something. I had a cat when I was a child, but yeah, I'm a dog guy now. Oh,
I love my cats, though.
I have a question for you. Being where you are in the country, like Appalachia, you must have or have heard a lot of paranormal stories, because that's like a hot spot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a reason you don't whistle in the woods.
Yeah. Like, what is that?
Well, in the Appalachians, there are things called haunts, and if you are out in the woods and you hear someone whistling, the rule is no, you didn't, and you do not whistle back, because if you whistle back, you're inviting them to follow you home and do things to you.
I better never visit the Appalachian Mountains then, because telling me not to do something is a guaranteed way to get me to do it. Have you seen the episode a lot? Have you seen the episode of Family Guy where Peter's on a plane and there's a big red button that says "Do not push" and he has to push it? That's basically me. If I'm not meant to do something, I'm way more likely to do it. So I would whistle just to see what would happen.
That's exactly what I would do.
If you hear someone calling your name, ignore it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, if you're out walking in the woods and you hear someone calling your name and it's not, and you're out there alone, ignore it.
Right, Beardo, what are you saying?
That's exactly what I do. Like 30 Striver's got this horrific, terrifying poltergeist of a demonic monk there, and it's like, don't call out Fred. And I was there 9 hours one night, just literally shit talking the walls, like, come on, Fred. Yeah. And the stuff I was saying.
Yeah.
And my mates were looking at me and they were like, what if something happened? I was like, well, I've proved the paranormal.
Yeah.
Either way, I win, because either I debunk the fact that if you say specific things to this evil entity, it'll hurt you, and it doesn't, and it didn't.
Yeah.
Or it'll hurt me and I'll win. Same as when I got into an argument with the guys that own the Annabelle doll. I was like, look, if you want to prove it, invite me out there. I'll come.
Yeah.
I'll open up the cage, I'll lick her, call her a bitch, poke it in the eye, throw her across the room, and if I die on my way home, you guys win.
I will say, though, right, because you brought up the Annabelle doll, my mother, right, has got a doll on her bed, and it is the stuff of nightmares. My grandfather bought it for her when she was 3. My mother's 80. She's had this doll fixed up. She's had new hair, she loves it. It is terrifying.
Yeah,
it's like, and she wants to give it to me when she dies. I said, no, take it with her.
You know how usually there's arguments over who gets what.
Yeah,
there's arguments over who gets stuck with it
between me and my brother. So there's a doll, and there's a portrait of me and my brother, which was taken when I was 18 and my brother was 17, and it's disgustingly big and displayed prominently in my parents' house. And me and my brother are arguing over which one of us has to take it.
Neither of you take the doll.
Oh, I'm not
Just
taking the doll. That's
put
not
it in
even.
the, just put it in the casket with her.
Yeah, that's not even up for debate. That doll is not coming anywhere near my house. So, even though I was going somewhere with this, and I've thought of another really offensive question for our southern guest. That even though I said right at the beginning of this stream, ghosts don't exist. That's my opinion because I've never had an experience that's even come close to making me think it's a possibility. However, number one, that spooky possessed doll is not coming anywhere near my house. And number two, and I think you may have done this, Beardo, but not where I'm going to say. So you're aware of Kevin Coyne in Swansea, the former mental hospital. And would you spend the night in Kevin Coyne to do some sort of paranormal investigation?
I haven't gone there, but I've done mental hospitals.
Yeah.
I did. There's a place, I told this story on my stream 2 weeks ago. There's a place in Leeds, because I used to spend a bit of time in Leeds. There's a place in Leeds. It was called the High Rides Hospital. And it wasn't a hospital. It was like a town or a city within the city in between Leeds and Wakefield.
Yeah.
They had their own barbers and all sorts. There was underground tunnels to take into the city, and they had everything on site, because this place was like, when you were in there, you were in there. You didn't really come back out.
Yeah.
And we used to investigate that, and I'll stand by it. It is the creepiest place I've ever been.
Yeah.
But it's more to do with like what went on there, electric shock therapy, because this was a big old Victorian, massive, beautiful building. It's not there anymore, sadly.
Yeah.
But the worst part was we found this building at the back, and before they demolished it, we bribed the security guard to let us in to do a final investigation. I say investigation, it was long before I started investigating. It was ghost hunting and scaring us all silly.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, if you want to get freaked out, go to this small building at the back. I didn't even realize that they had the facilities. It was a mental health lockup for children.
Right.
I got upset, as there was like the kids' drawings on the walls, and I miss mum and stuff, and I was just stood there like, A, I'm creeped out, and B, holy shit.
Yeah.
And I found a website, I don't know if it's still available, and it was called The Kids of Lindian House, which was the name of this wing.
Yeah.
And the stories they were posting and about the way they were treating and stuff. And I was like, even if the paranormal isn't real, could an element of it be that when you walk into a room after an argument and you can borderline like taste it in the air,
when there's a bad vibe, a negative atmosphere. Yeah.
Well, I walked into that place and got that feeling, and it never shifted from me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, could certain aspects of the paranormal be linked to like emotion can hang? And that we pick up on that, because there was nothing in there to say to me the kids were mistreated. I found that out after, and I've never claimed to have any. I'm about as psychic as a brick. It was just this horrible feel. But still, the thing in your brain there is it's a kid's mental health hospital.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So what contribution does the environment make as well? So an example I can give, but this was just a feeling I used to get. So I've said plenty of times before, my youngest was very, very unwell when he was born, and he was in Great Ormond Street Hospital for the first month of his life. We nearly lost him multiple times. He had multiple surgeries. Anyway, so we spent a month in London in Great Ormond Street Hospital, sleeping on the floor in the waiting room, trying to curl up on a chair not much bigger than this, and it was hell. So of course you can't sleep, can you? You're worried, you're anxious about what might happen, what's not going to happen. So I would find myself wandering the corridors of Great Ormond Street Hospital at like 3 o'clock in the morning, going down to get a cup of coffee or something, and I couldn't help but think, as fantastic a job as Great Ormond Street did for my son, and the gratitude I have in the first instance that we have a national health service, it's available to us all. But there are tens of thousands of really young children who've died in that hospital. Now, I'm not saying they all turned into ghosts and stayed there, but I wonder how much of the history of the building you're in, you know, like you were just saying about, you know, you kind of work yourself up into a lather about things, and if you walk into a room and there's been a big argument, you can kind of almost feel the tension in the air. So I wonder, you know, what contributing factor the environment is as well, not just you. And when you sort of combine the two together, it's perfect for hearing things that didn't actually happen, or thinking, you know, or catching, because it happens to me all the time, you know, out of my peripheral vision. What was that? Oh, nothing. You know, and, you know, does that play a role? I think it has to.
Yeah. Your
and
imagination and the fear, especially when you're doing abandoned stuff.
Yeah.
The fear you have on an abandoned, I mean, it's not illegal in the UK. In the States, it's completely illegal.
Oh, is it?
But yeah.
Oh, I didn't
in
know
the
that.
in the States, you can go to prison for trespass, whereas in the UK, the police, if it's not safe, will ask you to move on.
Yeah.
I stopped doing it a long time ago, well, probably about 2 years ago, after a bunch of really angry Irish guys tried to protect the weed grow we didn't know was in the house. And I'm like, I'm not doing this anymore. See, the spoon's already in chat.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, back to my really offensive question for excuse me while I choke. Am I right? Am I right in remembering that Appalachia is kind of, that's where Bigfoot allegedly lives?
There have been sightings of Bigfoot in Appalachia,
right?
But usually he's usually more sightings are in the Pacific Northwest.
Right.
More often than not in Appalachia, you're going to hear more about skunk ape.
Right. Is that what it is? Is that what I want it to be?
Maybe.
like a monkey smoking a doobie.
Yeah.
Maybe. I've never seen skunk ape. Where I live, I'm more likely to run into Mothman.
Right.
I've heard of Mothman.
I have as well.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Mothman statue with a junk in his trunk? It's great.
No. I'm looking at skunk ape at the moment. See, because I'm sure I've heard Joe Rogan say this, and obviously Joe Rogan is never wrong. But he was on about you know, the various, because there's always, you know, there's lots of sightings of Bigfoot, no evidence for Bigfoot, but lots of sightings. But could it be that people are seeing something?
Oh,
but it's not, you know, like a 7 foot tall hairy thing. You know, called Bigfoot.
It could be a really lost, blitzed out lumberjack. Who knows?
Could be anything, because I said this to Beardo earlier, and it always seems to tie into whatever conspiracy theory I can think of. It's like all the, you know, when you see, I found evidence of Bigfoot, and here's the photos to prove it. It's like, what? I'm not concerned about the photo. I'm concerned about the time machine you must have used to go back in time and take a picture, which is that poor quality.
Oh yeah. There's a t-shirt. I've seen both a t-shirt and a pin of this. It's the silhouette of Bigfoot. You know, doing the walk. You know, the pose from the video, you know, the striding pose. And it just says Bigfoot hide and seek champion since the 70s.
Yeah, because that's the thing, in it, and that's the way I think with a lot of stuff. Like, go on, Beardo.
I got a Bigfoot shot glass there. I got a jar there with Bigfoot fur in it, and I got a bag down there that apparently has Bigfoot poo in it.
Oh.
Yeah, I did see that video where Aaron Ross talked about being mistaken for Bigfoot.
Simon Dan then not grow his hair because he'll have the same problem. The Ouija board was originally a board game, and the original is still owned by Parker Brothers. I didn't know that it was originally a board game.
Yeah,
I think they sold it to Hasbro though.
Yeah, it's Hasbro now, but it was the Parker Brothers. Yeah. If you go to, I can't remember which of the Parker Brothers wife it was, because she was involved in the design of it and everything. Her grave is actually a Ouija board design on a grave. But it was never meant to be evil. It was a parlor game.
Oh, was it? Huh. Well, I did not know that. There we are. Whenever you mention Joe Rogan, it always generates. That's why I said it tongue in cheek. But what he was saying is, isn't it equally as possible that it's just some, because we're discovering new species all the time. You know, is it possible that people are seeing something, but it's maybe some kind of primate? I don't know. I will always look for the most logical explanation, whereas other people
look at the Bigfoot hunting TV shows, because they are awful.
Are they?
Yeah, there's one with what's his name? Rob Lowe.
Yeah.
It's so bad. It's
Oh
great.
God, those shows get insane. The ones that look, especially the Monster Hunter ones, that they look for Bigfoot, they look for Champ, they look for Nessie, they look Mothman. If they think they can try to find it, they'll try to find it, and they just get absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, because I've seen some of that. You know, you'd be on like Discovery Plus or whatever, you know, or Bigfoot, and you watch it, and it's like an hour show about Bigfoot, which doesn't show you Bigfoot. It just shows you like where
people getting scared looking for Bigfoot.
People getting scared looking for him. Yeah, so it doesn't prove anything, and that's what I meant when I said to you earlier, Beardo, is about ghost hunting. All the ghost hunting videos I've ever seen, none of them actually ever find the ghost. They just hear noises, and you know.
I've seen plenty of videos where a full ghost shows up, but I can always pull apart the masking and the overlays and the chroma keys and everything else.
Yeah.
But as for, there was one that convinced me for a while, and it was one of the, I can't even remember which palace it is. One of the palaces, and somebody opens a fire door, and there's a guy in Edwardian stuff just sticks his head out and pulls himself back in. And for years, it was like, this is a ghost captured on camera.
Yeah.
And I believed it for years. And then a couple of years ago, I looked into it. It was like, oh no, they actually had an event there where people were dressed up lapping or whatever you call it. And this guy had gone to sneak out there for a cigarette, and the fucking door alarm had gone off. And that's why he pulled the door and went back in.
Oh, is there? Huh. Yeah. This is what I mean, see, is if you really do an honest investigation into most of this stuff, you will always find, so it wasn't that then. It wasn't.
I got hundreds and hundreds of hours of footage of all these places, and I've got 3 or 4 things that I've questioned.
Yeah.
I went to the priest cottage 2 weeks ago up in Leeds.
Yeah.
And one of the claims there is there's a poltergeist in the kids' room.
Yeah.
And loads of people have had bricks thrown at them, the building blocks. So I was like, right, I'll build a little tower. Go on, knock it over, knock it over, knock it over. 20 minutes later, over it goes. And I was like, well, right, stack them back up. Let's recreate it. We jump in about, and we can't get these things to fall over. And everyone I'm with is like, we finally caught something. I was like, not until I review my footage, we haven't.
Yeah.
Because there's got to be a reason. And if I can't find a reason, it doesn't mean it's poltergeist. It just means it's unexplained.
Yeah.
I'm playing the video, and I'm like, I can't see what's caused that. But then when I scrubbed the video, they were just slowly, over time, over 20 minutes, they were just leaning further and further until they gave way.
Right. So there's a thought now, and I hadn't even had this thought myself until I made yesterday's video, right? It was about Hans Wormhat. He's like the ultimate, everything is a conspiracy. The Bible is word for word literal, and everyone's out to get him, they and them, all that good stuff. But he said something yesterday.
That's 2 brain cells and they're fighting for third.
Yeah, exactly. What was it that guy said? He better hope the stupidest person in the world doesn't die. So Hans said something yesterday, and I was so shocked to hear a flat earther / creationist say it. But it was the first time in a long time I think I've ever heard somebody like Hans give a valid point. Has anyone started trying to use AI yet to generate things and claim that they're because AI is already getting so good that it's increasingly difficult to differentiate between what's a real video and what's AI generated.
But I think with AI videos, I think really it only takes about 5 minutes of just watching it on repeat.
Yeah.
If that. AI, I feel like it will trick you at first glance and not really much past that.
Yeah.
If you, this is something all of us debunkers are starting to worry about. At the moment, AI, it gets fingers wrong in videos. They'll get 5 fingers and a thumb and stuff, but that's getting less and less.
Yeah.
But that's in fully lit, like, you know, I mean, the stuff they're doing with animals now, where you see tigers taking out dogs and stuff, and it's all AI, and it's really difficult to spot.
Yeah.
But what happens when somebody starts to put that in dark abandoned buildings, and it's just a quick fleeting glimpse across the doorway? How are we as debunkers going to be able to pull that apart? There are tools that I've got to help me with it, because there was a guy in the northeast of England. Him and his brother were doing a investigation in a haunted house, and I was like, "No, that's your house because your photo's on the mantelpiece.
Yeah,
it's not a random house." And this head pops out from behind the door, and I was like, "Huh? How have they done that?" There's no way these guys masked it because they're too stupid to mask it.
Yeah.
And then I put it in my editing software. I don't know if you use for editing, but I use DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah.
And it's got a scene cut detector in it.
Yeah.
This little bit of a head poking out from behind the door had 8 cuts in it. And I was like, you couldn't see it with the naked eye.
No.
So as quick as AI is able to do stuff, AI editing is able to pick up on how it's done.
Yeah, yeah. But I think it's potentially going to become a problem that we're going to have to deal with because, you know, flat earthers aren't the brightest bunch. So, you know, eventually I think one of them is going to use AI to generate something that they will then run around claiming proves
they already have
the globe.
Have you not seen the ice wall stuff they've been putting out?
Oh, yeah, I've seen some of the ice wall stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and that's all why AI is still quite early on. Give it, not even a couple of years, give it a year and watch how far.
Yeah, exactly. What's it been about now? Commonplace, about 3 years?
It is scary how rapidly it's getting. Obviously, famously, the Will Smith eating spaghetti is like the.
I was just thinking of that
the
one,
benchmark.
Yeah. It's
But yeah, the last one of those I saw, the AI with spaghetti, Will Smith with spaghetti. I had to actually
Someone's
stop.
hungry for Italian, I hear.
I actually had to stop and just double check quickly. I was like, is that AI? Oh, yeah, that is AI. But obviously the first one, it was quite clearly not real. But now it's just that little bit harder. I say little bit. It's just that bit harder to tell.
There was one I watched a couple of weeks ago with a bear walks onto somebody's porch in the States and like falls into a bin and then runs away from it.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I was like, I think it's AI. And the more I was looking, the more it didn't look like AI until I noticed his paw for like 2 frames actually disappeared into the decking but didn't break anything. I was like, holy, it's getting so smart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to become a problem that we're going to have to deal with without any shadow of a doubt.
I mean, it's already a problem when you look at, you know, the industry of that we can't mention on YouTube, the deep fake stuff.
Yeah.
And there's deep fake detectors because some guy reckons he could use it to bust fake ghost hunting videos, and it was in his laptop. So I found the programming. My mate reached out to this company that had developed it, and they were like, "That's not on a laptop. This is the server room for it. And it's bigger than my house, just for them to be able to combat deepfake."
Yeah. It's a bit scary concerning how good AI videos are getting. One day soon, we won't be able to tell the difference already at first glance. Many of them, that's exactly where I am with it now. A lot of the time, I'll be doom scrolling TikTok, and I'll see a video, and then think, that was a bear falling out of a tree. And then you look at it again and thinking, actually, that bear looks a bit small or a bit weird, you know, like I'm sure he had 5 legs at one point. But like Crash said, at a first glance, they're already capable of fooling us because we don't always pay attention either, do we? We're not always, looking for these things. But I think he's right. And I reckon within the next 12 months, they're going to be indistinguishable.
One thing you're never going to see with AI, this is because or at least with its current capabilities, is you're never going to see an analog clock.
Interesting.
Because it can never get the hands right.
Yeah. I've had instances where, I've tried to do something with it and it refuses to manipulate the image. Like, I'm trying to think of an example now. I can't think of an example, but it will fail. Hang on a second. Black Belt Barrister has tentatively cross-examined AI and posted a video about it yesterday, worth a watch. I will give that a watch. I watched Black Belt Barrister.
Yeah, I do.
He's Daniel Shoesmith, I think his name is. He's a very interesting guy to listen to. I definitely will have a look at that. But that's what I'm saying. Are we going to get to a point where, to a certain extent, we might have to start debunking some of these AI videos?
I think so. You can attach anybody's voice to it. The image is getting so much closer to the real thing. Animals, they've pretty much nailed at this point. It's just certain movements and gravity that give it away.
Yeah.
And obviously the length of the clips. Right now, the clips are really short and really expensive. But the longer this goes on, the cheaper it'll become, and the longer you'll be able to make these AI videos.
Yeah, I know. It's a scary time to be alive. It's a scary time to be alive because it's only a matter of time before somebody uses it to make Beardo say something Beardo wouldn't say, or make me say something I wouldn't say, or and I think it's only a matter of time before that starts happening, sadly.
Yeah, I've already seen
Well,
it, but
if you have an accent that will break a translator, you don't have to worry about AI mimicking you.
Oh, well, I'm safe then.
Yeah,
because
that's actually
there's
very true.
way in the world AI is going to be able to nail a Welsh accent.
Yeah.
Even Google Maps, if you're using Google Maps in Wales.
Yeah.
I regularly confuse the text to speech or speech to text on my phone. So I think I'm safe.
Yeah, Alexa doesn't like me.
Yeah.
I remember. So we've referenced Forest Fach on you before.
Yeah.
So the name of the road, Ponta Delice Road.
Yeah, Ponta Dule.
Yeah, I remember it was during COVID, Ponta Dule.
Sounds like an American trying to say it.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, dear me. Right, if anybody else wants to jump into the Discord server, because I don't think the road is going to work today, is it? Full stop.
I think we can talk about it afterwards.
Yeah.
Creaky, the next time you have to do a Kent Hovind video, just give him a well-deserved bless your heart in the right context.
Yeah.
Because he needs one.
Yeah, he needs something. I don't know why he's suddenly gone on a mad one about me. He tends to generally ignore me, but I think
he's just got a bug up his ass and he just can't get it out.
Yeah, exactly. But it's weird. I always get Kent's videos from Rumble, but he hasn't uploaded there in over a month, and I get worried then. So what am I going to make videos about? Come on, Kent, pull your finger out. I know you're a wrinkly old turd, but at least sit there and make a video so I can respond to it.
But yeah, in case no one's ever told you, there are 3 types of bless your heart. There's the commiserate, the sincere, and then the F off. And you can give him the F off one.
Yeah, definitely. I'll remember.
I've nailed that one. I've got a lot of my audience, bizarrely, for a UK channel is predominantly American.
Mine is
a year ago. And I've had a few people send me voice notes just say bless your heart, and they'll know you've told them to go themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's when you're saying bless your heart, it's all in the tone.
Yeah.
I thought I nailed the tone then, to be fair, but I'm not arguing with you because you live there.
No, Kent Hovind is I just find him a really interesting character. It's like he's in complete denial about his own history. You know, I think I upset him by pointing out that he's got something. I can't remember. I'm gonna look it up. Kent Hovind.
Honey, he fell off the short bus and hit every rock on the side of the road.
Yeah, or as we'd say in Wales, he fell out of the stupid tree and hit every branch on the way down. He's got 58 felony counts against him.
Jesus.
Yes. And that's excluding the wife beating. And the one thing that pisses me off more than anything else about Kent Hovind, and this is really nitpicky, but it's also not nitpicky. A young child dies at his free to get into dinosaur park. And to make the parents feel better about losing, I think the boy was 7 or 8 years old, to make the parents feel better about losing their child in such tragic circumstances, Kent's answer was, come and have a free day out at my free entry dinosaur park. That'll make everything better. Come back to where your child died.
You know,
oh yeah, let's lace trauma on top of trauma. Yeah. Good one.
It's like he's got no humanity in him at all. He's so blind.
He's like he's cut from the same cloth as Kenneth Copeland. He's a freaking sociopath who has no empathy.
Yeah. Creaky Blind, I just want to say I love this guest. The sass is awesome. I don't think Beardo's being sassy, so I'm assuming that's for Astrola.
Yeah, I don't have the southern sass.
No. But yeah,
Kent absolutely ruined my really loud, ugly shirt collection. I feel dirty putting them on after him.
Yeah, I don't know. It always gets me when he wears the one with his face on it. Now I'm vain, but I
with my face on it.
Have you?
Yeah,
I'm vain, but I wouldn't wear a shirt with my own face. Well, I don't know. Maybe I would, but with Kent, it's just. I don't know. It's just I've got like a whole hit list of things I dislike him for, and his shirts are one of them.
Yeah, the whole thing with my face on my shirt was when I got told that I had a massive ego, and I was like, "I'll show you ego. I'm going to get a shirt printed with my face on it."
Yeah.
Oh, dear
Sky Talker 1 has gifted a channel membership, so. I don't know. We'll get it. I don't understand.
Cheryl King 6543 was received. Received a gift.
Callum just used his psychic abilities to decipher where it went. Oh yeah, and it says it in the
in the YouTube back end.
Yeah.
It's not on StreamYard though.
Yeah. Cheryl King. Oh, very good. Right, I've got to take my first old man pee break. So feel free to carry on the conversation. I will. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Where's my glasses?
So yeah, well, you must have more stories from being where you're from in that part of America.
Well, yeah, my husband has a really good one. He was taken out by some of his friends to where the local Amish community is, and they did a seance with a bonfire, and he saw something come up out of the bonfire.
What?
And he's not gone back out there since.
But what did he see? Do you know?
He said what he saw defied geometry. So kind of this Cthulhuoid, non-Euclidean thing, and it just scared the piss out of him.
That's weird.
But he said it looked into his soul and said, leave, and he took it at its word.
Yeah, that's I don't know how to explain that one. Someone BB1 UK said, I think your husband was smoking something.
No, he wasn't smoking anything unless his friends his friends slipped something in his drink that night.
That's crazy, that is.
That'd be the ideal thing to see, though, wouldn't it? What did you see? A big smoke demon? Ah,
yeah. You would never go back, to be fair.
no, that changed your life, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 100%. But I can't remember what your original story was, Astrola, about what you have personally seen.
Oh, that was when we did we made the paper. My cousin JC made the paper Ouija board.
Yeah,
and
I remember.
We did a seance in my granny's bedroom.
Yeah, I do remember now.
But as I said, that's probably the most redneck thing you're gonna hear.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, seances are
I don't
weird.
know if it's the paper, if it's the fact that we made a Ouija board out of notebook paper, or the fact that we used a wrinkled up packet of Pall Malls as the planche.
Well, apparently it doesn't matter with a Ouija board. I'm not sure if you'll be aware of this person, but Beardo, I know you know who Darren Brown is. I watched a couple of his shows yesterday, like in preparation for today. And have you watched Seance? It's that one. It's one of his older ones.
Yeah. Darren Brown completely blows my mind.
He's amazing. I was obsessed with Darren Brown as a teenager.
Did you ever go to Thorpe Park when he had his Darren Brown experience ride there?
No.
It was it messed with your head so bad. He was a hologram and TV stuff there, but man, it was so clever. I know they've lost the license to him. They've done their own version of it. It's junk.
It's just not the same, is it?
No.
Yeah,
my man, he understands brains. So I was convinced for a time that Darren Brown was actually lying about not being a psychic medium to convince the world that they didn't exist. Because I was like, he's got something about him. And
it doesn't make any sense.
The tics and the way he reads people.
I've not watched that. I've not watched John Brown. I remember Sylvia Brown and John Edwards.
So I don't know who they are. Darren Brown is, just to explain if anyone doesn't know, I think his background is he was a magician and he studied like psychology, and he kind of does. What was his original TV show? Trick of the Mind?
Yeah, he's a mentalist.
A mentalist, yeah, I couldn't think of the word. Yeah. And so he kind of went down this path then of, he kind of is a debunker. That was kind of his angle. Because he would kind of go...
the psychic medium, didn't he? Where he was going with the psychic medium into that guy's house. And he's like, you've only got that from looking at the photographs. Why did you go with a toilet in every house? And then when he goes to the show, he busts him at the show and the psychic's losing his crap with him. And it's like, nah, he's caught you there.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He essentially went down a route of debunking stuff. So Seance, I watched that one yesterday. I haven't watched that in years. It blew my mind because it's nuts how much of the stuff you don't realize you are actually doing it yourself. You've just got no idea. It's just all subconscious thoughts.
Sylvia Brown and John Edwards were both were both supposedly mediums that spoke with dead people, and it was basically just a lot of cold reading.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Darren Brown will essentially do the same thing, but explain to you why it's not real as he's doing it. If that makes sense. So he would sit there with you and give you a full, accurate reading while telling you he's lying to you to your face. It's brilliant. It is brilliant. And I also watched yesterday Messiah, because at this point he was completely unknown in America, and he went out there and he went under a number of aliases, and he found like I think it was like a UFO expert or like someone who claimed they could speak to aliens. He did a psychic medium. There was a few others all along the same, and he duped every single one of them, and they were all like, oh wow, this guy has the gift. There's no doubt in my mind, blah blah blah. He is just an absolutely extraordinary person.
He's a scary person.
Yeah, he definitely, and he's funny as hell as well.
The problem is here in America, P.T. Barnum said, suckers, there's one born every minute. Unfortunately, there's a few million of them here in the U.S.
Yeah. Well, you said it, not me.
I have no illusions when it comes to the people in my country.
Yeah, that you're a. I think it's a Jack Whitehall joke where he says like Americans do everything bigger. It's like food's bigger and stupid people are bigger. Fat people are bigger. Everything's bigger in America. Bigger and better.
I'll give you a joke. What does a redneck say right before he dies? Hold my beer and watch this. What does his brother say? I can do that and live.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Sorry, everybody. I had some old man stuff to take care of. My ass cheek is killing me. I woke up this morning with sciatic pain and it's not going. So I feel like somebody's electrocuting my ass every 30 seconds. And now I feel like somebody's poured petrol over it and set it on fire. Oh. Deep heat is a thing. So, have we got anyone else? No, we haven't.
No, we haven't got anyone right now.
Does this mean that people just hate Discord, or does it mean that
there was definitely more calls through the broadcast?
Either that, or it's either that, Creaky, or I'm more entertaining than I thought.
Quite possibly.
I will say the chat is loving you.
They are. Even my wife is listening to you in the kitchen. She's in the kitchen now, doing wife stuff, and which makes me sound very sexist, I know. But she's listening to you as well and enjoying it. So yeah, Discord is quite hateable at the moment. Yeah, I know, but a call-in show without calls isn't really a call-in show, is it? So it's a tricky one. Oh, Ben is here. How are you, Ben? I've been trying all morning to work out who Beardo reminds me of, and I've just realised it's Count Dankula. Yeah, I can see that. Do you know who Count Dankula is, Beardo?
I've heard the name because it's
He's
not
the
the
guy
first time
that
I've
went
heard
to
that.
prison for making his pug do a Nazi salute on video.
Oh,
Scottish guy.
oh,
Would you do that to a pug?
I don't see that.
No?
No.
I mean, I'm not ginger.
I'm not either. I was always strawberry blonde.
No, but he's. I don't look. No. I'm not having that.
I'm with you on that one, Beardo.
Do you know what that is? That's kind of, I think, because people send me pictures. Oh, look, this looks like you, Creaky, and it never does to me anyway. Other people can go, yeah, I can see it. What? Because he's bald as well.
So when I was on Twitch, I used to get confused with another guy from Swansea.
Yeah.
And I didn't find his channel. What's his name? Carlton the White.
Oh, we know Carlton.
Yeah.
And then when I met him, apart from him being a full foot shorter than me, I was like, holy shit, we actually do look alike. But he was like, we both had long hair, we both had the beard. Yeah. And then he shaved it off and he just had the twirly stash. And people
He's still got it,
yeah, for about 3 years on Twitch, we'd convinced people that he was actually my little brother.
Huh. He's one of those people, Carlton. He's had a moustache like that since he was like 9. He's just got really strong facial hair.
Yeah, I have one vivid memory of Carlton from growing up, and he was a PlayStation hog. If you happen to see this Carlton, I still remember.
Yeah. Oh, dear me. Aside from the gingerness. Okay, so you think he looks like Count Dankula minus the gingerness. Nice save, Ben. Nice save. Jesus Christ says, now I'm strawberry bald. Yeah. Yeah. I'm waiting for my moustache to go white. Like the old Quim tickle over here. Once the tash goes white, I'll feel cool then. If my facial hair had gone grey, I'd have a massive beard all the time. I just think
it's getting there now.
It is getting there. It is getting
well,
there.
the thing about us gingers is we don't go grey. We just get snow on the rafters until we're either completely white or just mildly dusted.
Yeah, I'm hoping to follow my mother because my mother's hair is just white. It's like somebody sprayed her hair with snow spray. And it's natural. If my facial hair goes in that direction,
like
CC, I'll be a beard guy then, forever. Right, what are we going to do about this call situation then, Carl? And the fact that nobody.
Well, it's not that nobody is that. So while obviously the roadcaster wasn't working earlier on, and we were on these calls, I've been doing some research, and it looks like last week being a 9-hour show, we used up all our free. So you know how you're saying you don't want to pay for it until you know if it's working.
Yeah.
And that might not be in your. What are you doing?
In your wheelhouse.
Yeah, no.
No, we've got 4 hours and 32.
No, yeah, so there was 2 numbers there last week. And I think those hours are cast to cast, not.
So I'm gonna have to upgrade it.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what you want to do, but that's what it looks like.
I'm gonna try and upgrade it
on the fly.
On the fly.
Okay.
I don't know how well that'll work, but I'm gonna try because, like I say, if nobody can call in,
we do. Lindsay has just joined the green room now, so
right then
we have got another call.
So. If you want, I can just go ahead and drop out and let Lindsay take over.
And we will speak to you again soon.
And I think we can all say we've thoroughly enjoyed having you on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, y'all have a good evening or good day.
I know time zones are confusing. Next time you come on, we'll try and be a bit more southern. It'll make me happy.
Next time I'll put some sugar in it.
There we go. Right. Lovely to speak to you. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Right, I've come out of there for a second. I need the URL I do before I can.
Okay.
Right, hang on.
This is the type of stuff we do on this show, isn't it? Just stuff happening on the fly.
Most people do this behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Why?
Do they?
Do
Most people go live and they start talking and they don't realise that they're muted until the chat has been shouting at them for about 3 minutes. And it's like professional streamer. And I personally have. You're not a professional streamer until you've done that.
I think so.
It's not pretty. Should we pull Lindsay in while?
It's up to you.
Right, let's chuck him in. Live call 1. Lindsay, good day to you, sir. Okay, Lindsay, you there? Brilliant. Oh, there he is. How are you doing, Linz?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, I'm not echoing or anything?
No, you're perfect. Perfecto. Sorry if I seem rude and zoned out, but I'm trying to upgrade my... Yes. That's not how I do it.
Do you have a story, Lindsay?
Oh, I just thought I'd phone in and pick up some time while you're trying to figure out
what do you make of the whole paranormal thing then? So where are you with it in general? So if you haven't got a story, what are your feelings on it in general?
Oh, I don't believe in ghosts. Well, the only thing I have to tell you is I live in a 100-year-old house.
Yeah.
And when we first moved in here, we go to sleep at night and I'd hear some music playing and it sounded like a radio in the next room.
Yeah.
And the next morning I wake up and my brother says, "Hey, did you hear music last night? It sounded like a radio. Did you play some music last night or what?" And no. So night after night we kept hearing this music. And I just figured it out. Well, it's just a furnace, eh? It's just a furnace making noise. That's the only time we'd hear it, when the furnace was on. So we got a new furnace, and hey, no more music.
Yeah, yeah. But that's what I mean. See, and that's why I like what Beardo does, because he's not. Would it be fair to say you were kind of more on the fence than falling one side or the other, Beardo?
I know it's an oxymoron to say skeptical believer, because I believe the experience that I had, but I disbelieve the mass consumption of paranormal content.
Yeah.
So I suppose I sit on the fence, but I think there's something to it.
Yeah.
And I want to disprove and take all the falseness out of claims and then see if I can actually find something. And I'm not trying to convince the world. I'm not trying to convince anyone other than myself or get another experience to bolster my own experiences in life. And if I can share that with, the guys I go out to these places with or the internet, it's up to the internet. And, I'm not My job isn't to tell people that ghosts are real.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean. See, so you are kind of, you're not saying they are, but you're also not saying that they're not. So you're kind of in this sort of, this middle ground.
It's more of a what?
It's an Occam's razor kind of thing, right? You got to think the most obvious thing is probably right? It's the wind that knocks something over. It's something obvious. It's not, it's a shadow or whatever. It's just something that tricked your mind.
Yeah, and a lot of the time is, it can be just like we've said multiple times now. There'll generally be a reasonable explanation for anything, but there's still these odd things that happen where we can't really explain them. But I like to think it's because we can't explain them yet.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm not saying what I am saying. I'm the same as Lindsay. I don't believe in ghosts. But that's because I've never seen anything that makes me think ghosts might well be a thing. The supernatural is a thing, and I know it is a thing because so many people are involved in it. But it's not a thing that I've ever looked at and thought, oh, right, there may be something to this. But it's because we all think differently. You, Beardor, you clearly have looked at it and thought differently to me. Oh, there might be. I'm going to have a look at this and see, what's this all about? But I'm not trying to prove it or disprove it.
No, a lot of people, the biggest misconception with me and the other debunkers is that we try to disprove the supernatural.
Yeah.
And that's not what we do. We disprove the bullshitters. We look at claims. Now, sometimes debunking those claims is, I've experienced this, I've captured this on video, and it's showing people that they've misidentified things. They haven't faked anything, they haven't staged anything, they haven't lied to anyone. They've misidentified, and we take the falseness out of that claim for them. And if it makes them feel good in their house, fantastic. They don't have to be scared anymore. But it's also that falls in line with, there's people out there making millions and millions and millions of dollars every year off blatantly lying to people.
Yeah.
There's a guy in the UK right now. I've been at war with him for 3 years because he's constantly under demonic attack. Vlad the Impaler is in his living room, and he's got UFOs hovering above his house, and it's all editing tricks.
Yeah.
And I've recreated it. I've done parodies of it. I've dressed as him walking around my house with ghosts throwing stuff at me. I got bummed by an SLS stick figure to mock him. Yeah. And his audience will watch what I do, watch me recreate it, and they say, oh, but you can recreate anything. So it is real, but you've just recreated it. It's like, no, but you're missing the mistakes in the video. You're missing how I didn't know how he did it. I've had to backwards engineer what he did by the mistakes in the editing.
Yeah,
I've had to learn how to edit.
So do you find that, with the people, you make a video and let's say it's a straightforward part, you want to debunk the claim that they've made in the video. Do they always then behave in the same way as flat earthers and just double down and sort of stick their fingers in their ears and start going, la, 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 I'm not listening, or do they sort of, reach out to you and say, do you know what? I hadn't thought of that. I think you might well be onto something here. Maybe what I thought was real isn't. Or do they just...
The majority, either la 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 la, or you're a hater, you're toxic, you're nasty. I'm going to kill you. I know where you live. I know where you work.
Yeah, so it's the same as flat Earth, but a slightly different version of it then, because they don't want to accept that you've proven them wrong. They'll either double down on it or say, like you say, oh, you're a hater. You're pre-programmed to not think the Earth is flat and all that. Bear with me 2 seconds. Can't swap seats a minute.
Okay.
I need to be over there to sort the road thing out.
Yeah.
I can't do it from there.
Anyway, Cal, I'm having any luck with that phone thingy yet?
Right, so I am still here and I can still talk. But I wondered if they behave like flat earthers behave, they just run. People always say pigeon playing chess. They just roll all over and just shit all over the board and claim victory.
Yeah, I've also had the exact opposite of it, where I've not only convinced people, but in convincing them, I've helped them deal with grief and loss and stuff.
Yeah.
Because they watch this guy that can seemingly just talk to the dead at will through his Alexa or whatever device or bullshit contraption he's got this week. And then they go and try to buy these things because, you know, grief, loss, and, you know, these people are devastated. You know, they've lost their parents or their kid. And then they watch this idiot and then they buy the equipment and try to replicate what he's doing.
Yeah.
And then when I've proved that they're not stupid, that they've just been conned, you know, they've been donating money to this guy and super chats to this guy and thoughts and prayers and all that. And some of them are in the audience now that have emailed me and they they were in a really dark place because they thought they could talk to somebody that's no longer with them and they couldn't. And then to see the con opened up the way it is, it's made them feel a bit better that they weren't stupid, that it's a con artist at work.
Yeah.
It happens to so many people, I think, is so whereas, you know, where I find it exploitative, some people say, oh, the mediums, it's a comfort. But then on the other hand, what you've provided is a comfort in knowing, well, I wasn't the only one who was duped.
Yeah. There was, I won't mention specific channels and stuff, but there was a couple in the UK that were putting out, they were massive on TikTok, massive on YouTube. And I kept getting people like, oh my God, she's speaking to her dead brother and all. And I'm like, oh, they're not. There's editing tricks. And I got into a proper war of the words with them. And I've never, ever tried to shut somebody's channel down. That's not my job. It's just to remove the falseness of the claims. And then when they got personal, I was like, right, fine. I'm going to take everything from you. And I did. And some of my first paid members were fans of theirs that absolutely hated me in the beginning, but they couldn't stop watching to see me try and, you know, lie to them how these guys were faking stuff. But then in their brain, they start absorbing editing terms and terminology and tricks. And then you'll get an email like, oh my God, I have just seen his reflection in a bin lid while the tap is turned on. And I wouldn't have noticed it if it wasn't for you. I've been paying into this channel for X amount of months and stuff. And these people, some of my most loyal supporters were disgusted with me when I first started. They hated me. And now my longest sort of supporters because I showed them the truth.
It reminds me of, I don't know, obviously, you're a bit preoccupied.
Steph Brown.
Steph Brown. Yeah. She's a very, you know, she frequents the side chat. I don't think she's here right now. I believe she's a channel member and everything.
She's a channel member, a website member, a Patreon. She supports me in every way possible.
And the way she appeared on the channel was, who were you on live stream with?
It was when I was doing an episode with Aaron Ra.
Oh, okay.
And she was literally coming on to give us a piece of her mind. She was really upset with us. Yeah. But it turns out that the things we said were sufficient that she just thought, well, actually, yeah, you're right. And now she considers herself to be an atheist in exactly the same way as I do.
Because am I right in thinking she was like heavily involved with the church and was she?
Yeah, she was. Yeah,
I don't think she was actually like a preacher, but she was.
Yeah, you know, she was very
involved.
Very involved in the church. Yeah, it's strange, very strange. Right, so I know this is terrible to do all outright. So there we are. So I think I might have sussed it. They definitely haven't made it easy to do.
Shocker.
Am I still in here?
Yeah.
Oh, I am. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
You're still
I'm about to head to bed anyways, but I thought, you know, I'd fill up some time.
Yeah,
you got
cool.
That phone thingy working.
You were always welcome, Lindsay. You were always welcome.
Well, I hope you get that phone thingy figured out.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do now. Probably should have done this
a lot
before. Yeah, exactly. Right, so unlimited web, that's what we need. $7.99 a month. Selected.
It's riveting content. Where are your sound effects? Where are they?
I know.
Somebody's asking, can you clarify in Discord how to join the chat, as there's some people in the waiting room channel?
Yeah, so if you want to use Discord, all you've got to do is I did share the link, but I'll share it again. You just join the server and then you look for the live call-in category on the left, and there's a waiting room there. If you just join the waiting room, I will drag you into the call.
Is it the waiting room or green room?
Green room, sorry. Yeah, the green room. And I can drag you into the call from there. So, yeah,
I'm watching the green room. If anybody comes in, I'll bump out.
There we are. Well, if I, yeah, the green room, there can be as many people in the green room as I think I don't think there's an upper limit to how many people can join the green room. So if people want to just join, just to know that they're waiting and, they're going to make they're ready to jump on a call, I can just drag them into the individual rooms then. So, yeah, I'm really failing at this. Would call me.
Yeah, I tried everything to get it sorted earlier while you were on Discord calls, but
yeah, I don't know why
it was.
I don't know why they're making it so.
That's all I could narrow it down to was I think
so difficult
because it said you have 5 hours of free calls and we were live for 9 hours last week. So yeah, but we were probably but I think that is like broadcaster to broadcaster. There was 2 numbers.
Right.
But again, this is not interesting, so I don't know why I'm saying this is spooky stuff. Maybe trying to bring it on topic. Oh, the ghosts have ruined our tech.
He has something.
Demons did it.
Letterwalk has something.
Oh, yeah, Plan a Walk. Yeah, jump on.
Jump on, Plan a Walk. You're already a member of the Discord server. And because I know you, I'll be more comfortable in only half talking to you. Oh, dear me. How the hell do I upgrade this? Come on, you stupid.
I'm sorry, I don't have any ghost stories.
That's fine. Right. Thank you, Lindsay. We will speak to you on the next show, no doubt.
Yeah. Okay. Have a good one.
Take care, pal. Bye. I'm out of the room now, so Planner walks in there.
Yeah.
So if I move Lindsay and Kiwi Gamers in there now, but Planner walk. I'll just press call 1 again.
Hoi hoi.
Howdy doody.
Oh, you are very quiet.
It's because I'm on Callum's microphone. Let me.
Okay.
There we are. Is that better? Slightly, marginally.
Yeah, that is better.
There we are. Bloody marvelous.
How are you doing?
I'm very well. How are you?
Could be better.
Couldn't we all? Couldn't we all?
Yeah, like I might have gone insane from learning stuff, and also my phone. And this goes into supernatural stuff. My phone is probably possessed, and it died recently.
How?
So when I unlock it, the screen is just all glitched out. And quite often what will happen is it will just start opening up random apps or doing things without me having to press it. So, I don't know. I'm not a believer in the supernatural, but that's the closest thing that has been able to convince me so far.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Is there's you do essentially the same as I do. Debunk the flat Earth and that kind of thing. But we know with flat Earth that it's completely ridiculous and only an idiot would believe it. But with what Beardo does, there is at least, I think, some room for investigation, because at its core, they're basically unexplained experiences. You know, science has yet to explain them, or, you know, that kind of thing. But, you know, at least with Flat Earth, we can be pretty secure in, you know, us knowing we're right when we call them wrong, because, I mean, what sort of moron believes the Earth is flat anyway? But with Beardo, it's more of an open door kind of thing. Would you agree with that, or do you think I'm way off?
I think that there is something to that. In fact, the video that I was working on earlier was about it was about Jesus, and his resurrection, and the evidence that they were going over was to do with communion stuff, like communion wafers, and apparently they actually turn into they claim that they actually turn into what's the flesh of Christ,
right?
And I had no idea that was a thing that Catholics believed.
Body and blood of Christ. The wine is supposedly his blood, and the wafers are blessed, and they somehow magically become little bits of his fleshy body.
Yeah, cannibalism.
Yeah. You see, I thought it was just symbolic.
Yeah, well, it kind of is. It kind of is, but
I think some of the hardcore ones do think like that it is literally the body of. Whenever I say body of Christ, I just think of that episode of South Park. Faith plus one, body of Christ.
Oh, I think I've done it, Carl.
But there are actually claims that out there that they have turned into like the communion wafers have turned into flesh, and the wine has turned into blood or something. And I spent a lot of time going over stuff, and apparently, like, it's gone so far that even someone has tried to DNA test it, but apparently they used a some kind of PCR test that is used in forensics, and you have to have something to compare it to in order to and as far as I'm aware, we don't have any actual blood of Jesus, so I don't know why that was done. But yeah, it's one of those things where it was a lot more difficult than flat earth stuff, because I had to basically just look at the claims. I was doing a lot of Googling whilst I was making the video, just to check the claims that were being made, see if there's any kind of source for the claims. And I also have a suspicion that the video script was made with AI. At least the voiceover was also AI. So
is that what you were saying about in the side chat earlier?
I was going to say I read that you said something. I read as if I researched you. I saw you say something in the chat earlier about an AI script.
Yeah, like, I think one of the big issues that we can have these days is people can just throw something into AI or ask AI to generate something, and AI will generate it, whether it's a script or whether we've seen this, I think, with a lot of channels that produce science content. They'll get AI to produce science content, and the AI will get basic things completely wrong about it.
Yeah. I've seen that myself. You know, if like I come across something in a video and I think, oh, I know what they're talking about, but I don't really know a lot about it. If you Google it, it'll give you like a set of results, and then you can pick your way through those results. But if you do exactly, if you ask, I use Google Gemini, but if you ask Gemini that exact same question, it answers very differently. It can't be trusted. Not even 50% of the time, I don't think, because Callum and I's best example is when we thought it would be a good idea to ask Gemini to write a pub quiz for us for a Sunday night live stream. First couple of questions, everyone was going, oh, no, that's wrong. That's right. No, it's not wrong. I got the answer written down here. And I thought, hang on.
It was
Everyone's
wrong.
saying it now. Quick bit of Google foo. Yeah, every answer it had given was wrong. What colour is the sky?
Yeah.
Bronze. Why is water wet? It was just making stuff up. Yeah, it's working now. Somebody's trying to call in. Right.
Perfect.
Plan of walk. Bear with me one
We
second.
will
I just got to swap
we will
places with
swap
Callum
seats.
again.
Okay.
$7.99 a month for unlimited calls.
Oh, okay, so it was that then.
It must have been because it's
Yeah.
working now.
Yeah.
Oh, you've left a cup of tea here.
Ah. Cup of tea.
Right.
What are you looking for now?
My phone I left.
Ah.
So just in case.
Never trust AI with health issues. That's like Googling health issues. That you're dying no matter what it is. There's a rash between my toes. You're dead.
Everything's cancer if you Google it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I was actually getting quite a few AI results when I, well, you know, it comes up when you search something, the automatic Google AI, and I didn't trust it because it was giving sources like Reddit.
Yeah. Well, if I ever ask Gemini something and it provides Reddit or Wikipedia as a source, I'm pretty confident that it's not giving me accurate information, and I need to look for myself.
Well, yesterday I was trying to get my head around how somebody had faked something. I knew it was fake, but I didn't know exactly how. I was trying to recreate it and I couldn't get my head around it. So I was like, oh, that's ChatGPT.
Yeah.
So ChatGPT tells me exactly how it's done. And I'm like, that don't make much sense to me. And I know my own editing software. So I asked ChatGPT to step by step tell me how to recreate the same thing. And ChatGPT was telling me that it knew exactly what my software, DaVinci Resolve Studio, can do. It was telling me to press these buttons and to look for this purple button. And I'm like, Chat, it doesn't have a purple button. It doesn't have this thing that you're telling me how to do. And it's like, right, well, go into Fusion and try this. And I'm like, that's not in Fusion. It just seems the wild you get. It'll argue with you. It'll tell you it's in this area. It's not.
Yeah, I've had examples like that as well. It was me. It was.
Oh, right.
I've had examples like that as well, where it'll be telling me like with what I was just trying to do. Now it took a little bit of looking up to find where the setting was and everything, but I could have just grabbed my phone, opened Gemini, turned on the camera, said, "Look, I'm trying to upgrade my minutes on this app." And it'll tell you things to do. But I think all it's doing is trawling the internet, finding what it thinks are the most relevant instructions or whatever it may be. But a lot of the time they're outdated because when you look at it, it's like, yeah, but I'm on software version 19 and you're talking about software version 4. You know,
maybe that's where the purple button and stuff came from. Is a version of DaVinci Resolve from a couple of years ago.
That's what I mean. It's absolutely bonkers. Right. So if anybody, I know Planner Walk's on the line, and Planner Walk can stay as long as Planner Walk desires. But if anybody wants to try the call-in system, it should be working. Now, I hope it's working, but I will say, please remember, turn on echo cancellation before you punch the 6-digit code in. And it should work then. But so anyway, Planner Walk. What do you make of the whole sort of supernatural thing? Then are you kind of Team Creaky? You know, you've never seen anything, so for now it's not true, or are you a bit more open to it, like Beardo is? Beardo's looking at it from both sides.
I view it as there are things that I have experienced that I don't consider supernatural, but someone else going through the exact same experience might consider it to be supernatural.
I got it.
But I have also noticed, and this is one of the things that I wanted to talk about, that when, like my family, they believe in ghosts. I do not. And I haven't believed in ghosts for a long time. And they believe in ghosts because they've experienced ghosts. Like, apparently our house used to have a ghost cat.
Right.
I, being the skeptic, never had any experiences with that ghost cat. But the other people in my family did.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if it's a psychological thing where if you are predisposed to believing in supernatural things, you're more likely to experience supernatural things.
Yeah, because we mentioned earlier on as well, and somebody has tried the new call-in system, so I'm going to unmute that call in a second just to see if it's working. But Beardo and I were talking about earlier on what impact the environment you're in when you experience these things has, you know, and, you know, are you kind of, did you have any experiences when you were a child that scared you and have stuck with you? And also, as well as the environment being a factor, your predisposition to that sort of thing has an effect on how you perceive it?
I don't know if there was anything in my childhood that may have made me more or less. I just think it's that I've just generally been skeptical. Like, I used to be a lot less skeptical of supernatural claims, but as I got older, it seemed less likely that. So, like, I do remember, and this is a supernatural experience. I do remember Christmas, the night of Christmas Eve. Maybe it was like early morning of Christmas Day. I was finding it hard to get to sleep. You know, as a child, you're very excited for Christmas.
Yeah.
And I remember very clearly hearing some kind of bells on the roof.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, oh no, Santa's here. I've got to try and sleep. And you know, that could be considered a supernatural experience, but that was back when I believed that Santa Claus was real.
Yeah, because there's a thing when I was a kid as well. And I know every household's different, but we used to sort of 7, 8 o'clock on Christmas Eve, my brother and I, and we were only 13 months apart, so we were both little kids together. I think our stockings may have I just heard bells, Dad. And you'd run to the back door, and our empty Christmas stockings would have been dropped off by the elves, ready for us to hang, you know, on the end of our beds. That's where we used to hang them. But it turns out with that, we really were hearing bells. My dad used to go out into the driveway, and they had bought this, like, I don't know what it was, almost like a tambourine without the skin, and they'd shake it. And so we were hearing the bells. But then that sort of thing happening to me when I was a child, I could hear the bells, and then the stocking is magically filled with toys. That was all stuff that when I was 5, 6, 7 years old, it was real. Nobody could tell me. I heard the bells. My stocking's now full of toys. It wasn't when my parents couldn't possibly have done it. They were in bed asleep. Yeah. So, like you said, Plano, but then you grow out of it as you get older. And I said to Beardo earlier, I grew out of religion as well. But it's interesting to me that we'll stay with supernatural because that's what today's show is about. But it's interesting to me, and Beardo may disagree with me, it probably will, but it's interesting to me that adults believe in ghosts when really, until there's definitive proof as to whether they exist or don't exist, you know, the whole life after death and where do we go when we die and all this kind of thing. But adults will believe the grown-up version of Santa Claus.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to be like, deliberately say, oh, the Beardo thinks this, ha ha. That's not what I'm getting at. You know, you and I, we get on well, you know, but we do different things, and I'm interested in the way you do it because, like I said earlier, you seem to me like you're an on the fence guy. Not saying it's real, but you're not saying it's not real either.
Yeah, I'm not. The paranormal, some people are very defensive of it, defensive to the point where they will threaten debunkers and all that sort of stuff. But I'm never insulted by somebody saying it's not real. Why are you wasting your time? Because there is literally nothing that I can argue that with definitively and say it is real. Look, It's there. It's for
Yeah.
you can see it for yourself. So
Yeah.
I'm not my dad's like, how can it's what is the point in you debunking something that's flat out not exist? Anyone that believes in it is off the nut.
Yeah.
Until my mother had an experience 2 years ago, and because it's his wife and he believes my mum, and then he was like, there might actually be something to this because your mum had this experience, and they came to me and they were like, "Can you debunk that?" I was like, "No," and I wouldn't because it was personal to you. It made my mum feel better. Basically, her mum passed away, and they weren't on good terms, and my mum believes she saw her mum. And her mum said 2 words to her.
So
and
she
I'm like, I would
closure from it and some feeling of relief, I imagine. Yeah. So it's the same as, like going back to the old religion thing, certain, Kent Hovind, people like that, they'll always say, oh, you'll be sorry when judgment day comes, or, don't you think you should believe in God just in case? No, I really don't. It's, you don't sort of claim to believe in ghosts because you're secretly afraid that if you really don't believe in them and then they turn out to be real, they may be more scary. It's not that kind of thing. But what you were saying, like your dad had asked you, how can you, so what was the question? Like, how can you earn a living by saying something that everybody knows isn't real, is or isn't real? But the same could be said for Planet Walk and I with Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Why are we debunking an idea that's already 2,000 years at least out of date? Yeah. I included a clip in yesterday's video. It was a meme, and it was a 5-second clip from Men in Black, where he says to Will Smith, just as he's joining, 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. 15 minutes ago, you knew we were alone on Earth. And Flat Earthers just completely dismiss the fact that there's been a hell of a lot of scientific advances in the last 100 years, 500 years, 2,000 years. You can pick a time frame. They seem to be stuck, 2,000 years ago. The Eddie Banjo, he put an example up. It was a George Darwin idea, and it was that the moon was, what did he say? Pooped out of the Earth. And it's like, yeah, he did think that, but he thought it in, I think it was like 1904 or something like that, or 1920. It was an insane amount of time ago. But for that to be right, you have to forget every scientific advancement we've made in the last, 100 years then, if it was early 1900s. And it's just bonkers to me. Absolutely bonkers, the things that some people will believe. It's bonkers.
I do want to say that there is a big difference between flat Earth and supernatural claims.
Oh God, yeah,
With flat Earth,
definitely,
it is very much an evidence. Like the evidence debunks it, right?
Yeah.
There is so much evidence out there that the Earth is a globe, and interestingly, there is a similarity in me saying that because flat earthers will use, I experience the Earth being flat. Everybody experiences the Earth being flat. And when it comes to, I think, supernatural claims, there are a lot of people that believe in supernatural claims because they've got experience of, or what they perceive to be an experience of a supernatural event, especially with ghosts. A lot of people think they've seen ghosts. And I think part of it is just that a lot of people have a lot more trust in their own senses than they should have.
Yeah.
I know that I have had experiences that could easily be interpreted by other people as supernatural events. Specifically when I am very tired, somewhat awake, and it'll, like, for example, I have heard people talking outside, And I hear people talking outside. I don't know what they're saying.
But
then,
you can just hear that there's kind of like when you're in a pub and there's atmosphere. There's everyone around you's talking, but you can't make out what anyone's saying. That sort of thing. Yeah, is that what you mean?
Yeah, and then I experience like a sort of rushing sensation in my head, like I'm being propelled through like a tunnel or something like that. And I can also stop it at any time. But I stop it, and all of a sudden the talking is completely gone, and everything is back to normal, and I still feel tired.
Yeah.
But I know that kind of event is something that's completely in my head. I know
is it when you go to bed?
Real.
Is it when you go into bed or trying to go to sleep?
No, it's more when I'm waking up.
Yeah, it could be. I can't remember which way around it is for hypnagogic and hypnopompic, something like that.
Talking about the mind state, what your brain is doing while you're falling asleep. So
but it happens when you're awake as well. When you're waking as well, it's what causes sleep paralysis and night terrors and seeing the hag and the hat man. And
I tell you what, there's a show now, Night Terrors. I bet you people have got stories because I've experienced it twice, and I can remember both examples.
You mean sleep paralysis?
Sleep paralysis, and I can remember them both in intimate detail as if they happened yesterday. And it has been a number of years, and it is terrifying because you are literally, I was paralyzed, couldn't move. My eyes were wider than wide awake, and this thing was just on me, and it was all black, like a smoky sort of Harry Potter monster, and it had its they were sort of hands / paws pushing on my, and I could feel the pressure on my chest.
Yeah.
And I was trying to shout for my wife,
scream,
but I couldn't get any sound. And then, boom, it was gone. I shat myself. It was terrifying.
I've had it. Not so much now, but when I had a stressful job and stuff, I used to get it quite often. And my wife would, a few times, she was awake when it happened to me.
Yeah.
And I can see it in my eyes. I can see it with my eyes. What a stupid comment.
I can see you American,
I can see it, and then she's like trying to wake me up and stuff because all that's moving is my eyes.
Yeah.
She could see like this absolute terror in my eyes, and my eyes just darting. And I feel like I'm trying to open my mouth, but it just won't open. And it's like the scream is in your throat. It's horrible. Scientifically, they know exactly what it is, but they don't stop it being any less pants shitting. But then when I saw a woman, I'm like, right, there's something else to this, because everyone else is seeing the same woman, but then they see the hat man, and then they see a cloud or a mist or a vapor or something just lurking in the corner of the room. It's terrifying.
So, were you talking about the hypnic jerk, that thing, when you fall in asleep and you
that's when you jolt yourself up.
And myoclonic jerk. Hypnic jerk is sleep start, myoclonic jerk a night start. So hypnic is like while you're falling asleep, and myoclonic is when it happens during the night. We've all dreamt we're falling, and then you wake up just the split second before you hit the ground, that sort of thing, when your brain is basically it's dumping the day's data, isn't it?
The whole thing with the hypnagogic side, like the experience you had, is basically you can't move because your brain has shut you down to stop you reenacting your dreams. It's a safety feature built into you. But something has gone wrong in your brain's wiring, and your brain thinks you're awake and your eyes are awake, but the rest you're still in the dream. Because you're still in that dream state. You're seeing your dreams in the real world, but your body's stopping you. Doesn't stop it being any less terrifying.
that is scary.
I will say what I have experienced, not terrifying at all. In fact, I have learned that I can control like certain aspects of it. I can stop it happening easily if I want to, or I can let it continue, and you know, it can always be interesting. But yeah, so I don't think it's sleep paralysis. I don't think sleep paralysis is a thing that I'm going through. I think it's kind of,
it almost sounds like lucid
kind of
dreaming while you're awake.
But I think it's partially my brain trying to dream whilst I'm awake or something like that.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Is it maybe part of this this place your brain goes to, while you're falling asleep? The hypnic jerk is like, you're nodding off, you're drifting, and then all of a sudden you shit your pants and you're up, the bloody hell's going, and it's just like a reaction. It's I suppose it's like a self-protection mechanism in a way. It could be that sort of thing where you're, like Beardo just said, you're sort of kind of in a semi-dream state, but you're still kind of physically awake. Is that what you meant, Beardo?
Yeah, what he's describing almost sounds like lucid dreaming, but while he's awake, which is, I've not heard of that before.
Right. My fault. I should have said at the start of the call, plan a walk goes by she, they.
Oh, sorry. Very sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. You didn't know. I didn't tell you. So it's my fault. It's my bad. Nobody else's. But yeah, I wondered if it is that. I tell you what, let's plan a walk. You haven't got to go anywhere. Let's because somebody's been on hold for a while.
Okay.
Who was it?
Jan R.
Right, okie dokie. So, Jan R, are you there? Oh, hang on. It's muted.
Yeah.
Jan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you mute the stream? Sorry we've kept you on hold for so long as well. Can you mute the stream or whatever's going on in the background, pal, please?
I already muted the stream.
I think it's just a little bit.
It's just a little bit of interference. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad anyway. Okay, what did you want to share?
Well, I just wanted to try this Rode, if it works, and it seems to be okay now.
Yeah. It's all working perfect now. I had to put my hand in my pocket and pay. We must have run out of 3 minutes last week.
That happens. I know the feeling.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, just about this sleep paralysis that you were just talking about.
Yeah.
I have had a few experiences myself in my, I would say, like 10 more years ago.
Yeah.
I had few cases where I do feel that I'm awake, but I cannot move, and it's just my eyes are open, but in the end I wake up in the morning and I'm just feeling like, was that just a dream, or was something just happening to me at night? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I had exactly the same feelings what the Planet Walk was just describing. Is like something is pressing you. However, I have never seen anything. I just felt like something was pressing me.
Yeah, and when I experienced it, there was definitely there was something there that I could see, and I know it wasn't real, and I'm sure there is a perfectly rational scientific explanation for what what sleep paralysis is. But like I say, it doesn't matter that I know it wasn't real. It doesn't make it any the less, terrifying. Well, it was completely terrifying. I'll be honest with you. It was. I thought somebody was trying to kill me.
Yeah, I got exactly the same feeling.
Yeah, and that sense of impending doom and helplessness in equal measure, because it's bad, but you also know you can't actually do anything you can't even ask for help, because certainly my experience was it wouldn't even let me get I was trying to call my wife and trying to kind of barge her with my arm, but I couldn't make my body do what my brain was telling me it needed to do.
Yeah, I had exactly the same feeling. It's like I tried to move my hands, I tried to move my legs. It's just nothing worked. I was just laying there feeling something either pressing me or just laying on me.
Yeah.
But like visually, I didn't see anything. So there were no figures, no black masses or anything.
Yeah.
It was just this weird feeling.
Yeah, and that's what it is, a really weird thing. And, you know, is this supernatural or is this just something that we don't know a lot about?
Well, I think we don't know a lot about, but there are lots of professionals that might know. I mean, I've done lots of research about dreams, people sleeping. They have lots of electrodes stuck in the body. They are following the sleep rhythm. They're following the body functions and so on. So there are lots of research going on in that field. It's just we as laymen, we don't know all the details of what's going on, really.
Yeah, exactly. But that ties it back to the paranormal, ghosts, flat earth. Just because we don't know everything about a particular thing right now, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's paranormal, or, you know, because the flat earther doesn't understand physics, that doesn't mean that the earth isn't a globe. You know, it's that kind of, you know, this area where science is yet to explain, you know. And I think, you know, even though like the God of the Gaps argument, all that kind of thing, I think everybody has got things that they think about which they can't explain, but it's what you do with that information then. Do you end up on YouTube making videos claiming that the earth is flat, or do you try and understand that topic? But if it's difficult to understand, is that when you then throw in the towel and say, oh, well, therefore the earth is flat, or ghosts are real, or ghosts are not real, whatever it may be?
When I was sort of researching into the sleep paralysis, I found a documentary, and the documentary was about sleep paralysis and night terrors and the link between them. And there was a scientific study, and they had people in these chambers and bedrooms that they set up, and they were monitoring their sleep and their brain waves. And there was this one guy, and this documentary, for the most part, just made me feel normal, because I'm sure they said it was 70% of people will experience sleep paralysis at least once in their life.
Mm-hmm.
And there was like 24% of that 70% will see and hear things in the room with them.
Right.
And they were like, so it's perfectly normal, perfectly explainable. And they've got this guy that he's shot holes in his walls in night terrors. He's beaten people up with his night terrors, ripped doors from hinges. So they put this guy into, it's not quite a coma, but it's as close to a coma as they can get him into.
Yeah.
To ensure that he's not awake. Because there's a level of awakeness to sleepwalking and night terrors. And they were like, right, it's physically impossible for this guy to get up. We're watching his brain activity. He's about to enter into REM sleep, and this is where he should be getting these night terrors. And these doctors just stood there like, how has he just got up? And he walks up and he rips this door open that's locked. And he starts smashing the place up. And they're like, we're still monitoring him, and we don't have an explanation for that.
Yeah.
I shit myself. Like, hang on, he just broken what science says he can do.
Yeah.
So have I really been seeing this hag? And that night I had, because it was on my mind, that night I went to sleep and I had sleep paralysis twice in one sitting.
Yeah. Jeez, I've never,
I actually have heard a story like that when it comes to someone talking about the shadow people, saying that he when he looked into the shadow people, then he started seeing them for a bit. And it was only after that he saw them, which to me suggests that it's a thing that's on your mind, and it's and because it's on your mind, you're more likely to go through experiences like that.
Yeah, because these are all sort of different versions of the same thing. Because I know, like, I'm a massive Johnny Depp fanboy, and he sells his own paintings now, and he's got a series of paintings called The Bunny Man, and it's basically this dark, shadowy figure with bunny ears, obviously, and it's his daughter's like imaginary friend. But this imaginary friend also used to terrorize her when she was asleep. So it became this, you know, the bunny man came last night. So, but it's the same thing, but called something different, it sounds like. So there's obviously, what I'm getting at is, so there's obviously some psychological factor that's, you know, in part responsible for this, but it's the interpretation is different. So Johnny Depp's got the bunny man. I don't know what it was, this black weird thing reminded me of a Harry Potter ghost. You know, when Moaning Myrtle sort of turns to dust and flies off in the back. Yeah, that sort of, but it was black, you know, but I can't remember, obviously, you know, did I have a bad day that day? Did something happen that upset me, you know? Was something on my mind that ties into that? But, you know, because like Planner Walk just said, if things are on you, albeit I can't remember which one of us said it now, but if these things are on your mind, and you know, you carry what's on your mind into your sleep, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, because we had a discussion about it on one of my live streams, and I said it'll be interesting for us that suffer it quite often or relatively often, how many of us suffer with it tonight after we've been discussing it for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Nobody. Absolutely nobody.
Yeah.
Came back to say that they had it.
If I do. I'll be back live tomorrow morning. Right, you're not going to believe what happened last night. But yeah, but you know, it's an interesting conversation to have, but it's all, I want to stay on the side of science will, if it hasn't already, because I've never looked it up or anything, but you know, what does the science say is happening, and then let's see how that compares to what my brain told me happened.
Yeah,
but maybe that's just me.
Well, what I remember hearing a long time ago, people explaining to me, is that whenever you are falling into the REM stage of a sleep is when actually your near memory is being located to the far memory.
Yeah.
So it's like the mind is, your brain is processing the daily experiences and pushing them to the far memory. So there can be somehow explained, in my opinion, how some of these experiences that we have on a daily basis can appear in a dream, and how, but there's also another thing that I have not yet at least explained to myself sufficiently. How can we remember some of the parts of the dream so lively, but most of the dreams is like total garbage when you wake up?
I can't remember, and I know it's different for everybody, and it didn't used to be the case for me, but I can't remember the last time I had a dream. And I always used to remember.
I have vivid dreams every single night. I do.
Yeah.
I don't.
I often have dreams that I remember. In fact, sometimes they're very creative. I came up with an entire season of Doctor Who once.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's really weird, and I'm convinced that when I was almost at an Olympic level when it came to sleep. When I was young, there'd be nothing unusual about on a Saturday. I wouldn't get up until like 3:30 in the afternoon, and I'm convinced that I used to, if I sort of was fast asleep and dreaming and something woke me up, maybe I needed to use the bathroom or something, I could go back into that same dream.
I can do that.
Like Freddy Krueger.
I can do that still.
Yeah, and I swear I can do it. It's, you know, I got no way of proving it. But
well, I do exactly have the same experiences as well. Like if I wake up in the middle of the night, I have to run to the bathroom, I go back to sleep. It's like I feel, I'm just continuing where I left off.
Yeah. But you know, that's another thing to think. You know, what's going on there? You know, are we really doing that, or do we just think we're doing it?
I think we're just we think that we do it.
Yeah. I think that's kind of where I would fall with it as well, but I don't know.
Well, anyway, thanks for your time.
No problem. Thank you for proving to everybody that the call-in system is now officially working. Thank you, pal.
No problems.
Right. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Right, I've muted that now, Carl. Right, so if somebody else calls in, I can keep it muted and control when the.
Yeah, I will say we have got quite a few people in the green room, so I don't know what way you want to do this.
So
we've got both options now.
Yeah. We'll let me open it up and see who we've got. So Kiwi.
Well, I can hop out if you'd like, because I do actually need to have a look at my video to make sure it's good, so that I can release it.
You carry on.
Yeah.
Right.
Take care.
Speak to you soon, right?
Yep.
Take care, Nicky.
Nice
Bye.
to see you. Bye.
Yeah, we'll pull somebody else in now. So who've we got? Kiwi Gamer was in there. Yeah, Kiwi Gamer. I'll pull Kiwi Gamer down now. Do. Hello. Is there anybody there? Specifically, somebody called Kiwi Gamer. 5,
Kiwi.
4, 3. No.
Oh,
Kiwi Gamer isn't there.
Gosh darn it!
Right. So let's have.
Oh,
what happened then?
Gone back into the green room. Did you do that, or did they?
I didn't touch anything. Let me try that once more. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Very good. Did you leave the room then, or did Discord just do something weird?
Discord did something weird and popped me in.
Yeah, that sounds about right. No, I dragged you in, but you just popped back into the green room for some reason. It doesn't matter anyway. To whom am I speaking?
You're speaking to Amy. I'm from Virginia in the U.S.
Awesome.
And I have paranormal stuff, and I live with a flat earther.
Oh, very interesting. Fire away then. I'm all ears.
Well, we have had ghost cats, which I'm sure you're glad to hear.
Yeah.
Because
cats.
We've had many. But they would walk across our bed at night and then settle down and sleep against us, which is a very disturbing feeling when you have no current pets.
So what do you think is going on when that happens?
I'm never quite sure. It's always was them, just that feeling of something walking across the bed.
Yeah.
So I was hoping I was awake enough to realize what was going on, but as you guys have been talking about sleep paralysis, I do suffer from that too.
Yeah. Well, like a reoccurring thing, or?
Yes, and it was reoccurring, and my husband also said he has also felt them at times.
Right. Yeah. Like I say, it's happened to me twice that I can remember, but both occasions were equally as terrifying and definitely something I'll never forget. But I don't know if you can have them and not remember them. Can you? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I don't think with the sleep paralysis, it only happens if I sleep on a sofa.
Right.
If I sleep in a comfortable place, I'm fine. But if I sleep on a sofa or somewhere uncomfortable, I'll wake up and have that, you can't move, you can't make any sounds, but there's obviously something very, very wrong, and something is there with you.
Yeah, so maybe the quality of the sleep is a factor as well then.
Because isn't sleep paralysis something to do like with the half awake, half asleep? Like your body's in your mind is in like a in-between state.
Yeah.
So potentially.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, the fact you only get it on a sofa might be to do with you're not getting into a deep enough sleep, or I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting and incredibly weird.
It is. It's not pleasant. I try only to fall asleep in comfy places because I don't want to have sleep paralysis.
So when you say it, so is this sort of a weekly thing, you know, or just kind of as and when they feel like bothering you?
I've moved from the house where I used to have and sleep on a sofa. Where I'm living now, I don't take naps on a sofa. I go up to my room.
Yeah. So you'd
But when I was living in that house, it was weekly.
Right. That's a lot. That's really frequently. That would definitely not be fun. Based on my own experience, that is.
They were never fun.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. So is that the only so you know when you think about that, you know, the cats, is sort of seeing animals a thing you've encountered before, Beard, or is it?
Yeah, but ghost pets are quite prevalent. People seeing, but it only seems to be cats and dogs.
Right.
Nobody ever says like the ghost shark or the ghost bear or the ghost parakeet, unless you've watched Living House 2.
Well, that's because birds are mean.
Yeah. I just didn't know if it was a thing that you'd seen lots of. It's certainly not something I've ever heard of. You know.
I didn't realize that it was a weird experience, but if my in-laws were in the chat, they'd tell you about it. Where I thought that they'd had a dog. They've not had a pet as long as I've known them.
Yeah.
And I was helping my father-in-law build this. We were trying to build a tiki bar at the back of the garden for in lockdown. So we're building this thing, and I just see this black lab run out of the house, look at me, and then run back in. I was like, "Oh, when did you get a dog?"
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, we haven't got a dog." And I was like, "All right." And we just dismissed it.
Yeah.
And then he told his wife, my mother-in-law, and then she says to me, "Oh, what dog was it?" I said, "It was a black lab." And the pair of them just looked at each other and looked at me. It was like, "A black Labrador." I said, "Yeah, but not a big black Labrador, quite a small, trail-looking thing." And they were like, "Oh, that's Ebby. What's an Ebby?" And they were like, "Oh, that was your wife's pet when she was a kid. Died like 12 years ago." And I was like, "What? I've just seen a fucking ghost dog." Like, but I'm like, has somebody at some point mentioned to me about this dog, and I've completely forgot about it?
Yeah.
And then my brain has seen something out the corner of my eye, and I've attributed it to that.
Yeah.
Or did I see a ghost dog?
Yeah.
It's fascinating to me how unreliable the brain is.
Oh yeah.
Because like you said, that could be, maybe you were told about the dog and forgot, and then you've kind of put two and two together, in your brain is attached to different occurrences together and like sparked a memory, potentially anyway, you know.
Yeah, potentially a memory and a hallucination of something that I've never seen. Yeah, I've not seen our dog. It's weird.
Yeah. So, Amy, had you lost pets, or that you would sort of attribute it to, or were they just ghost cats?
Oh no, we've lost, unfortunately, many pets. My sister was a vet tech, so every pet that we've had has been adopted and has had something medically wrong with them.
Right.
So we've lost, unfortunately, many. At one time, I think we had 8 cats.
Yeah. What I'm trying to do is not sort of catch you out or anything. It's just trying to figure out, you know, is there something that would be the reason that you had ghost cats as opposed to
is that
a ghost sheep or a ghost penguin? Do you know what I mean? Are cats linked to you?
Are they a familiar presence?
Yeah.
Yes, cat. We've always had. I've grown up with cats. I'm 50. We've always had a cat in the house until I moved out as an adult for a while, and we didn't have any. So it was, that sensation is something I was used to. So my brain could have been filling it in.
Yeah.
So it was something.
Yeah. So as you are right now today on this call, are you still, yes, they were ghost cats, or are you kind of, have you sort of already tried to explain this to yourself?
I would like it to be ghost cats because I would like to know that my cats have a life after they've passed.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm still open to it being both.
But can you see where I'm going? Your answer then was also very interesting. You already, what's happened? Why have all the screens gone blank over here?
That happens to you now and again. It's fine.
My laptop has shit the bed. Sorry, Amy. So do you want them to be, you know, Fluffy, who died 15 years ago, so much that means to you and what you feel you experienced is enough to make it a real experience and make those ghost cats real?
I think so. I would like that, you know, I don't want them like stuck in a limbo, but just, you know, shortly after they pass, just knowing that they've been able to move on, that they just don't cease to exist.
Yeah. Christopher Shapley, DVM, CVA, CVH, CVFT, everybody's favorite American veterinarian. And I like to look at the camera when I say that, not because I'm gazing into Chris's eyes, but to prove to everybody I actually know the letters after his name. But he's a vet. And a friend of mine, the human-animal bond is really strong, and seeing them after they've gone is a common occurrence. So, you know, so emotion could potentially also play a part in the things we all feel that we've experienced or not experienced. Does that make sense?
Oh, I definitely believe that.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was... I just love talking about this stuff because it just makes you think in so many different ways. And I know everybody's different, but I try to be as analytical about it as I can, you know, with the knowledge I have. But, you know, better to see ghost cats than the ghost of, I don't know, Charles Manson or something, Prince I suppose. Andrew. Or Prince Andrew. He's not dead yet. Yeah. Has anybody seen the news? The royal family are devastated to announce the death of Prince Andrew in a car crash
next
Wednesday. You know, what will happen?
You better not go into any French tunnels.
No, definitely not.
It's all right, he won't sweat it.
Yeah. I bet he's sweating now.
Yeah. Oh dear me. Have you got anything else you'd like to talk about, Amy? Or
just that living with the flat earther is very interesting.
I was going to say, yeah, you did mention that at the beginning, didn't you? Of course you did. So when you say you live with a flat earther, are we talking roommate, significant other?
Oh no,
somebody
my father.
Ah, right. That makes it even more interesting.
Yep.
That makes it even more interesting.
I had to tell you this. I have a daughter. She's now 16.
Mm-hmm.
But when she was 3 years, when she'd first started preschool, my dad had seen that she was playing with something that had a globe image on it. And he's like, oh, but that's wrong. The earth is this way.
Yeah.
And my daughter in preschool looked, was like, no. She got up, went and got her globe, was like, this is what the earth looks like, Grandpa.
Yeah. Does it create tension, or is it just something that you're so used to now? You're just like, yeah, my dad's a flat earth. I don't care. It doesn't affect my life.
We're used to it. We kind of treat it as humorous because he was a pilot. He worked for Boeing.
Wow.
He taught the Department of Defense computer languages back in the 70s.
Yeah.
So he's not uneducated.
Never mention this on any flat earthers channel. They'll all want to interview him.
Yeah.
It was like the dream interview to the average flat earther. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well I'd cope with it, you know. Even with my dad. If my dad said the earth was flat, I said, Dad, come on. You're not that stupid. And I don't know. I'm just not very good at containing my passion for things not being stupid.
I told you about my experience with the flat earther in one of my jobs, didn't I?
Tell me, you may have. You may have, but tell me.
I thought the guy was winding me up, and he was like, "No, the Earth is flat," and he was like spinning plates on tables and putting things on plates, like, "Why don't we fall off? Because it's a globe and it's a plate." And I'm just like, "You can't be this dense." And I thought there was like this wind up that had been going on for weeks and weeks and weeks. Until I got pulled into the office, and there's 2 regional managers sat there because I'd been bullying someone at work, and they were like, "You've been bullying him because he's a flat earther." I said, "I haven't. I've been bullying him because he's fucking stupid if he believes that." And they were like, "We can write that down." I was like, "You can?" I was like, "It's not real. What the fuck?" I walked out of the office and I'm like, I genuinely thought he was winding me up. And they were like, "All right, we'll put that to him." He quit his job over it.
I've only ever encountered a couple of flat earthers in the wild, and it's never ended well, because I can't not say what I would say if I was making a video about them. I just not lose my cool. I just, no, I'm your, don't worry, you're saved.
But until
I'm here to rescue you.
Until him and your channel, I assumed that it was just a joke.
I'll be honest with you, Beard, all right? And to involve Amy in the conversation as well. When I wanted to become a YouTuber and I didn't know what that was going to look like, so I was looking around for topics. And when I won't tell the whole story again about the Facebook group and all that, but when I found out there were people uploading videos to YouTube claiming the Earth was flat, I could not believe it. I watched so many flat Earth videos before I made one, just to make sure that these people weren't all sort of just, doing a comedy bit, like a the pranks we all see online. And it didn't take me long to figure out that people actually thought it. And I was like, I'm all over this. This is definitely for me.
Yeah, there was a thing in the paranormal with it. Have you heard of an app called Randonautica?
No.
So there was an app, it was more prevalent in lockdown, but this app would give you a pin on the map of your local area, and it would direct you to things that were creepy, spooky, and people would leave things there to freak you out and stuff.
Yeah.
So there was all of these people that were having these spooky experiences, Randonautica at 3 a.m. and all this sort of stuff. And they were like, "Yeah, you can't debunk that." And it's before I was debunking. And all of the debunkers were like, "Yes, we can," because the app developer said the entire thing was a hoax. The entire thing he made up on the spot. And there's still people doing it now. Like that box behind me there, it's a Dybbuk box.
Yeah.
They apparently have a demon inside them, a Jewish demon called a Dybbuk.
Right.
So I didn't buy one like other people did off the dark web. I bought a kid's toy chest, pirate chest, and I painted it, put a blood vial and doll hair and stuff in it.
Yeah.
And then when I opened it, this smoke demon that I had edited in came out of it, and my lights were flickering and all that sort of stuff. But the original creator of the Dybbuk box, it was a movie starring Negan from The Walking Dead. The entire thing was a hoax that he wanted to turn into a movie. He sold the movie rights. It became a movie. Now there's hundreds of these things being unboxed on channels and stuff. And the originator is like, "No, it was a mockumentary that I made to sell movie rights." And people still believe. The Jewish community are like, "You've made that demon up. It's not a thing in our religion.
Yeah.
It's a wine cabinet."
Yeah. I got a box like that as well. I don't keep demons in it, though. I keep other
probably
stuff.
better that way.
I keep other stuff in my little pirate's chest. Sorry, Beardo. Somebody's asking you a question. Was that the app where somebody found a dead body in a suitcase on a beach in the US? Of course, it's the US of A. Why, Amy? Why is it always America?
Yes.
Please help me with that.
Because one of my history professors explained it this way. They said that America is so weird because it was filled with a bunch of people that left their homeland on a dangerous journey. So almost all of us have ADHD. Because that is the only people crazy enough to get on a leaky boat and go to a land where you're not wanted.
Oh, dear me. Right then. So I saw something in the chat. Have you heard of the app? Anyway, sorry. Yeah, so Amy, so living with a flat earther, you've just learned to live with it. I know the fact that he's your dad probably makes it less of a thing, I would imagine, because he's your dad.
Well, it gets worse. He's a flat earther, a young earth creationist, and every 7 years we had to go through the rapture preparations.
And he's not sort of surprised that it hasn't actually happened yet, or
it's kind of like he'll get all the stuff prepared. He'll give us all his bank information, all his passwords, and then when it doesn't happen, he's like, "Oh, I had to have had the math wrong," and we'll just go back to normal living.
Right. Because like the most recent one wasn't one of the, I can't remember the guy's name now.
The guy who sold his car.
Yeah, sold his car, sold everything. It's like, well, if we're all going to be raptured, the fact that anybody wanted to buy your car should have told you it's not going to happen, because surely there'll be nobody left behind.
I love what do you need the money for?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not their mindset. Their mindset is that everybody who isn't raptured is going to be left behind, and that we're going to need things to help us in our suffering.
Yeah. God's good like that, isn't he? When you said it gets worse, he's also a young earth creationist. I'll be honest with you, I would have been more surprised if you hadn't said he was also a young earth creationist, because it seems that flat earth and creationism are like a pair of mittens. There's always two, one for each hand. So, I just think it goes hand in hand with it. It's like, to be a flat earther, I bet your dad doesn't believe we landed on the moon either, does he?
Oh, the moon's not actually there.
Right.
It is a projection or light of...
So he's that variety of flat earth. He's that... Hang on a second. You're not CC's daughter by any chance here?
Oh, God, no. I'm nowhere near New York.
I was starting to get excited then. Starting to get excited. But yes, it's creationism, moon landing denial, or denying space in its entirety. They are all kind of... It's almost as if... If you were to try and think about the flat earth cynically, it's almost as if they try to dismiss everything that would absolutely prove that they're wrong about the shape of the earth, like space. They a lot of them, as you say, the moon isn't there, or if you're Mikey Smith, it's only 50 miles above us. But I'm convinced I could take certain flat earthers to the moon, stand there next to them, with them, pointing at the earth, and they'd still find a way of saying, no, but the atmosphere on the moon is different, so it makes my eyes see things as... They'd come up with some excuse.
Yeah, you've laced my food.
They're so deep in that belief.
Oh, yes. But, yeah, so... I don't know. I nearly said sorry that you have to endure a flat earther, but I forgot it was your own father.
We deal with it as humorous.
Yeah, I suppose you've just found a way of dealing with it as a family, haven't you?
Yep. I mean, he has the signature of one of the women that helped program things for NASA.
The ones who did the maths calculations that kind of put us on the moon in the first place, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Somewhere, I wish I could find it, because he has some of those calculations.
Right.
And he's at like 3 degrees in math, but he's still...
And he was a pilot. So was he a flat earther while he was a young man, or did this sort of come as part of his retirement package? Like my dad,
I think it's been his whole life.
My dad gained the ability to annoy my mother when he retired. I don't know. It must have come like in his retirement package. But I just wondered if he was also a flat earther while he was flying around the globe using great circle routes and and following the curve of the earth in the atmosphere to make sure he didn't accidentally end up on the moon. It's I don't know. It's mind blowing.
He flew Cessnas, which are small, 1 to 2 man planes, and he wasn't good about using his. He liked to use his eyeballs to do it.
Right. Right, I got you.
So-
But yeah, Cessnas are the little for the 2 or 4 seater. They're those tiny planes, and they're.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't get very high, but they don't look safe to me. He's obviously very brave.
Oh, they're not.
With the greatest of respect, I'm glad he's
They're not
retired.
safe at all.
Yeah. I'm afraid to retire. I annoy my wife now, and I still work. Imagine what I could do when I retire. She's probably still in the kitchen. I'm going, yeah, you do annoy me.
Yeah.
Shut up. I've got to listen to you later as well.
Oh,
Dear me, have you got anything else you'd like to address, Amy, or are you happy?
I'm very happy. I do have one more ghost story.
Go on then.
Okay. When I was living in another house, I had fallen asleep. It was late at night, and I felt something combing through my hair. Like, you know how you push your bangs away? I felt that. I woke up, and there was a person standing over me, brushing my hair out of my face. And I punched my poor husband, and he couldn't see anybody in the room, so we had to get up and had to check the house, because that's how visual and how much I had felt that sensation.
So just so I
like sleep paralysis.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because that sounds like, I don't know if you've heard me telling my sleep paralysis story earlier, but it sounds eerily similar, doesn't it? But with a different figure and
Yeah. Well, it wasn't a scary one. It was like just like a familiar kind of sensation. It didn't fill me with fear other than who's this in my house.
Yeah.
But it didn't have that sleep paralysis fear that I've had.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Very interesting. It's
your trap let me down there. When she said that, that feeling when your bangs are being moved, I was so waiting for your comment section to light up.
Yeah,
and nobody did it.
I've only got a hat on today because I'm having a bad hair day, which translates so I couldn't be asked to shave my head, and I've got the old man, so the old man pasties. Yeah, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. Yeah, I could talk about stuff like this for about 5.5 hours, which is ideal, really, because that's about how long this stream is going to be. Yeah, so.
Oh, wow.
What time is it where you are now, Amy? It's either very early or
8:22.
8:22 a.m.
A.m.
So I started how many hours ago? 4 hours ago. So I started at 4 a.m. for you.
Yep. I got on around 5:30 when I started watching the show.
Oh, was it? Because what Callum said is, so I think breakfast TV is a thing in America. You've got Good Morning America.
Everywhere.
That's the same as Good Morning Britain. Is that kind of thing?
That's all over the world.
That's what we were thinking. Some people they may just they're running around the house in the morning, getting themselves ready for the day. Getting the kids off to school and getting off to work or whatever, and they can kind of chuck this on and sort of listen along and participate if they want to. That's the thinking anyway, because to pick a time, it's just impossible.
Yeah,
it's whatever time I pick, it'll be the wrong time for somebody. And some people tell me as well, which is, I appreciate every comment I get, but what's the point in telling me that 9 o'clock a.m. GMT is not the right time for you? It's like, I know, but I can't do like individual, I can't do one-on-one live streams. It's, I love doing them, but not that much.
Yeah, it's like the ones that are like, oh, I don't agree with what you said in that video, so I am leaving. It's like, it's
so
not
now I hate
Heathrow.
you. Yeah,
it's not Heathrow. You don't have to tell me you're leaving.
Yeah,
you
I get that all the time. I've actually got a comment reply on the clipboard on my PC, so I don't even have to type it out now. It's like, yeah, it's not an airport. You didn't need to announce your departure. I'll miss you. Bye. That's generally what I see. And it's always, I don't know if you find this as well, Beardo, but it's always people I find that have been telling me for the last 2 years, 18 months, whatever it is, how brilliant I am. Oh, I'm funny and I make the science easy to understand. But now you said one thing I don't like, so now I hate you. You're stupid, bald and old.
There's two of them, though, isn't it? There's those that are like, right, I've supported you for ages, but that one thing, that's enough for me to just chuck in the towel. And there's the other ones that are, I have supported you from day one. I have always stood by you. And then you click on their name and it's their first comment and their account was created 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it all the time. People say, oh, I got one guy at the minute who really dislikes the fact that I use backing music, in all my videos. I've always done it. I've got no intention of stopping anytime soon. It's barely audible unless he's one of these audiophiles who's got these like £10,000 headphones that'll pick up a gnat farting 12 miles away. If he's listening on them, just buy cheap headphones or don't use them at all. It might
also depend on his TV, because there are certain Toshiba TVs that for some reason plays music louder than everything else, no matter what you're watching on. I've seen it on my own videos. People complain the music's too loud and nobody else can hear it.
Yeah. I thought it would be funny once to just randomly put a jump scare somewhere in one of my videos, and I did it, and I'm so childish. I was, every comment that it got, I was nearly peeing my pants laughing. And then this one guy said it was ridiculous and irresponsible because he has a heart condition. Because I vet every time somebody subscribes to me, see, I go round their house, we spend a couple of weeks getting to know each other so I know what they like and dislike. But yeah, that was stupid. But, maybe it was. But I'm childish. I thought it was funny.
I've done it a number of times, but it kind of works for the content I do anyway. Now and again, I'll do it for a laugh.
Yeah.
And the funniest comments to me are the ones going, I knew you were going to do that, you knob.
Oh, dear me. It's all fun and games, isn't it? Till somebody loses an eye.
Oh, we froze, apparently.
Oh, lovely. No crisps today, is it? Am I on a diet?
No, I said no crisps because I said no crisps.
Because you didn't want me crunching them into the microphone.
You will eat them directly into the microphone, so we're not having crisps.
Oh, dear me. Deary me. McMaster says, I've never noticed the background music until I watched a video where you didn't have one. I have occasional... Why am I so blurry? The hell? Oh, there, I'm back. For my enders, I've come in. Yeah, but it's funny. And I know, but how self-important and arrogant do you have to be to think that anybody who's made a YouTube video had you in mind when they were making it? I keep in mind that my audience overall likes flat earth debunks and young earth creation debunks. But I don't think, I wonder if Steve from Alabama will approve of this video. Better check in. That's not how it works.
No.
How did we end up down that rabbit hole? You better have gone back to get crisps. You can't have a sandwich at lunchtime without crisps. Potato chips, Amy?
Oh, no, I know.
Oh, you did know. I wasn't.
We watch a lot of British.
Right. I wasn't sure because when I was in New Jersey the last time, the woman in the liquor store got so excited because I was from where all the grape juice comes from. I didn't have the heart to explain to her that Welsh and Welch are two completely different things, but she just seemed so happy about it. I couldn't.
That's our system for you.
I couldn't shatter her illusions. Right, so if anybody else, and this isn't to get rid of you, Amy, I know it may sound like it, but if anybody else would like to call in, if you've got an interesting ghost story or some other sort of paranormal experience you've had, maybe you're into psychic mediums. I think it's pinned. I think we've pinned the yeah, we have. Yeah, it's pinned at the top of the side chat. So I've gone blurry again. What the frig is going on there? Was my lens that
It's the ghost, Creaky.
I know, it's something, isn't
it? Your camera.
Oh, there I am. I'm back.
Yeah, Megan, don't you call in. I can't ever deal with another phone call with you. When she laughed, she sounded like a dolphin. And then I ended up sounding like a dolphin for laughing for 10 minutes. I couldn't get my words out, nothing. And the harder I laughed, the more she laughed. And then there was like a Christmas Discord call with 12 people in it, and we literally cry laughed for about 25 minutes because of
Now I really wanted to call in. I've got my favorite thing to watch on TikTok at the minute, right? There's this woman, I don't know who she is. She's an American woman, maybe in her 40s. And all she does is read comments from under TikTok videos. But to her, every single one of them is hysterical. And the more she laughs, the more I find myself laughing. So laughter is definitely contagious. Yeah. Is that what they say? Contagious? Yeah. I don't know.
Like a yawn.
Yeah, it's very it's very, very, very strange. So so I'm inviting people to call in, but we can't actually answer it because Callum's left the room again. Selfish.
To find your crisps.
Has to get biscuits and chips.
Yeah, definitely. I wish he'd done. Hang on, you got crisps?
I haven't.
Oh, I thought you went to get crisps.
No, I didn't go to get crisps.
Have you seen that Gary Delaney joke? I think it's terrible that the word legend has been devalued. It's gone from pulling a sword out of a stone to unexpectedly returning with snacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Let's make it a thing. We want Megan to ring in. I don't know who Megan is, but I really wanted to ring in.
Probably me. As in Megan me.
No, it's not.
Me. It's not.
No, that looks like.
No, she's one of my lot.
Oh, okay.
He looks very familiar in that thumbnail. I don't know why I'm staring at the guy. Anyway.
Well, Wayne Dawson is because he looks like Phil Mitchell, Grant Mitchell, the world of Mr. Grey.
Yeah, every bald guy in the world, basically.
Without a moustache and a soul patch.
Yeah. Oh dear, I gotta have hair somewhere, see?
Yeah. I mean, you did have a big beard at one point, didn't you?
Yeah.
Beard.
My wife always protests my beard. She hates it. She does. She's not a fan of a moustache, but
when I grew my beard or started growing it, my wife was like, "Oh, don't grow a beard, don't grow a beard." And now I've got it. She's like, "Please don't ever shave that off." It's like, cool. The scruffier I get, the better looking I get.
It completely changes the way you look.
Yeah.
If you go from having a big beard, if I didn't have facial hair, I'd look like a boiled egg with teeth.
I'm genuinely scared what I'd look like without it now because it's 8 years.
I just go through old photos. I do look in. The beard was that long. It looked all right.
Unfortunately, old photos of me, I'm a fraction of the size that I am now.
I've only ever been clean shaven once since I was 19, and obviously it was when I was away.
It was when you were in Thailand.
Yeah, I don't know what came over me, but one day I was like, I'm gonna go clean shave, and I haven't done it in like 5-6 years at that point.
We thought he'd found Doc Brown's DeLorean and gone back in time.
Yeah,
he looked about 12.
I looked about 18 again, which was great, but I did it, looked in the mirror, panicked, and went straight up the shop to buy as many cans as I could get. I was like, I don't want to look at myself. I'm so ugly.
Right, hang on, we need a chant. Everybody has to start. Do it. Do it. Come on, Megan. Do it.
Do it.
Oh, dear.
I was going to say, didn't it look like Pajoli then that said that he's a big fan of mine? Didn't it look like he'd literally stolen the beard off my face?
Yeah, Padge, that is. He's... This always sounds inappropriate when I say it, but he's a big lad. I met Padge in a pub in, was it Kilkenny? Was it Kilkenny, Padge? I'm expecting an answer as if we're on the phone, I know, but, type it out. But, yeah, he's got a magnificent beard. What I could see anyway, I was eye level with his nips, I was. I'm starting to think that it's not everybody's tallest, it's just I'm shorter than I thought I was. Like I've been 5'9" since I was about 14, 15 years old. And I thought that was just average man size. Turns out I'm more fun size.
Yeah, I mean, I'm around 6 foot. I'm just under 6 foot, like a smidge. And I went up to Birmingham to do a live stream with some guys that I know through the ghost hunting and stuff, the Ouija brothers. Now, I knew they were tall, but I assumed that Steve, the shorter Ouija brother, was my height. And when he stands up and he's towering over me, I was like, oh, how big is the other one? And then this man mountain walks in. There's a photograph of us online, and I look like a little boy with a beard next to him. They are huge.
Apparently it says unavailable when Megan tries. Oh no, just do it on Discord then, Megan. Just go and join my Discord server.
It shouldn't be.
Yeah, it should be working fine.
Is it because there's somebody on the line?
No.
No, you can usually, because last week we were on the line and it was constantly like other names were popping up, so I don't know why that would be.
Chris Sharpley says I'm 6 foot and I constantly feel like I'm short. Oh, there's no hope for me then, is there? I would have said you were moderately, you were you're a little bit taller than me, but honestly, Simon, Dan, and Padjo Lee were towering. I must have looked like it was bring your kid to work day.
6'5". What is he? A professional wrestler?
It's just a professional grower, I think. Beardo. That's 6'5" is Mahusev.
That's tall.
Yeah. That's only an inch shorter than Michael Jordan. It is working because I've just tried to come through and my name's popping up, so I don't know.
Try again, Megan. It is working. Am I a what? Am I a homunculus?
Yeah. Homunculus. It's like, I can't remember.
Perfectly formed miniature human.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, I think I must be. I don't know. I never thought. No, I would have never said I was short. But I don't know if I'm sort of shrinking as I get older. Because I still say I'm 5'9", but I actually got measured by my doctor last year, and I'm actually 5'8". But I'm hanging on to that inch.
Oh, have you shrunk?
Yeah, I have actually shrunk an inch. Yeah,
that's funny.
Your butt is
an inch is a lot, man.
Yeah, it's massive.
Too right it does. We can do a lot with an inch. Oh, dear me.
Oh, we go.
Go for it.
We got, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit, that means I've just cut Amy off.
No, it doesn't.
Amy's
on. Oh, no, I'm still here.
Oh, good. Right. Sorry, Amy. I thought I'd cut you off then without even saying anything.
No,
Megan
I'm
is
good.
connected.
But I will disconnect so you can try and get Megan on.
Okay. Amy, it was lovely to speak to you. Call in again.
Well, thank you. You have a great day. Bye.
And you too. Bye.
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 Right. So, Megan, are you there?
Megan.
Hello?
Hello? Megan, can you move the stream?
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. I just woke up, y'all.
Nice. Another southern accent, is it?
I think she's New York.
New York?
Oh, no, New York.
Oh, you're New York, are you? I was fooled by the y'all, but I shouldn't have been because Chris says it to me all the time. Y'all. The most American thing anyone can say. All the time. Y'all. Go on, Beardo, do your job.
Oh, yes.
Have you got your stream on, Megan?
Megan, can you mute the stream? We get in a lot of feedback.
Yep, muted it.
Okay, cool. No, still got feedback.
Still got feedback. That's weird.
Did you remember to click the echo cancellation button before you put the code in?
Good question.
Yeah. Hang up and dial straight back in.
Okay.
But activate echo cancellation before the code.
Got it.
Perfect. Speak to you soon. Bye.
That was weird because it wasn't happening at the beginning.
Yeah, I know.
It
right.
Suddenly started, didn't it?
Yeah. Strange.
Here we go.
You've got to try and make it laugh, though.
Megan?
Oh, you got a mute of you?
Yeah, no.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Oh, that's so much better.
There we go.
That's so much better.
I just woke up, so.
That's all right. So Beardo was saying something about dolphins and something like that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure what he means.
Oh,
Go
my
on, Flip,
God.
let rip.
I get laughing. All hell breaks loose.
Oh.
Because I start squeaking. Or snorting. But usually it's squeaking when I really get going.
My wife is a snorter as well. She is definitely a snorter. Once she gets, and the more she laughs, the more she starts turning into a very ladylike Peppa Pig.
Oh, I'm never ladylike. Like,
No.
Beardo will tell you.
No, she's not.
So Megan is part of you a gang then, Beardo, yeah?
Yep, every live stream without fail.
Yeah, I think all channels, around ours. I know, like I got a few more subscribers in it, but not that many more. But channels around our size, I think our streams have always got the same people supporting us in exactly the same way, regardless of what we're talking about. All the names in the side chat now that I recognize from other streams.
Yeah, I recognize tons of them from my streams as well.
Yeah, and they are obviously all the ones I don't, like Mike's Mysteries, Blastries one, don't know who they are.
Some weirdo called Troy Allen, we don't know him.
Yeah, don't know. We've been trying to get rid of him for ages. I've tried putting Troy in my blocked words list. He just keeps getting through. He's infiltrated us. How are you in Canada today? How to rule an asteroid? Very nice of you to join us again.
Oh, hello, Jess.
Yeah, we've had to upgrade our systems, Jess, and we think it's working okay now. I've actually had to put my hand in my pocket and pay for the advanced features on the Road Call Me thing. So wish us luck. It's going well. It's going well. We haven't upset or offended anyone yet, so maybe that means it's not going well.
No, I'm quite surprised.
Beardo hasn't upset anybody yet.
Not yet.
God.
No, he's been a perfect gentleman.
It's only 20-2.
And Nemo's not here, is he? Not Nemo. What's his name? Jim.
Nemo. Oh dear. Oh, there's the squeak.
Oh dear me, I love it.
Beardo's always offending somebody at some point, I think.
Yeah.
Except for me. I don't get offended.
Yeah, that's another interesting. Some people just seem to want to be offended. It's like the offense police is a real thing on the internet.
Oh my God, it's ridiculous. Like, you say the wrong little thing, and it's like, oh, I'm offended. It's like, sit down, go away.
The number of times, so I'm lucky I've got Callum on sort of call as my, is this offensive kind of filter?
Yeah, I'm like your wokeness filter.
Yeah. Yeah. So, even making the videos I make, there's certain things I think, oh, that would be funny to say, or that is relevant. And the number of times Callum has stopped me from being completely cancelled is nobody's business. But I'm 53. The things I think are funny, I grew up in the 70s when Bernard Manning was a thing, and Jim Davidson, which I know would mean nothing to you, Megan, but they were two really, well, they were just racist, homophobic comedians.
It was like the whole, oh, my bloody bitch wife era of comedy.
Yeah, it was that sort of thing. So I think, being a 53-year-old man, I could probably very easily get myself cancelled.
I will defend you, though. You are quite, most of the time, it's like, no, that's fine. But every now and again, I just go, yeah, no. And it's just don't do that.
Yeah.
No, I grew up watching George Carlin, Ricky Gervais, and that show All in the Family with Archie Bunker. So.
Yeah, Ricky Gervais is an interesting one because he's almost still trying to do what was perfectly acceptable to do in the late 70s and early 80s as far as being funny goes.
Yeah.
It's,
there's two ways to take Ricky Gervais. Well, I would just say that I would call that a lack of growth. That's the problem with Ricky Gervais. He's been making the same jokes for 25 years. I love Ricky Gervais. Don't get it twisted. I am a big Gervais fan. But I've also got a lot of criticisms of our Ricky. I do feel he's a bit of a one-track pony, like.
One-trick pony?
Yeah.
Let me just address super chat because it freaks me out when I don't.
Ooh,
Supernatural is used
Okay.
as a grift. I think what people perceive as supernatural, like ghosts, is the brain correcting defects in memory or fixing emotional damage. That's halfway between sandwich. That's a damaged sandwich. Just for anyone who wasn't sure. I'm lost now. I have no proof, but I like it that way. Now, what To Fenris has said there, that's me. I think there's something going on in our brains, as you know, sleep terrors, sleepwalking, seeing ghosts, believing psychic mediums. I think it's our brain's fault, and it ties into what Callum said earlier about our brains being
very unreliable.
They are just unreliable things. Thank you to Christopher Shapley, DVM, CVA, CVA, CVFT, everybody's favourite American veterinarian, for gifting 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Chris. You, sir, are a legend. And he's been a member of my channel for 74 months. He was the first person to ever sign up for it.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, but I said a very similar thing when it was pointed out to me the last time. And finally,
super chat.
A little something to help out. Also, how's the balloon experiment going? I'm fed up of hearing the words balloon experiment. It's doing my head in. I can't get no sense out of nobody. I can't get people to reply to me. The only thing I can think is I've been including a link to my YouTube channel. Are they going and looking at it and going, no, we don't want to do anything with this guy?
At this point, we're just going to have to try and do it ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. We'll go and buy a helium balloon in Asda, and we'll strap a GoPro to Coco and send her up with it. We'll know she's high enough when she starts having difficulty breathing. Don't worry, Chris. I won't really tie Coco to a balloon. Probably be more of a rocket. That's weird.
What?
How far? What's the delay on the YouTube back end? Dade Murphy, early, aren't we? That was from like 2 hours ago.
Oh, have you got top chat on, or have you got?
Yeah, could be that actually.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. It's top chat, Beardo. You're right. Lucky I've got an experienced streamer with me today. Oh dear me. So Beardo, so what's fill in the blanks for me, because I'm not hearing no dolphins. I was expecting Flipper all the way. What's going on? Have we just not tickled Megan's fancy yet? Tickled her funny bone, or is she being restrained?
She's being shy, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally she's really easy to breathe.
Beardo, pretend I'm not here. I'll mute myself. Look. What? You can't.
Oh God!
Can't even hear me now. I'll just leave you and Beardo to it. And it's
still hear you.
It's definitely not because I'm busting for a pee again. I promise.
And there's 2 microphones in the room. We can still hear you.
Yeah, I was going to say my microphone is still up. So
nips. Right, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Are you going for a pee break? Yeah,
I need a wee wee.
Okay.
We need that.
That's what it says. He's going for a pee break, but he's really going for a shit.
That's definitely it.
Yeah, Creaky doesn't get that problem. Anytime I'm on a live stream and I say, I'll be right back, I've just got to go to the loo, I'll be gone for like 8, 10, 12 seconds. I'll come back in and my chat is just full of pink poo emojis. And they're like, you've definitely been for poo.
Because we know the truth.
I wish it only took like that time. I've lost hours to the toilet. There it goes.
That is amazing.
It sounds like somebody stepped on his dog's paw.
That is brilliant. Oh my god.
Everybody's dogs are like,
yeah, I know. That was amazing. That is the best laugh I've ever heard in my life.
the first time she did it, oh my god. Literally completely derailed the stream for like 25 minutes.
I'm not surprised. That was amazing.
What? Oh my god, my sister said she thought the parrot was dying.
I didn't miss it. I didn't catch any of that.
I did.
That was amazing.
I caught all of it. And I tell you what, I tell you what, I regret not taking my phone in because as I came out of the bathroom, all I could hear was flip back, and the next thing, Mammy slapping her thighs and snorting.
That's funny.
Oh, right. Is everybody calm now? Are you okay now, Megan? Do you need time or?
I do.
Yeah.
Oh dear me. I don't know that poor dog. What is the dog?
Well, my sister thought the ferret was dying.
Oh dear me.
My cheeks hurt.
Oh dear, right, she's dying now. Small support, very rare. I managed to catch you live. Love the laugh, Megan. Thank you, Conspiracy Music Studios. Oh dear me, that's made my day. That is. I didn't hear what was said that made Megan laugh. Or I
can't even remember now.
Everything prior to the dolphin squeal and the stepping on the dog's paw has just been completely forgotten.
Yeah. That is like that laugh is the equivalent of what's the memory eraser from Men in Black called? You get everything that happened on the lead up to that.
I don't know what was funnier was the fact that she finally let rip with it, or his face when it came out, because he it looked like he'd walked in on his parents or something. He was just like,
oh, she sounds like my pet guinea pig named Squeaky. Oh, absolutely brilliant. So have you got any stories to share with us, Megan, that so we haven't had anyone just to laugh at you?
Oh,
Megan.
Oh, hello? Is still there?
Oh, we've lost Megan, have we?
I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Yeah, I was going to say,
Okay.
it still said connected.
Yeah, I don't know what happened then. Very strange. So, do you have any stories to share with us so that we haven't invited you on just to laugh at your laugh?
I do have a story, a paranormal type story, like I don't know what happened type of deal.
Yeah.
I was sitting at a dining room table with my dad, and it's one of those huge dining room tables that sit like 6-8 people.
Yeah.
And so I'm on one end, my dad is on the other end, and there was a bread basket in the middle. Nobody could reach it. And it just went flying up in the air and then came right back down. And me and him looked at each other like, what the F just happened? And we just like couldn't figure out what happened because neither of us were touching the table, nothing. And it just went up and came down.
That reminds me a bit of your story, Beardo, with you said something flung up in the air, wasn't it? The Nutella glass?
The what, sorry?
Was it the Nutella? Did you say you used a
Yeah, Nutella glass for a
did you say that? Your memory of that, was it flying up in the air? Am I mixing two stories up?
No, that's basically it was upside down, and in my memory, it flipped up. It sounded like somebody flicked the side of it, but nobody did because the finger's on the top because that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
And it basically flipped up the right way, shot across the room, and burst midair. And that's the only bit of the story that all of us tell exactly the same.
Yeah, so very similar, very like sort of.
Zoma one, if you're saying you've got a ghost story or a paranormal story,
he is.
Oh, he is trying to ring in,
and yeah, they have been trying to ring for a while. To be fair,
right, okay.
So
anyway, back to Megan's story.
So yeah, we couldn't figure that out, and another time, like I woke up early in the morning, everybody was asleep, and all I could hear was pots and pans downstairs. So I'm like, oh, my dad's making dinner, or not dinner, but breakfast, and he wasn't even up. Nobody was downstairs, but I heard all the pots and pans hitting each other and whatnot. I was like, okay, that was weird. So yeah, there's been a couple times.
Yeah.
So, but there's no reason why the house should be haunted because it was built for my parents. So
right, yeah. That ties into the history thing I was saying. You know, not the history, sorry, like how
the environment.
You know, like I probably, if I had to move house today and I was presented with two options, one of them was a new build. And one of them was a house that was built, I don't know, 1855, I would every time choose the new build. Even though I know that the build quality is terrible, the old house is going to last a lot longer, even though I'm highly skeptical of the paranormal, I also wouldn't be as comfortable in a house that I knew, for example, had been built on the site of an old cemetery, or, you know, that it was built on the site of an old mental hospital. I don't know. I would just rather err on the side of caution and you know, keep the skid marks for my car tires, not my underpants.
See, that would play. Would you do a Ouija board then?
I don't know.
I would, 100%.
I would, but I'd be afraid that the entire time I would just be going, no, this is stupid. This is no, I'm moving it, and I think I would move it to show that it's being. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I wonder if you would even be able to be like objective going into it.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean.
I've been trying to get people to do Ouija boards with me for years, and no one will. So annoying.
So I'll come down to Swansea. I'll bring them.
Yeah, you got to bring them down. I'll do
Maybe
one.
you can power them up.
No, I think my missus would kill me if I did a Ouija board.
We'll do it on Creaky's desk.
Yeah.
Sorry, Megan. What were you saying, Megan?
No, I'm mixed on the Ouija board because every time I tried to use one, it never really worked. But yeah, my ex, if he came into the room and the Ouija board was out, the planchette would go flying and no one has to be around it. Like, spirits did not like this man. It was so funny.
How do you like? How is the? No, I just messaged him up.
My wife has just WhatsApped me, Beardo, and said, "Not in this house, please."
Sorry, Mr. Creaky. I'm not allowed to do him in here either.
She was my wife, you know, always loved sort of psychic mediums and, you know, spiritualist church, and she was always into that sort of thing, but she just kind of got to a point now where she's like, no, it's not for me anymore. But
you ask 10 skeptics, do you believe in the paranormal? No. And then you put a Ouija board out and say, do you want to do a Ouija board? How many of them will go, I'm not touching that just in case?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
How skeptical are you then?
Yeah. And Tal Tracing has just said, I thought Ouija boards were proven to be fake. And I'm pretty sure they were, but for some reason, people still don't mess with them.
Yeah. I didn't touch them for years.
Err on the side of caution, isn't it? Just, no, I'm not going to mess with that just in case. You know, I've seen The Exorcist. I've seen Poltergeist. No, thank you very much. Not for this guy. Not for this guy. Megan, now that we've humiliated you, mocked your laugh, and had lots of fun at your expense, which will probably end up as a clip on one of my channels, do you mind if we take another caller? Because he's been on hold for a while.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Megan. Speak to you again soon, right? Thanks for being here today.
All right, thanks.
Take care. Bye.
Bye, Megan.
Bye, Beardo.
Nothing better than eating peas and watching Creaky in the afternoon. Who eats peas on their own? What are you, Oliver Twist? Oh.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hey, hold on a second. Get the volume fixed so you can.
Okay, cool.
Get feedback. All right. I think I'm up.
There we are.
Yeah, sounds good.
There you are.
Fire away.
Okay, let me make sure I'm up to date at YouTube. Look. Okay. Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Very good.
Should probably start with just saying hello and
yeah.
It's nice to talk to you. And
get the pleasantries out of the way quickly.
Yeah. I have to say I watch you a lot. Like, enjoy you guys. And thought I'd take the opportunity here to tell you a story that since you're interested.
Yeah.
I am a veteran from the U.S. Army, and this event took place when I was in the Army. I was in a town called Sanjuri, which is in Korea.
Yeah.
And I was up there, and we had been drinking all night long, completely shit-faced out of our damn minds. And we were, bored and hanging out in this establishment with a couple girls on our arms, and they started talking in Korean. And they did not know that I spoke a fair amount of Korean. And I was able to pick up a word that I hadn't heard before.
Yeah.
And I can't remember right now what that word was, but it stood in for the word vampire.
Right.
That's what they were talking about, a vampire. And they were saying that there was a vampire that lived on the edge of the village. And I was like, say what? I was quite interested in finding out what they were talking about and where such a thing would be, since this was a mysticism that I hadn't heard of from, the locals before. And they told me that, I said, well, you're just talking about a ghost story or something that happened, people talked about, or seeing somebody that they have, that kind of crap, right?
Yeah.
And they were like, no, we're serious. He lives just outside of town. And we're like, what? So me and my friends start looking at one another and going, well, what the hell? Well, we'll just go kick his ass. Look, it's a vampire. We can take him. How tough can that be? Drunk. And, we said, let's go deal with the situation. They're like, no, he'll kill you. And they were concerned that we'd come back dead and we're vampires or something like that.
Yeah.
So we brushed them off and left and went out to go see what the hell was going on the edge of town. We found out from talking to some of the locals that basically the townies would put out offerings for this guy occasionally, or the vampire.
Yeah.
And that the guy dressed all in white because, in Korea, they pretty much stand in white for funerals and black during weddings, and the bride usually wears red. I don't know why, but that's a cultural thing. So anyway, he was supposed to be dressed in white, and he would sometimes be seen walking around the graveyard, which, Korean graves are up on the side of mountain hills, and they tend to be like mounds because they bury the person in a sitting position so they can overlook the valley below and see their ancestors. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, custom. But so we basically went to go check out the offering area, and there was no offering at the time. So we were like, okay, this guy comes down here, we could stake the place out, or we could go look for him in the graveyard. Well, after a few more drinks, we decided that searching the graveyard was a better idea. So we took some local heavily intoxicants with us and decided to go trudging up the hill and mountain to go find said vampire. As we did so and walked up the hill, we came across, nobody in the area, but we saw somebody on the edge, like moving, like something moved. So we went to go check it out. And lo and behold, there was an old man, and he was wearing all white, and he was sitting on a rock on the wall, observing us. And we kind of go, hey, you wouldn't happen to be the vampire? And he says, well, yes, I am. We were like, okay, that's sort of odd. And, he looked like a perfectly normal person, nothing unusual except for his age. And he probably would look like he was, 9,000. He was old as hell.
Yeah.
And, but he was fairly spry. And the fact that he could get up on the wall himself and move around with that, with some level of mobility, you know what I mean? So we said, okay. So me and my friend Sam, that was the guy who was with me, Sam, decided that we weren't sure what to do. And Sam said, hey, you want a drink? And offered him some of the soju, which is the local heavy intoxicant we were drinking that is common there. It's like a 40 proof alcohol. It's quite popular in Korea. So he said, why, hell yeah. So he hopped off the wall like a spry young fellow, sat down beside us and started drinking. And so we asked him what it was like to be a vampire and how this worked. And he kind of told us that he would go down and grab food every morning from the town and they would feed him. And he would patrol the graveyard and make sure people didn't mess with it. And that was kind of his job as a vampire. So we were like, so it's kind of like a graveyard tender? And he's like, oh, yes, of course. And then after thinking about it for a few minutes, I went, wait a minute, this guy's speaking fluent English. Because we weren't speaking to him in Korean. And we're like, wait a minute, where'd you learn English? He says, oh, I know a couple languages. And I'm like, okay. Which seemed kind of odd for an old guy who was pretty much a peasant, a less educated man. I would have thought, hanging out, working in a graveyard, kind of thing. But he told us the only way he could get a job or find a place to work was to be a vampire because, there was nowhere else, at his age that he could find a place to work, or get a job.
Yeah.
So we were like, weird. So anyway, after we finished drinking with the vampire until sunup, we decided to leave the area and head into town. Well, when we head into town, we had to go back to base. So we left and then came back the following night. When we came back the following night, we went to the same bar. We returned to that bar. When we went in, we were wearing shades because we just wanted to screw with them, generically speaking, and thought it was funny. But we walked in and sat down and they were terrified to talk to us. They were absolutely sure we'd been turned into vampires or something to that effect. Absolutely guaranteed, fallen over, thought we were vampires.
Because they'd seen you with that guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So the fact that we told them we were going to go to find the vampire and we came back the next night wearing shades, it just freaked them out, which was kind of our intent. That's why we were wearing shades. But we took him off and said, no, nothing happens. He's a nice guy. He's okay, blah, blah, blah. Brushed it all up. And they started bringing us beer that we didn't ask for. So we were like, okay. And it turned out they gave us beer all night long and would not charge us for the beer because they were terrified that we would hurt them. So that was kind of a screwed up story and that's what happened to me when I was in Korea and sort of my supernatural story dealing with a vampire.
That's just weird though. So he's just like, what? Is he like a self-proclaimed vampire or has he like done things and the other people are like, yeah, don't go near that guy. He's a vampire.
I'm not sure how he became a vampire, generically speaking.
Yeah.
But from his story that he told us, it kind of came about with him wandering around dressed in white in the graveyard and people having seen him on the edges of the peripheral or doing stuff, around the area. And they got concerned. And so they started leaving offerings out thinking it might be a ghost or something to that effect.
Yeah.
And he started collecting the offerings and he told us that he was a vampire, which, I think the more literal translation in Korean is, undead spirit type thing.
Yeah.
But, that's what they called it because they believe that spirits, drain life energy to continue and so forth. So that's kind of, like if they hang around, people, they kind of like, through their eyes effectively kind of like, drain life force, their presence by essence and being around them, which is why they avoid them so much, that they think is an undead.
What do you reckon, Beardo? Because that just sounds like a really bizarre story. I don't even know what to make of that. That's nuts.
It says something about the power of belief over there. If they believe in it that strong, there's some guy in a white suit can convince them that he's a vampire, get free food and booze, and then anyone that goes near him gets free booze for the night. Could you tell us the exact location, please?
I know he sounds like an awesome friend to have. Absolutely awesome.
That's wild, that.
Oh, dear me. Right, let me just quickly do this because it stresses me out if I don't. I'm not going to apologise.
Welcome to the Blind Dog
Skystalker
Gang,
gifted
Mush.
a channel membership and
Welcome to
became
the
a
Blind
channel
Dog Gang,
member.
Mush.
And Vicky Emming has gifted. See, I told you I wouldn't call her Vicky Minge, didn't I? Vicky Emming has gifted
Welcome to the
20
Blind Dog Gang,
channel
Mush.
memberships. Thank you so much, Vicky. That's very kind of you. Gifted channel memberships really, really help. They are the literal gift that keeps on giving. And it keeps on giving until the 3 month runs out, and then you either want to carry on or you haven't. So yeah, that was a strange story.
I have a question. How common is crack in that area in Korea? No?
Is he still there?
Maybe the vampire got him.
Yeah, maybe.
He's told the tale now, haven't he? He's
Yeah.
ruined it.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone.
He's not. He's still there. Hello?
I haven't muted by accident, have I?
Have you?
No. I don't think I have. I don't know what's happened. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, yeah, it still says he's connected, but
yeah, I don't know. Well, I'll listen now and see if he reappears in my ear. Beardo, I know you need to head off early, so whenever you feel the overwhelming urge to leave this madness.
Early? I thought we were only on till 2.
Well, we were, but I could talk under 3 foot of wet cement, so I'll probably go for another hour or so, I think. And,
yeah, I promise my wife will take her out for lunch today.
Oh, yeah, I'm taking Mrs. Blinder out for dinner. It's tea, really, but I'm trying to be posh because there's people watching. Yeah,
that's why I said lunch.
We're going to go out for some grub after as well.
Yeah, that's why I said lunch instead of a bang mixed grill in the Weatherspoons or something.
Yeah. Ooh, mixed grill is a good shout now. I might be on the mixed grill myself tonight. Yeah, if you need to go, pal, you bugger off whenever you want to, right?
Yeah, I'll give it a couple more minutes, but I got to head off soon.
No problem. So is that call still connected, Callum, or is it?
Yeah. Oh no, I think it is gone.
Yeah, there we are. I won't take another call for a minute now until Beardo goes. It's unfair to get somebody on and then.
If you've got people waiting, I can jump out now, and then you can just carry on with the call.
Entirely up to you. There is a call.
We got someone waiting.
There is a call waiting, but it's entirely up to you. But if you need to go, be on your way.
I don't want to derail your calling.
No, I'm not derailing nothing. I do enough derailing myself, mate. I don't need help, honestly.
I appreciate you having me on again.
Thank you, pal. It's been fun. It's nice, I think, for people to, because I know there's some people who will just call in just to say hello. I get that. I understand that. But when there's somebody else as well, they also get more than one opinion shot back at them then. So it's nice. I've enjoyed it, and we'll do it again at some point.
I suppose it's a change for you as well because it's a different topic.
Oh, God, yeah,
but,
I don't want to think about flat Earth.
If you ever want to jump on with me when I'm live, we can.
I will do. I'll have to message you. I will and figure out when you do it and when's when I can jump on with you as well. Yeah, because that's one thing I gotta get quite often. I gotta get better at being on other people's channels as well. But yeah, give me just message me the days you go live, pal, and then I'll say which one I can come on, or you tell me which one you'd want me on, and we can go from there.
What we could do is just set up a special sort of interview in a flat Earth debunker and put it on a night I don't normally go live because my normal lives are so like chaotic with the stream deck buttons and all that. People will want that stream. So that's normally a Tuesday or a Sunday night, which I think it'll like to live anyway, which is why we keep.
Yeah, I knocked Sunday. I'm bloody dying. I knocked Sundays on the head because the Line do a live show on a Sunday night, and pretty much all my audience watches that. So, there's no point me being live on a Sunday night. So maybe a Sunday night would be. Sunday would be one of the ones that wouldn't be ideal, didn't it?
We could do it on a normal stream. I'll just have to put like
just let me know.
Thing on the bottom. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Just let me know. Right. Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for having me on. We'll see you soon, right?
Ta-ra, mate.
Ta-ra, man. Oh, dear me. Thanks, Creaky Blinder, for bringing Beardo on. He's a nice guy. I don't know what Nemo's on about, but speak as you find, I always say. What do you reckon then, Carl? Should we carry on for a bit, or do you think we've...
Well, it's up to you. I just don't want us to make the same mistake we made last week and just eke it out longer than it needs to go.
I did want to put this comment up because I noticed it earlier on, but I didn't want to derail the conversation. That could be another potential interesting conversation. Is witches,
and, that
you know, witches, the whole Wiccan thing, and you know that could be another, you know, because it's just, you know, just meant to be an interesting conversation show chat. Is it though? And feel free in the side chat to let me know your thoughts on it, but is it more of a talk show than a call-in show so far?
I think what it is, I think Beardo said he was surprised by this as well, was it's not very
confrontational.
That's the word I'm looking
but
for.
I didn't really want it to be. And I'm sure there's going to be weeks where we'll get people phoning in who really disagree with me and don't mind sharing that. But
I would say with especially this week's topic, I don't doubt people do get very angry about it, but it's not so black and white, is it? So
it's not like Flat Earth where it just isn't.
Yeah, so when we inevitably do the Flat Earth episode, I don't think anyone's going to be so. If people are calling in to be like the Earth is flat,
it's not going to be
friendly. Then, they probably already know who you are and don't like you. So
exactly. I wonder why that is. Which witches were where? Oh, the Wiccan from Wigan, maybe. Yeah, those ones. Those ones. Troy. See, Troy's a vampire. We should have got him on. Look, he's not even trying to hide it. Look, there is literally blood dribbling down from his fangs. I like the way the show is evolving. I know. Purple. I do as well, because like I say, I've been watching The Line and stuff, and I can't see it going that way, and I don't think I want it to anyway. I want it to be something you can't get anywhere else on YouTube. That, you know,
we're quite surprisingly keeping it very civil.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean, Carl? If I do exactly what The Line do, then I'm just like...
You're just going to be copying The Line.
Yeah, I'm just like, you know, happy shopper Line then, and I, you know, off-brand, you know, okay, but not as good, because all the hosts of The Line are, you know, science people. You know, Erica's one of the hosts. Forrest is one of the hosts. You know, Godless Engineer, all really smart people. But I'm just enjoying the conversations.
Yeah. I'm finding it really fun so far.
Yeah. I tell you what, then, should we take one last call, seeing as I can see one on the screen there now?
Yeah, there we go. Moxie?
Go for it.
Hello.
How we doing?
We are doing okay-ish.
Good. Ish? Ooh, that's always a worrying word to add on.
I have a flu. Actually, everybody in the family have a flu.
Oh, so no way.
It's we import from school.
Right. So it's
wife is teacher, kid is going to school. I'm the one who has to receive.
So it's not a good time. It's not a good time to live in your house then.
Well, it's never a good time, but hello, and I'm Moxie. I'm from Croatia.
Yeah.
To clarify, and I'm not sure is it the right place. I have a story about the UFO. Is that what kind of going under the spooky?
I will say next week.
Yeah,
Call in next week.
We'll have a chat now. That's fine. But if you want to, save that story for next week, because next week's episode is about aliens and UFOs, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I was thinking about the way your brain and eyes trick you, thinking that something is, but it isn't. But okay.
Yes. Save it for next week, because it's next week's show is about aliens, so it'll be perfect. But somebody's just pointed out some believe that UFOs are supernatural, so there is an overlap. So there is. So I don't. Should we just hear this story? Because I kind of want to hear it
It's
now.
up to you. Yeah, okay, yeah, because we'll end it after this call, because this will be a call on the topic of next week's episode.
Yeah.
Call that a segue in the business.
Yeah. Setting up a clip.
Yeah.
Okay, fire away then. Let's hear your story.
Is the phrase also the foreshadowing? What's
foreshadowing?
Yeah, foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Okay. So scene is like this. It was like maybe 20 years ago, small sea town. We are sitting in the middle of the harbor, and the harbor is like U, and you are sitting in the bottom of the U.
Mm-hmm.
And it's night. It's a summer night. No wind. Everything is calm, and there is more of us, like 10ish, not kids, but like early 20s.
Yeah.
And we are talking, and I'm looking over the harbor to the sea, and I see 3 lights. 2 of them are parallel, like they're moving simultaneously, like same distance and same type of movement. And the 3rd light is kind of floating around them, back them, in front of them, and they're all going from right to left. If you're looking from that U in front of you, from right to left. And I'm like kicking my friend to the right. Man, look at this, those lights. And I'm seeing something wrong. And then he starts looking, then everybody starts looking. It was strange, like that 2nd light was kind of dancing around those 2 lights that are fixed, but moving on the left. And the 3rd light is also moving to the left, but it's following. And we are, what the sea in the harbor is, it's night, so it's quiet, it's flat, so to say. And we start running on the right side of the harbor to the pier. And when we jump on the pier of the harbor, what do we see? We see 2 ships on the sea. On the sea, that is quite wavy, but there is no wind, because there was a wind this afternoon, and the waves stay on the sea. And there are 2 ships. One ship is with 1 mast, and the 2nd ship have 2 masts.
Right.
And they're going in the same direction, but since the one with the 2 masts is quite big and quite steady, those masts are not swinging so much as the mast on the one. Both of them are sailboats.
Right.
And the smaller one is kind of going a little bit in front of that bigger ship, a little bit behind it.
Yeah.
And perfect simulation of seeing lights that are dancing around each other, because you don't have a field of depth.
Yeah.
And you also, they're relatively quite far away, and you couldn't hear the sound of engine, because they didn't use sails, because there was no wind, but the sea was wavy, and those waves kind of shake them left, right, front, bow to. And I said to myself, wow, if we keep sitting where we used to sit on the beginning of this story, I would swear to my father's name, I saw a UFO. But
it's like you say, it's relevant to like the stories, you know, the way you make sense of something. Like you say, if you hadn't have then seen the ships forever, you would have been like, I saw a UFO 100%.
Yep, 100%. And the masts are far away in the night. You can't see the mast, you only see the light on top of them.
Yeah.
And if 2 of them are on the same boat, so they're fixed in the distance and position, and they're both shaking the way the ship is shaking, the sailboat is shaking. I mean, the coincidences of life are just incredible.
Yeah, but it's like I said, to a couple of people earlier on, it's what you do with that experience or that information then, isn't it? It's, you could have, you've kind of seen it for what it was. It sounds like to me anyway.
Yeah.
But some people could have just been so convinced by seeing exactly the same thing as you. They were a lifelong believer in, extraterrestrial visitors from other planets. And
so the dancing lights or whatever, that's a very common UFO description, like sighting. So I wonder how many of those are just exactly what you saw.
Yeah.
And if you, as you said, if there was a group, all of us stopped believing in UFOs after that moment. But if we didn't run to the pier and look over it to the sea,
you would never have. Yeah, you'd never know. Yeah.
You never know.
No, that's very interesting.
That is very cool,
very interesting.
But it's like it's what you do going forward then that shapes what you believe in the future, isn't it?
Because if you were a particularly bad person, you could have recorded that, knowing what you know, and gone, look, I recorded UFOs.
Yep.
And I wonder how many people who claim, I know we're going to talk about UFOs next week, but people who claim that they've seen UFOs, this kind of thing, how many of them
know what they saw?
Yeah, know what they saw in the same way as you just explained to us.
Yeah. Most likely lots of people, but they didn't run to the pier, so to say. In this case, literally to the pier. And look over it to see what is actually there, and there are just two ships on the sea.
Yeah, exactly.
And one of them happened to be two-mast ship.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's very cool.
That's a very good one.
Very cool.
Interesting.
Right, thank you for calling in, pal. I hate to cut this call short, but like I said, we want to finish now by 2:30, so just gives me time to thank everybody and do all that.
And thank you all the wonderful people of this planet. And
and you too. Thank you, pal.
Bye.
Take care. So
I think that was a good setup for next week as well, that story, because he saw it from two different perspectives in a short amount of time. I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. So thank you, everybody. I'm glad everybody's approving of the sort of direction this is going, because I'm enjoying it. It's always nice to have conversations with interesting people. If we disagree, that doesn't mean there's no conversation to be had. Those are some of the best conversations. So I think we're out there, Carl and me.
I really enjoyed that episode.
Thank you to everybody who super chatted. Thank you to everybody who became channel members or gifted channel memberships. Thank you to Megan for having the most awesome laugh I have heard in a very long time. And if you haven't seen last night's video, give it a watch. His Hans Wormhat is just crammed with stupid. So give it a watch if you haven't watched it yet. Based on the views, you probably haven't. Thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you again next Thursday at 9 a.m. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all for watching Creaky Live. Don't forget to follow me on all of your social media platforms. Have a good day and have a creaky week.